Hopefully this encourages everyone to keep calm and be quiet. So, good morning. We'll call to order and I'll start the meeting with a land acknowledgement. Mayor Zoe's supposed to be here at 10:30. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'd like to begin with the opening remarks of the public hearing process. So the clerk will call on the bylaws to be dealt with. I'll then call out the names of the people registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council members will select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide an overview to the bylaw. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Those in favor will speak first in panels, followed by those opposed in panels. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when these 5 minutes are up. If you are participating virtually, you may use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked ahead of your panel. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions of those who presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function, as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. As Edmonton transitions from provincial mask mandates and city temporary mask bylaw, we will ask visitors to council chamber to be kind and respectful of each other. You can wear a mask to protect yourself and those around you, and please respect people's personal decision wearing masks. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City clerk will direct you to your muster point. So, Mr. Clerk, may you please call the bylaws?
And thank you to our colleague, Councillor Jans, for making his way through that preliminary portion with his lost voice. And as acting mayor, I'm happy to take over from here. So have we done a roll call this morning? No? Okay, well maybe we'll start with that. From east to west.
Good morning, Councillor Wright is here.
Good morning, Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Thank you. Could I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I'll move adoption of today's agenda, and there's no changes to it, so it's what you have in front of you.
Second.
Excellent. Please vote. And I'm a yes.
I'm a yes, Mr. Clerk.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Any protocol items today? Not seeing any. Councillor Jans has run us through the process of the explanation of the public hearing process. So now we will go through the bylaws. So Mr. Clerk, is there anyone to speak to item 3.1? Have I met?
Just what we'll do. There we go. Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties here. The process, as you've outlined, is that the clerk will call for anyone to speak, and then we'll provide you a list just momentarily. From there, you can confirm anyone who's registered to speak by calling out their names.
Thank you.
Is it working now? Testing. So, thank you, Chair Stevenson. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 20377, to allow for the development of a range of low-density residential with flexibility in lot size and width and zero-lot development? Rosenthal?
Thank you. I have Susan Keating, Michael Rays, and Sarah Sherman, all to answer questions only. Are you present? Wonderful, thank you.
Present. Thank you, Chair Stevenson. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.2, Charter Bylaw 20378, to allow for the development of multi-unit housing? Rosenthal?
Thank you. I again have Susan Keating, Michael Rays, and Sarah Sherman to speak for questions only.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.3, Charter Bylaw 20385, to allow for low-density residential development? Stillwater?
I have Chris Davies to answer questions only. Are you here, Mr. Davis? Or online?
Good morning, yes.
Good morning. And Rihanna Raymond.
Good morning.
Good morning. And to clarify, are you for questions only?
Correct.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, Charter Bylaw 20382, to allow for additional commercial uses in the mixed-use building? Chauncey?
I have Michael Rays again and Sarah Sherman for questions only. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. Items 3.5 and 3.6 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.5, Bylaw 20379, to amend the Mistatum Area Structure Plan, or item 3.6, Charter Bylaw 20380, to allow for the development of a stormwater management facility and medium industrial uses? Anthony Hende, Mistatum.
I have Scott Cole.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Ben Milligan. Are you there, Mr. Milligan?
Good morning.
Good morning. And both for questions only.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.7, Charter Bylaw 20381, to allow for small-scale infill housing, High Park?
I have Marcelo Figuera to answer questions only. Hello. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.8, Charter Bylaw 20383, to allow for small-scale infill housing, Westwood?
I have Abdullah Almikawat and Thamir Sharif. Are you both here today? Or online? Hi. And those are for questions only.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.9, Charter Bylaw 20384, to allow for mid-rise multi-unit housing, Windsor Park?
Yes, in favor. I have Mark Huberman for questions only. Are you here this morning?
I am. Good morning, everybody. I am online.
Good morning. Marcelo Figuera, hello again. Michael Borland. Are you there, Michael? I'll move on to Gavin Hill.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Richie Lamb to answer questions only. Are you there, Richie? Okay, we can come back. And James Murphy. Good morning. In opposition, I have Eddie Du on behalf of Shan Gao. Are you here with us this morning? Okay, Timothy Bush. Hi there. Karen Hughes. Joe Miller. Hi there. Kathleen El Hatton Lake on behalf of Elizabeth Miller.
Good morning. Yes.
Good morning. Eliza Lee. Hi. John Jameson. Seeing Greg Mansell. Hi there. Rolf Miras. Hi. Welcome. And Melanie Biro. Also Susanna Biro. And David Lynch.
Chair Stevenson, we actually have two more registrations. There's
Okay.
Elaine Solez and John Collier as well.
Okay. Elaine Soles, hello. And sorry, John
Collier.
Collier, hi. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.10, Bylaw 20345, to close a portion of road downtown?
Thank you. I have Lisa Brown. Lisa, are you there?
I'm here. Yep.
Good morning. And Caspian Timori. Hi there. Welcome. In opposition, I have Anand Pai. Hi there. Alex Haritsu. Hi. Kent Bittorf. Hi. Ken Mugridge. Hello. And Panita McBrien to answer questions only. Okay. Thank you. With that, do we move to the selection of items?
That is correct.
Wonderful. So I'll ask my colleagues to please sign up to select items. I may be so bold as to select one myself. I will select 310. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I would like to select 3.1 and 3.3 and 3.5.
3.5.
And I have talked to the ward councillors about the selections.
Great. And so that will be 3.5 and 3.6 as those are cross-referenced? Great. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I'll select item 3.7 for a few quick questions.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll select 3.4, please.
Thank you. And Councillor Jans.
3.9 for the purpose of postponement.
3.9 for postponement? Great. And, okay. And I hope clerk will help me through that process. Okay, thank you. That leaves us with some bylaws to be done together. Councillor Cartmel, can I turn to you for that?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So I will move closure of the public hearing on items 3.2 and 3.8.
Thank you.
Second.
Oh, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote.
That would be me. I'm in the wrong agenda. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll move first reading of items 3.2 and 3.8.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that's carried.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll move second reading of items 3.2 and 3.8.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that's carried.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 3.2 and 3.8.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That's carried.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20378 and Charter Bylaw 20383.
Second.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that's carried. Would the postponement of 3.9 be our first item?
There was talk about council wishing to postpone item 3.9. It's your choice to do so. If you wanted to do so, the process would be at this point to move that to become first item on the agenda, at which time you could then hear from administration if you wish, the proponent, and a movement to postpone at that time.
Is that the will of council, or were you going to take these in order?
Madam Chair, may I move to bring that item forward?
Yes, I think recognizing the large number of speakers we have, it's prudent to deal with that one first. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. So we would turn to administration.
Yes, if
comments?
council wishes at this point, you could hear from administration and or the proponent, and then from there you could do a motion to postpone.
Okay, over to you, administration.
So administration doesn't have a whole lot. This motion was brought forward by the coalition for Windsor Park. However, I would just like to state that administration has been fully transparent through this process. There's a number of technical documents that are posted online. There's a number of additional documents that were provided to the citizens. There's a number of meetings that took place between them and multiple communications. So just to have that out there, that we've been fully transparent with them. I think perhaps Ms. Inkman has some advice in terms of how this postponement may work.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
So I think in the process, it's probably prudent at this point to hear from the requester of the postponement as well as the applicant in this instance, so you can hear sort of what's being requested and why it's being requested, see the position of the applicant, and then from that point forward, you have the opportunity to either proceed with the public hearing with the option to postpone at any time, or you can postpone immediately following their representation. So I would turn to them as your first order of business, Councillor.
Thank you for that. And would you advise just one speaker from each of those groups? So one speaker from the applicants and one speaker from the proponents of the postponement?
I believe there was two individuals who requested the postponement, so it may be prudent to allow each of them an opportunity. Yeah.
Okay. Are my colleagues comfortable proceeding in this way? Okay. So I would invite a member of the applicant delegation to come down to the podium, or if they're online.
Sorry, just to clarify, Councillor Stevenson, we may want to hear from the requester of the postponement first to give a bit of the background and then a response from the applicant. Okay. Sorry, I was unclear.
No. And we can ask questions of the speakers when they come.
That's correct. Yeah.
Great. Okay, well, I would invite the individuals that have requested the postponement to come to the podium if you're here in person.
Madam Acting Mayor, I'm Kathleen Hatton-Lake. I'm counsel for Joe and Elizabeth Miller, and I was the one who sent the letter in requesting the adjournment or postponement of this hearing, so I'm happy to speak to it.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So this is a slightly unusual situation in which the requesters for the postponement, Joe and Elizabeth Miller, made a FOIP request for certain documents in early December of last year. Now, under normal timelines, a FOIP request will be completed in 30 days and can be extended for up to another 30 days. So at the latest, they should have gotten the documents by early February. Now, that wasn't the case, and unfortunately, they have not received the documents yet. Now, the city's been unable to meet this timeline, and that means, unfortunately, they're left without a number of these. Now, this is a controversial project, as you can see from the number of speakers addressing it. And Joe and Elizabeth Miller were advised by administration that they would be advising of their recommendation to the developer in December 2022, but they wouldn't advise the Citizens Coalition. Now, there are significant inconsistencies in this development between the city plan as to whether or not it's within the university node or not, the draft Scona district plan, which is not addressed really, and the residential infill guidelines. So it's unclear to the Millers and the Citizens Coalition why these are being addressed in the way they are. And there are obviously a significant number of reports which are generated and discussed. And though I'd note that there are technical reports online, these are not obviously the entirety of what administration does in preparation and review of these, and particularly discussions back and forth with the developer. So I think it's entitled to know what these discussions were and why the developer is proposing something that is directly contradictory with this draft Scona plan. It seems odd that there would be something coming here and now when in a few short months it wouldn't be approved. So I think that there's a significant concern about what those discussions are and why they're being addressed in this way. And those are things which the documents from the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act can assist the applicants in understanding. There's also an address that the Edmonton Public School Board raised concerns about the proposed development. Now, it says that there's been changes made. It's unclear if that fully addresses the concern or not. So it's not clear what the position is, particularly as there's been numerous concerns raised about the school and the impact that way. So it's not clear from administration's report what the concerns that Edmonton Public School raised, and if those concerns have been fully addressed, or if there's just been modifications made to the project, which may or may not address those concerns. Now, it's also unclear why the draft Scona plan I mentioned is not addressed, because it's clear at law that a draft plan is a relevant planning consideration. Now, obviously, it's not the same as a past plan, but it is still a relevant planning consideration. The Funk and Alberta Planning Board, which is an older case, but even more recently in Hosford and Alberta and Strathcona County, which is a 2019 decision of the Court of King's Bench, they've identified that draft plans are still relevant planning considerations. So it's confusing and also potentially problematic if administration hasn't considered this at all. I would be surprised if that was the case. I suspect there were a number of internal discussions with administration, and in order for the residents group to understand those, they should be able to access those. Now, in terms of procedural fairness, this is obviously a public hearing process. Now, the courts have held that a public hearing isn't held to, a super high level of procedural fairness, but there is still a duty of procedural fairness owed. And it's that the applicants have an adequate opportunity to know the case they're meet and a sufficient time to prepare a response. So that's also in the Hosford case that I mentioned. And the concern here, obviously, is that they don't know the case, right? It's very confusing for residents. There are a number of issues that are being considered for this, particularly in respect of the city plan, the draft Scona plan, residential infill guidelines, and also concerns about the schools. So those are significant concerns that the residents don't feel they've had sufficient information on and haven't gotten access to the information they asked for within the statutory timelines that they should have received it. And that's not a failure of the residents. They asked for this in sufficient time to receive it for this public hearing. So I understand it's inconvenient for the developer. I certainly do. But this is due to no fault of the applicant group. The city has been unable, and I don't think it's intentional anyway, it may just be staffing issues, but the city has been unable to meet its statutory timelines under FOIP. And so the residents have not been able to prepare sufficiently and have procedural fairness in understanding the case being met. They've had significantly less communications from administration than the developer does, including not being advised of what the recommendation was going to be at the same time, which has given them a much shorter timeline to prepare for this. So in order to have a procedurally fair hearing, we'd ask that this be adjourned until those FOIP documents can be produced, and then it can be rescheduled. So we're not looking for an extended delay, but when the city is able to provide those FOIP documents, then it can go back on to be heard by council.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Maybe just to administration, yeah?
Just a quick caution to council. our proponent or our requester has had some discussion about the procedural fairness and the postponement, which is relevant in terms of your questions, but the other matters would be dealt with vis-a-vis the public hearing process, so I caution you against proceeding with that if we're going to look towards a postponement. So just deal with questions, if you have them, about the postponement and not about what would be normally dealt with in the public hearing, which is the land use considerations that were brought up.
Thank you. That's good advice, that the postponement is really focused around procedural issues rather than the merits of the actual rezoning. Thank you. Thank you for that caution. Did anyone have any questions for Ms. El-Hatton Lake? No? With that then, oh, yeah. Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, Ms. El-Hatton Lake, Councillor Hamilton here. Are you aware of the information that you request, or your clients requested, the residents requested, being provided in other similar type rezonings?
So, yes. So I have had it provided in other rezonings where we've been for a direct control district, and then we then used information that's been provided under a FOIP request in our submissions to City Council. So it has actually been relevant to previous appearances that I've had before this council, where we've used documents that have been received under a FOIP request where there were concerns. I mean, so I'm not going to, I don't want to go into the merits. I think that's excellent advice, but just to understand the importance of this information. Obviously, this is a big development. There are a lot of various considerations that are being balanced. And I think administration is doing its best in its recommendations to try and balance those in a certain way. But those may not be the priorities that council chooses to focus on. So there is always internal debate that goes on within the city. There is discussions, there are meetings, there are committees, there are discussions with the proponent, and those are all things that are important for groups like this to understand what's happening, and are also, I think, have fundamentally in the past been relevant to city council decisions where they have. I've had in the past where city council has seen some of those documents and said, "Oh, this maybe isn't appropriate. This isn't a right balancing." So it has, in fact, been important in previous decisions where I've been before this council.
Okay. I guess you went into some of the nature of that documentation. For instance, a request from the school board. Have the residents made reasonable requests to the school board to understand their objections or to ask for a copy of that correspondence?
I don't know if there's been a response received from the school board at this point in a formal statement. So obviously there's the kind of the school, and then there's the school board, and they're a big entity. I don't know if there's been I don't think they've had a response received back from a formal session yet. There may be informal conversations they've had with the principal, but I don't think they can speak on behalf of kind of the entirety of the Edmonton Public School Board.
Sorry, I understood you were waiting for a submission or correspondence related to objections or concerns placed by the school or school board in correspondence with the city. Did I misunderstand that?
No, yes. So there were correspondence, we understand. So administration's report references that there was concerns raised by the Edmonton Public School Board. The exact nature of those concerns, my clients haven't gotten a response from the Edmonton Public School Board on that. So we don't know what those concerns were, and we don't know if those concerns have been fully addressed or what the concerns raised are. But obviously, as kind of the residents group who uses this school, they're obviously very concerned about various impacts. So those are important for them to also understand.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we'll hear now from the applicants. Is there a representative from the applicants' team that can speak to this request for postponement? Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of council, I act for the proponent in this matter, the developer, Westridge Pacific. I think it's unfortunate that my friend, Ms. El-Hatton Lake, decided that instead of just speaking to the adjournment, she would argue the merits of the case. As counsel for the city has pointed out, that's not what we're here to talk about. As I understand it, the community group has made a FOIP application. The FOIP application was not returned in a timely fashion, excuse me, and In light of that, the applicants are going to consent to this request for an adjournment. I understand that April 3rd is a date that is open and certainly agreeable to us. And if we do adjourn to that date certain, then we can avoid the rigmarole of re-advertising the hearing and adding even more time to it. I will say, in respect of this matter, I know, or I understand that the administration has moved paper like crazy to the FOIP people. But in granting the adjournment, and hopefully to April 3rd, it would be my hope that council would express their desire that administration do everything they can do. I appreciate FOIP as a separate process, but perhaps a statement that council would like to see this matter dealt with fully on April 3rd might give the FOIP group some incentive to try and meet the deadlines. So far they have not. And so those are my comments, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that, that statement. Are there any questions to the applicant from colleagues? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your comments. I think any final questions of our administration? Yeah, Councillor Jans.
Thank you to Council Inkpen. While I'm sympathetic to this instance where there appears to be some missing information, how do we prevent situations where, without, and I'm trying to ask this question in a way that doesn't compromise the merits of the case, but we have no way of knowing what a FOIP request is, if it's vexatious or not, a curiosity or not, or materially relevant or not. And so, how do we, could you comment, I guess, on, like, I'm a little, I would, if anybody, anytime, wanted to put in a FOIP request about a project as a way to stall or forego the project, they could do that indefinitely. I don't think that is the case here, but I guess I'm wondering, like, does this happen often? I've only been on council for a year, so I don't know if this is common or not.
So I think the the bit of the conundrum here, Councillor Jans, is that there wasn't a meeting of the statutory timelines for the FOIP request in this instance, so I'm not sure to what degree that happens with these types of requests, but I don't think that that would be the normal case for individuals to make a request with ample time and then not have that request be met within the statutory timeline. So I think this is a specific case of that happening.
Is it worth including something for future advertisement, like you have 30 days to provide your feedback to the planners on this project, and also just a reminder, here's our timelines or something, like are we, I'm just wondering if this was, let's say we didn't postpone, we went ahead, and then a party then challenged the decision legally for a failure to provide fair process. What?
Something that we could take away and look at, but my gut would be that I would be reticent to intertwine these processes. This is the first time in my time that this has occurred. I don't know if administration has experienced this. I'm seeing some shaking heads, no. So I'm not sure that this is something that we can expect to happen frequently, but rather something that's happened in this particular case.
Okay. All right, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I guess just one question then, and I hope this is a fair question to our legal team, but is it the opinion of our legal team that procedural fairness has been established and maintained?
I think Councillor Salvador, in speaking with administration, and they can speak a bit more to what has been provided in the meetings that have been had, they seem typical of an application of this magnitude and kind. So my gut would be that, you know, it has been met in this instance. However, you do have an applicant that is agreeable to the postponement, and so that may be the prudent course of action for council to take in this instance, just given the facts.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, and I, of course, appreciate the applicant's willingness to consent to postponement, but just needed to ask that question. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright?
I just want to confirm, and I don't know whether it would be to legal counsel or not. Can, the FOIP request can be met prior to, and allowing the proponents sufficient time to take a look at the information prior to April 3rd?
Unfortunately, that's a bit of a tricky question, Councillor Wright. It's a separate and distinct process that we can't really vet out here, and nor do I know the answer if it will be met by April 3rd. We picked that date in hopes that giving more time, logic would dictate, the more time we give between now and then, the higher the likelihood of that FOIP request being met, but I can't make any guarantees, and I'm separate and apart from that process, unfortunately.
And so then what would be the process if it's not met by that time?
I think we would be back having a similar conversation on April 3rd, but the likelihood of it being met is higher. We know it hasn't been met now.
So that would include re-advertising again, I think, as Mr. Murphy pointed out?
No, because if it was council's desire to postpone to April 3rd, that would be a set date in the future, so re-advertisement would not be required.
Okay. But if it wasn't met by April 3rd, then we would have to re-advertise?
Not necessarily.
No.
If it was postponed again to a future particular date, it would be this similar process.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Well, I don't see any other questions on the board. Did one of my colleagues wish to move postponement? Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I'm just pulling up the wording here.
Thank you.
I move that Charter Bylaw 20384 be postponed to the April 3rd, 2023 City Council public hearing.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Jans and Councillor Rutherford. Anyone to speak to the motion? No? Oh, thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
So I will support this today in good faith, but I think the specter of concern has been raised that this could be a mechanism used in future to unnecessarily delay or to filibuster decisions, and I don't want this to. There is a thing at public hearing where there's no such thing as precedent. That's why it's at a public hearing. And so I don't want anyone to think this is a precedent, and I don't want, I will say that I will treat every decision like this differently, because I do not want this to become a mechanism that gets used to delay I think sort of proceedings. I don't think that would be fair. I don't think that's happening in this case, but I just want to caution that is, I would rather this be an exception than this become the norm. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing further.
Thank you. I'll ask everyone to vote, please.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. This item will be postponed until the April 3rd public hearing. Thank you to all the speakers for coming today, and we will see you again on April 3rd.
Chair Stevenson, I'd just like to add the individual who spoke on behalf of the item was registered late, so just to read his name into the system, it was James Murphy from Ogilvy Law, just so we have it in record.
Thank you. Thank you. So that completes item 3.9, which I believe then brings us to item 3.1. So I'll turn over to administration for a quick presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Good morning. This application is to rezone 2.4 hectares of a larger site in the Rosenthal neighborhood from the agricultural zone to the residential low-density zone. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southwestern portion of the Rosenthal neighborhood, north of Whitemount Drive and east of 231st Street Northwest. The Rosenthal neighborhood is surrounded by Parkland County to the west, Enoch Cree Nation to the south, the Secord neighborhood to the north, and Suter Greens and Breckenridge Greens neighborhoods to the east. The proposed rezoning complies with the Rosenthal neighborhood structure plan and supports the city plan's policy to accommodate accommodate future growth for an additional 1 million people within Edmonton's existing boundaries. Next slide, please. Administration reached out by sending advance notice to surrounding landowners as well as to the city on the city's webpage. No comments were received regarding this application. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Charter Bylaw 20377 be approved because it facilitates the orderly development of the neighborhood, accommodates future growth for an additional 1 million people, and is compatible with existing and planned surrounding land uses and conforms with the residential land use designation of the statutory plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologize, I forgot to write down who selected these items. Councillor Rutherford, thank you. Over to you for questions.
The proponents are just for questions only? There were some speakers that registered, did they not?
Yes, that's right.
In favor?
In favor.
Were they for just for questions only, or did any
Just
of them
for
have?
questions only.
Okay.
Did you have any questions?
Yeah,
Heather?
I do have a question.
Okay, so
I don't know who to direct it to because I don't know the context of these individuals and what their role is. So I will just ask in general the question if I can, and then direct it. Because I don't know their role within this.
So maybe I'll just invite, so these will be questions to Susan Keating, Michael Rays, and Sarah Sherman. So for the two of you who are in chambers, if you want to come down to the podium or just be close to the podium, and Councillor Rutherford will ask her question, and then you'll have an opportunity to respond. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you. I apologize. So one of my question is to the proponent is, what is the build out? Oh, I'll wait till they're seated. So they can hear me. Hello, thank you. So what is the current build out of the Rosenthal neighborhood in areas that have already been zoned residential?
Hi there, Sarah Sherman from Arcadis IBI Group. We're the planning consultant on the file. Just to maybe clarify your question, do you mean like percentage of how much is the neighborhood developed?
Yeah, so I think we've been having a lot of parallel conversations around growth management. And so this flagged for me because I recognize that even the residential area adjacent is not fully built out yet. So I'm trying to get an understanding of the why now, and why not have this build out once there's more completion of the currently zoned residential areas. So I'm trying to get an understanding and a context of what that build out is like.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I guess percentage-wise, the neighborhood is probably like 70-75% developed. And the stages to the east of it are currently under construction. So this is just kind of the logical next stage to start developing.
Is the area to the east the only area under construction?
And to the north as well.
But the rest of the community that's been rezoned residential is 100% built out then?
No, it's under construction.
So the whole neighborhood is under construction?
No, sorry, just the stages immediately to the east and immediately to the north.
So every other area that was rezoned residential in the Rosenthal neighborhood structure plan that has already been zoned residential besides those two is already built fully out?
Not completely constructed. They're in the process of construction.
So how many areas are in the process of construction? How many are not fully built out?
Probably 2 stages to the east. No, this one's under construction, isn't it?
to my knowledge, there are two, like everything that has been approved by council has applications for construction in the process. If I were to give a round number, 75% are currently underway or under construction.
And what's the percentage of complete? Or that have gotten their occupancy license?
That would be something I can't really confirm.
So maybe it's okay, I can direct that question.
Susan, the developer, is.
I'll direct that question just in my last minute. I guess just if you could explain to me why the question of why now? Why do you as the applicant need this zoning done now when there's still other areas under construction? If you could help break that down for me and help me understand.
To maintain builder inventory at healthy levels, to allow for obviously housing affordability, which is obviously an ongoing issue in this region. And this is just the next logical stage in terms of making preparation, adding the servicing and infrastructure to allow for future homes, while current inventory is under construction and nearing completion.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Okay, thank you. I think I saw Councillor Knack on the board.
Yes, thank you. I saw Ms. Keating's hand up as maybe a response to that as well, or that covered the, perfect. Then just one separate question, and maybe it is to Ms. Keating or whoever, but I just wanted to get a status update on 231st Street. The report shows that it suggests that the road would be opened in this year, and I know there were some delays for materials last year, which is why it didn't open up. So I just wanted to confirm that's still the plan, if there's any status update, because I know residents are sort of eagerly waiting for that space to open up.
Hi, thank you. This is Susan Keating from Melcor. I'll just jump in here and quickly answer that question. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Yes, things are progressing and construction will start back up again this spring. And so there isn't really a status change from the last time we discussed, obviously just that it's winter. There hasn't been progress at the moment, but it is still on track to proceed this spring.
Perfect. So all the materials that you need to essentially begin construction in spring are in your hands essentially at this point, correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, I just wanted to ask that. I'll share that again with the community. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I don't see any further questions of our speakers, so we can turn now to questions of administration. Councillor Rutherford, did you want to start with any questions to administration?
Yes, please. So in the growth priority areas to 1.25 million in the city plan, this area is not identified as a priority area. Can we speak to then why we're building it out?
Thank you, Councillor. In terms of the development, the growth priority areas are a slightly different way of looking at this. This is part of the natural progression of the approved plans of council. There's actually only 2 remaining sections of agricultural land within this plan. And so I would say that while it's not a priority area for us to invest further resources as a city, it is a natural progression of the development of the areas.
But if it's not a reasonable space, the report highlighted the need for traffic issues, transit, while there is no transit planned, that eventually transit would be needed there. There was a lot of other flags within the report on services and costs that the city would incur in the build out of this area. And so I'm just trying to square, because often we cite the city plan as our kind of go-to document. And now this feels contradictory to that. If we're saying we're working towards 1.25 million, this isn't a priority area within that, yet we're going ahead with building it out. I'm just trying to square that in my mind.
Yes, no, thank you, Councillor. And I will say that I'll let Mr. Saeed speak more thoroughly to the transportation, but it is being worked through in terms of arterial improvements with the ARA process that's existing. I don't know, Faisal, if there's something additional you'd like to add there.
Yeah, I would just add that
the issues that are there in terms of traffic congestion, as you mentioned, and completion of the road network, those are identified as part of the ARA bylaw as a city's obligation, and that has been around for over 5+ years. It has been identified, and then it needs to be prioritized and looked at across the city in terms of what other obligations are there through the ARA bylaw for the city. So this is
But wouldn't adding more residential bump up that priority? Like that would cascade that prioritization sequence, would it not?
yes and no. Yes, in the sense that if we don't do and leave it as a status quo, and no, because we are currently working with area developers to see if the developers can take on some priorities that are imminent and emerging needs, and then city can swap those obligations as we have
But
done
it's a
in the
swap.
past.
It's not a due for in advance. And I just, again, I might have further questions on the transportation, but I just want to get the answer in the last 2 minutes to my original question about squaring why administration is recommending this when it is not a priority area to 1.25 million, and yet we know there will be costs incurred in building out this area prior to 1.25 million. So that's what I'm trying to square away in my head right now to make this decision, because I'm confounded right now.
Thanks, Councillor. So the city plan works in a few different ways where it may seem there's contradictory approaches to it. So where you're citing the activation or the priority areas to 1.25 areas, 1.25 million, sorry, those were built along the nodes and corridors where the city would actively look to invest or strategize or plan. What this area is identified as is already planned residential. So it's already anticipated that this area will be part of that growth, and that the city doesn't go forth and do that investment or that strategy to bring the land on. It's already within the existing growth area. It's not in the outside of the annex area where there isn't any plans.
Yeah, no, yeah, I get that. But if we're building out to our boundaries now, we're not leaving room for further growth, right? Like, I understood in the growth management, maybe this is a question to Ms. Petrin, I don't know. I understood in the growth management plan, it was also about making sure that, you know, there's a certain amount of build out in newer developing neighborhoods before we open and unlock the remaining of the agricultural land. So
growth management looks at those new areas, so south of 41st, and the new annexed areas. It's not subject to, or the already planned residential lands are not subject to those growth management frameworks and the substantial completion. These areas have already been planned and approved by council to build out, and right now they're just going through the planning and development process, which brings online in a logical and efficient manner in terms of servicing the area. As these areas build out, services come online, and then the planned development helps pay for those services. So it is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just wanted to dig in a little bit to the swapping obligations piece that was referenced in the report. I know you started touching on it with the response to Councillor Rutherford. I wanted to better understand what that looked like and what was sort of meant by that.
Councillor, as mentioned in the report, those are there's very few options available in this basin. And whatever the swap, and currently we don't have that information on hand to explicitly state what will be swapped. That work is underway. But just to clarify, the order of magnitude of that swap won't be to the extent where we are looking at 215th Street widening. It will be more or less subject to looking at where the pinch points are and what can be done to mitigate those those areas or the intersection or the segments of the roadways. I would also highlight that as we are progressing towards 231 Street with this zoning or other zonings in the area, there are improvements that are tied to those. For instance, 231 Street upgrades that will be part of the development of this zoning area. And also completion of the Rosenthal Boulevard, as you mentioned earlier.
Okay. So maybe just so I make sure I'm fully understanding. So what you might look at as an example is obviously there's the part of 231st Street that's already being done by the developer, as we just discussed. There's a similar section on the other side in the C-Court area that's been upgraded to access the school. But then there's the stretch between those two access points at Rosenthal Boulevard and C-Court Drive. I can't remember the name of the road. So would you be looking at seeing, would you swap the obligation that the developer has for those areas and then use that funding to do some of the, again, not a full widening because it probably wouldn't make up the cost of that, but to address some of the pinch points on 215th? Is that the idea, the concept you're looking at?
As I said, this is obviously part of the conversation, and it also boils down to the dollar value. If we do that swap, what is the obligation we are taking on, and what is the remaining obligation from the developers in this area? So short answer, yes, that could be an option that we can look at, but I cannot confirm that at the moment.
Okay, maybe then the last question, what are the steps? So is that something that will be happening? You just haven't decided, you haven't started that process, or does that, what does that work look like, and how do you begin, and when would we know an answer to that question?
So the work has already begun. What we are looking or expecting from the consultant is a holistic review of the entire area. We're looking at it from the lens of similar to what we have done recently as part of mobility network assessment, to look at it from all modes perspective. If we are investing imminently, then does it provide better access from transit perspective? Does it enhance the pedestrian connections in the area? And then also safety considerations. What are the synergies, if possible, with any capital projects in this area, if any? So those are the lens that we will take. Currently, what is happening as part of that work is some data collection is happening at 231 and Stony Plain Road. There are some safety considerations as well. So the consultant has requested some additional information from our safe mobility team to incorporate as part of their work. And then there will be a financial analysis done as well, looking at what is remaining in the basin and where we can invest.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Maybe just one final question on that, Mr. Sayed. This is not unprecedented. We've done these swaps before where contractor or developer A might be in an area and it makes more sense for them to methodically continue building a road, and the city can pick up another piece or a path or a what have you. Is that reasonable? Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
So I've popped open the city plan here, and I'm looking at map 10A, which is entitled Anticipated Growth, 1 million to 1.25 million people. And within the context of this particular map, there is an area tagged future growth, and that's all generally south of 41st Avenue. I don't see any other future growth spaces. Am I reading that right?
That's correct, Councillor.
And my recollection when we were talking about city plan was that the essence of that tag or holding those spaces separate was that we wanted to see the methodical development and build out of the edges of the city, fill in all those spaces before we got to what we're calling the future growth space.
That's correct.
We don't have that along the west edge. Like on this map, it's showing that Rosenthal specifically, but really that narrow band outside of the Henday, between the Henday and the city boundary, is all part of the anticipated growth and part of that growth to 1.25 million people, yes?
That is correct. Those are all approved plans.
And my understanding is that the city plan does not necessarily say there will not ever be any new development, but there will be a progressive development further out that is part of that 1.25 million people, that at best we get to 50% infill and 50% new construction. Do I have that right?
I think so. I'm just trying to understand the question a bit better. The city plan does anticipate that the infill percentage will grow between 1.25 and 2 million. So that number will be shifting. But yes, we anticipate that these areas will build out prior to that.
Well, I guess the fundamental question is, does approval of this next step in this development contradict the city plan? I mean, the city plan is a great big document. It has other contradictions, I would say, but does it, in your view, contradict what our goals are with the city plan?
We don't believe that it does. It is in line. There is in that anticipated growth map that you're pointing to, the 10A, there is actually growth in that neighborhood that is anticipated. And as long as it's taking on the typical progression of how that neighborhood should continue to build out, then we would be in support of it, and it would be in support of city plan.
This might be better asked of the applicant, but there is lead time that's required in order to build out a development. There's rezoning, and then the design of all of the baseline services, the contracting out, the costing of the bidding and awarding of contracts. That doesn't happen necessarily overnight. So when we've got a neighborhood that's reaching 75% constructed, it's my understanding that it's time to get on with the next crescent or the next set of roads or the next parcel.
This is considered the logical next step.
The logical next step, yeah. Those neighborhoods outside of the Henday, they are subject to all of our latest policies in terms of density, in terms of mixed forms of housing, in terms of I guess, progression, but they follow the latest and greatest set of policies we have in terms of methodical and diverse neighborhood development, yes?
They follow the current zoning bylaw, and they will follow the plans under which they were adopted. So the NSPs were adopted by council with the density targets of that day. They have not necessarily been updated, though we do take time when we have larger updates to make those steps to move those policies forward where we can.
So we might not be hitting the exact marks that we have in policy today, or that would match the regional growth plan, for instance. But these neighborhoods are far more dense than the neighborhoods, maybe not immediately adjacent, but the ones developed 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Correct.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to the applicant or to administration, any information, out of the information arising out of the previous discussion, any new information arising out of the previous discussion? Seeing none, go to Councillor Knack to close the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move closure of the public hearing on Charter Bylaw 20377.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of item 3.1.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. We have a first reading on the floor. Anyone wish to speak? Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I first want to say thank you for the great conversation, because I think, I debated whether I would pull this item or not. I understand the process of the city plan, but I feel like it's my duty, if I have those questions, to square away. I do feel that those answers were squared away for me, though I do think it still does bring up some of the previous conversations that we've had around the fact that we know that low density growth on the outskirts of the city is being subsidized, and that there is a cost and a direct correlation with our city budgets. When we do this, we are having to think about the servicing of these areas, and that does come at a cost greater than the tax uplift from those areas, according to the report that has previously come to council. So I get it, it's part of the city plan. I still don't think we need to grow out just to the boundaries, because I have a little bit of reservation that, you know, yes, we have the city plan and there's the border of it. At any point, you know, 20 years down the road, a new council could still make a motion to annex further land. That is what sits in my mind. If we've grown out to the boundaries, what is to stop a future council from continuing to annex and to continue with that sprawl? So I think that's a healthy tension to have, and I think it's important that we pull these and we discuss them in the context of that. So I will still support this today. I will still, you know, move forward with this. However, I do think, for me personally, as I'm going forward in other conversations such as Urban Planning Committee, you know, this will be something I'll have harder conversations on in the appropriate space outside of public hearing. So I just felt like it was important to have this discussion. With that, you know, I pulled 3.3 for the same reason. I didn't want to, you know, through the omnibus at the beginning, approve 3.3 without having this discussion with 3.1. But I am ready to, you know, comfortably approve both of those items. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack to close.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, I think there's been some good conversation about sort of why this would go forward. I'm supportive of this. The reason I specifically wanted to ask about transportation is just, I mean, it's worth reinforcing. And I'm sure this isn't the only area in the city, and members of council are probably sick of me talking about it at this point, but that there is a massive traffic issue on 215th Street and 231st Street. You read in the report, people are backing up on the highway on Stony Plain Road and 231st Street. And so you might say, well, if that's already happening, why approve more development? In this case, the development's going to be more adjacent to a new roadway that is being upgraded that should help address some traffic concerns. But we've got some pretty massive concerns in this space. There's a separate motion that we'll be discussing tomorrow related to that, and not just in the West End, but to understand what the impacts are citywide. So I'm comfortable with this. It's good to know that we'll actually have some reprieve for one part of this growth area, and hopefully we can come up with a better plan to ensure that there is some, well, actually I would say hopefully we can come up with a plan to address what are real traffic safety issues, but not in this quadrant. They're on the other side of 215, closer to Stony Plain Road. So I don't think it's worth stopping this as an example when there are real traffic issues on the other side. So I'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote.
It's not coming up, I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 3.1.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the second reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.1.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mayor Sohi, I'll move third reading of Charter Bylaw 20377.
Second.
Please vote for the final reading.
Just waiting on one vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And 3.2 was dealt with already. 3.3, Councillor Rutherford, you selected this, but do you still have questions on this, or your broad questions were answered part of 3.1?
Yes.
They were answered?
Correct.
Okay. And I'll check if Chris Davies is to answer questions only, but if Rian Rahman to answer questions only or to make a presentation.
Yes, it was for questions only, Your Worship.
Okay, questions only. And I don't see anyone else having questions on this, so maybe I'll go to Councillor Hamilton. This is your ward, councillors, if you want to move the closing of the public hearing on this.
Yeah, I'll move closure of item 3.3.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading of item 3.3.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford. So we have first reading on the floor. Anyone wish to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Hamilton to close or move on to vote? Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of item 3.3.
Councillor Rutherford.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.3.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move third reading of item Charter Bylaw 20385.
Second.
Please vote for the final reading.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that's 3.3. Next one is 3.4, Charter Bylaw 20382, to allow for additional commercial uses in a mixed-use building. Chauncey, this was selected by Councillor Principe. Let me see if there are. Okay, there's no one in favor, no one in opposition, and Councillor Principe, do you need a presentation from administration?
I would like one, and I think
Sure.
there are 2 people in favor for this one. It's just, I think we have an updated list.
Oh.
They weren't on that
We
list.
do have 2 speakers in favor. We'll get you an updated list, Mayor Sohi.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But I would appreciate.
No, just give me 1 second then. There we go. Now I got the operator list. Okay. Michael Reyes to answer questions only, right? To answer, and Sarah Sherman to answer questions only? Okay, got it. Okay, please go ahead, administration, for presentation.
This application proposes to rezone a 1.19 hectare site from DC 2.942, a site-specific development control provision, to DC 2, site-specific development control provision. The purpose of the amendment is to allow for the addition of business support services, community recreation services, and government services to the list of allowable uses. Next slide, please. The site is located on a corner lot abutting 82nd Street and Chauncey Way, with vehicle access from the south off of Chauncey Way. The property is 1 block north of 167th Avenue, an arterial road and transit corridor which borders the neighborhood. Additional transit access is available along 82nd Street immediately adjacent to the site. The surrounding area is developed with a mix of single detached and multi-use housing. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning is in conformance with the Chauncey Neighborhood Structure Plan, which designates the site as medium-density residential for assisted living. The subject site is located within the northeast district of the city plan, where it is identified as a current employment area and supports the city plan's policies by promoting the development of 15-minute districts, providing a range of destinations, services, and amenities that allow people to access their daily needs. Next slide, please. The proposed DC2 provision will allow for the additional uses of business support services, community recreation services, and government services to the list of allowable uses. Administrative updates to the DC2 text are also proposed to bring it into alignment with current standards. Next slide, please. Administration reached out using advance notices, which were sent to surrounding landowners, the Lago Lindo Community League, as well as the city's webpage. No comments were received on this file. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that the application be approved as it provides the opportunity for mixed-use development at the intersection of an arterial and collector roadway, allows and facilitates the ongoing development of the Chauncey neighborhood, and is compatible with the existing surrounding development. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. At this time, I'll ask if council members have any questions to the proponent. Okay, Councilor Principe, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, thanks for joining us today. I do have a few questions for you. During any kind of development that will occur, will any current seniors that are living in the facility, will they be disrupted, moved from their areas at all, from their where they dwell?
No, actually, the purpose of this application is just to add uses in the kind of retail space on the ground floor. So there's no change to the
Sarah, can you speak up a bit more, please? Can you move close to the mic and speak up? Thank you.
There won't be any changes to the existing building, so there'll be limited disruption to the seniors, obviously, if they do live directly above. It'll just be minor interior retrofits, though, to allow for that new tenant to come into the building. So no seniors will be moved, no one will be affected, and ideally the addition of these uses is just to allow for a wider range of services within this development itself and for the community.
Okay, and was there any consultation with the residents of what they would like to see there?
I'm not really in a position to answer that question. That's more to the tenants. We are just the planning applicants,
Okay.
but typically the tenants that they bring in are tenants that will be used by the residents.
Of course, right. Yeah, that makes sense. And do we know what type of services are expected to be built there?
No, not specifically, just to apply within those uses of commercial schools, recreation, and government support. So to aid the use of the residents, that could be a wide range of commercial and institutional uses.
Okay, those are my questions. I just want to shout out to Ken's Diner. That's in the facility there. Great place to get a burger and fries and milkshake.
Cool, that's a good plug-in. Okay, all right, so any more questions, colleagues, to the members, the proponent? Seeing none, okay. We don't have anyone in opposition. Now questions to administration. Councilor Principe, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I do have questions actually about the transit service. So it's my understanding that there is no transit route on 82nd Street. Has that recently changed?
I believe there is, if you can give me a moment, I can confirm that for you.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
And also about on-demand transit, I know that was mentioned. And I know that there are stops there, but I think it might be servicing the neighborhood just directly across the street, Clairvatin, and not necessarily Chauncey. I'm not sure if residents in Chauncey would be able to access the on-demand. I'm not sure if you could find that out.
Yes, so the conventional transit is along Chauncey Drive, which is within a 600-meter walking distance. There's just one route that runs on that roadway. There is on-demand service also available adjacent to the rezoning site. So there is a stop for on-demand just adjacent to the site.
Right, there is a stop, but I was just wondering if the residents of Chauncey are allowed to access that, because I know directly across the street, 82nd Street is Clairvatin, and that neighborhood can access on-demand, but I'm not really sure exactly how on-demand works. If your area does not receive on-demand, even if there's a close stop to you, are you
For sure.
able to call and access it?
Yeah, because I personally use on-demand, so I can confirm that.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. But on 82nd Street, there is no route, just the Chauncey,
That's correct.
right? Okay, good, thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. So that concludes questions to administration. At this time, I'll ask if there are questions to administration or to the proponent on, out of the discussion, any new information arising out of the previous discussion. Seeing none, Councillor Principe, you want to close the public hearing?
Yes, I would like to move to close the public hearing.
Second?
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote for closing the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay.
I would like to move first reading of item 3.4.
Okay.
Second?
Second by Councillor Stevenson. So we have first reading on the floor. Anyone wish to speak? To close, please, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thank you, and I hope that we get some great services in there for the seniors. I'm sure we will, and I just will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I will move second reading of item 3.4.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor.
Second.
Councillor Tang seconded that. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I would like to move consideration of third reading for item 3.4.
Okay.
Second?
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote for the consideration.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I would like to move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20382.
Second.
Okay, so please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried. So that deals with 3.4. I think we have some guests with us. Right, so before we go to our next item, I would like to welcome some guests from Edmonton Mennonite Center visiting us today. Thank you so much for coming, and stick around for. Are you taking the tour of the city hall, or are you here for some meetings or anything? Sorry, just taking the tour. Okay, so good. Lovely seeing you all, and stick around as long as you wish to do so. Good. All right. Next, we are on to 3.5 and 3.6, Bylaw 20379 to amend the Mistatum area structure plan, and 3.6 Charter Bylaw 20380 to allow for the development of a stormwater management. Okay, and this was exempted by Councillor Rutherford, and We have Scott Cole to answer questions only remotely. Scott, you there?
I'm here.
As well as Ben Milligan to answer questions only as well, right? So are you there, Ben?
I'm here.
Good, okay. Councillor Rutherford, you need a presentation, or Councillor wish to get a presentation? Yeah, please go ahead, administration.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This application proposes to amend the Mistatum Area Structure Plan and rezone 31-hectare site in northwest Edmonton from agricultural zone to the industrial reserve zone and the public utility zone, as well as the medium industrial zone. The subject site is located south of the Anthony Henday Drive, northwest, and east of 170th Street Northwest, along the northwest edge of the Anthony Henday Mistatum neighborhood. The surrounding industrial area is mainly occupied by various industrial uses, a religious assembly, and undeveloped land designated for light and medium industrial uses. Next slide, please. This application proposes to amend the plan boundary to include the area south of Anthony Henday Drive Northwest and east of 170th Street Northwest, and designate the land as medium industrial uses. The proposed amendment will also add a stormwater management facility and remove a potential park or recreation designation. The proposed medium industrial zone allows for the medium industrial uses, which contains measures to screen all outdoor services, assembly, trash collection, and storage yards from adjacent sites, and is compatible with surrounding and existing planned development. The proposed public utility zone will allow for the development of a stormwater management facility and will provide the necessary infrastructure to support the continued development of the neighborhood. This application supports the city plan's policies to promote the continuous improvement, evolution, and intensification of Edmonton's non-residential lands by facilitating reinvestment in established non-residential areas to strengthen employment, economic activity, and diversity. Next slide, please. Administration reached out using advance notices, which were sent to surrounding landowners, the Cumberland Oxford Community League, and site signage was on site as well as the city's webpage. No comments were received on this file. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that Council consider approving this application as it is compatible with surrounding and existing planned uses, allows the expansion of ongoing development of the neighborhood, and conforms with the Mistatum Area Structure Plan and aligns with the city plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll ask the council members if they have any questions to the proponent at this time. Questions to the proponent? No. All right, and no one is in opposition. Now we can go to questions to administration. Go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate all my questions today. I know I have a lot. I guess I wasn't clear through the report from administration as to why the need for the boundary change. So obviously, we've had many conversations. Supporting industrial growth is important. I just didn't understand, if we had the structure plan and it had a boundary, what was the need to, change that boundary?
Yes, thank you. Essentially what happened is the original transportation utility corridor, the Anthony Henday, had taken significant land, and as that land becomes available to be repurposed, it is often brought into plan areas that are adjacent to it.
Okay, so if I'm reiterating in my understanding, is that that land, when that structure plan was developed, was sort of held for the Anthony Henday development. As that development went forward, that land has freed up for industrial development.
That's correct.
Okay, that helps me understand that. And then my second question was around the, if you look at that map, that tree stand area within that, is there any, I guess from a tree policy perspective, if we're that looks like a lot of trees that we'll be losing, is there any compensation that the developers have to give for that tree loss? Could you speak to that to me, please?
Yes, and Parks was involved in that decision, that deliberation, and instead of protecting this particular tree stand, which is rather isolated in an industrial zone, has limited access and limited opportunities for programming, what they will do is provide cash in lieu so that we can go purchase additional parkland elsewhere where it's more valuable.
Yeah, okay, so that's perfect. So you talked to the parks team and they didn't see any sort of unique habitat features or anything there, just to...
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. No, that's good to know. And then When you say, is that what funds, you know how we've had conversations about some park spaces, do those tend to proactively, I know there's some work in the O'Damon area, for example, to get some land acquisition for park space. Is that what that fund would do? Is that where that fund money goes to?
Councillor, so that money is for the cash in place for municipal reserve. It goes into the MR fund, so it goes to purchasing other MR lands, not necessarily the opportunity fund for parks. They're two different things.
Can you explain the difference to me?
So the
one
MR
is not parks, one is just municipal land?
No, so as we acquire municipal land through subdivision, sometimes we purchase it, or sometimes we get cash in lieu. So that cash in lieu can only go towards purchasing other MR. The opportunity fund can go and purchase any type of land that you may need a park.
Okay, but municipal reserve is traditionally park space.
Open space or
Open
other
space,
for,
parks, yeah, okay.
Correct.
Okay, and so as per our policy, like, how do we value those trees? Like, how do we come up with a cash in lieu amount? How does that process work?
So the cash in lieu is based on the 10% municipal reserve that's granted us through the MGA. It's not about the value of the trees, it's the value of the land area in itself. This Mistatum plan is from 1983. We weren't exactly evolved in terms of how we take different tree stands or natural areas through MR, so we're a little bit handcuffed in that respect as well. So typically, yeah, it's not necessarily the monetary value of said trees when MR is provided.
Yeah, no, that's very fascinating, and it's interesting that structure plan is from 83, did you say?
Correct.
Because that area is struggling to build out. So that's just worth noting for me. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. The municipal reserve is that also used for schools? Can be designated for schools? So it's not just parkland?
That's correct.
Okay, so it wouldn't be necessarily replacing one natural area with another? Or not natural, I guess, parkland.
That's correct. They are all considered open space, though, in terms of the municipal reserve.
Okay. And then, was there any sort of environmental assessment done? Is that tree stand a natural wetland or habitat for any species that might be at risk?
Open Space did assess the site and found it to be one that they would be willing to give up in order to get additional MR elsewhere.
Okay. And there's nothing indicated as to where that might be at this time? Where that other space is? Okay. Then I was also wondering, okay, that's my question there. And it does state, I think in the report, that the applicant's responsible for all costs as far as infrastructure and that, but then that they can get back some of those funds as part of the over expenditures, which I think is coming to council tomorrow, right? Like they will get reimbursed through other developers as they come on board?
If this area is part of that opportunity fund, correct? And yes, that's the same report that's coming shortly.
Okay, so right now it's 50%, and I think we're looking at dropping that to 100. Okay. Okay, I think that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have the chair.
I just want to follow up on Councillor Rutherford's questions around, want to understand how much of this area is actually developed. Do we have a kind of guess or percentage or size?
Not at this point in time. Mistatum is quite a large area, and it's taken some time with access issues, especially along Anthony Henday. That has been the driver around the recent activity. The applicant here is just currently completing a number of phases of the development, and this is their next one. Yes, the plan might have been approved in 83, however, sufficient access to make a business case to have this area for for different uses has probably only recently opened up with that north leg of the Henday.
Okay. So what I want to understand, if we identify that certain areas are not developing as projected, I don't know what the projections were for this area, but it was approved in 1983. Here we are in 2023, right? And do we kind of revisit at certain point saying what are the reasons for this area not to be developing as part of that whole kind of orderly development, both for residential and for industrial, right? And industrial more because we want to focus on that too, right? So I just want to get a sense, do we ever go back and say what are some of the barriers are and why it's not being developed as projected?
So I think as we go through the industrial land development and working with those industrial development partners, we get an understanding of what's working, what's not. Typically, any changes to those plans are made by the landowners in the area. Okay. But through that industrial action strategy, there's work in terms of trying to identify how to open up these lands faster. Okay. So there's different barriers on different parts of the city. Okay. So what are those?
It's mainly, if there changes need to be made, it's mainly the landowner driven, right?
Correct.
And there's no proactive engagement with landowners to figure out, saying, we gave approval to this area long time ago, we are not seeing the uplift in the development, and from a city's point of view, industrial growth is a priority. How do we work with you to unlock that?
That does occur. Correct.
That does occur.
Yes.
Okay. And in
Mr.
this,
Mayor, I might just add that we are conducting an update to our industrial strategy this year. So through urban planning and economy, that will also be part of the conversation around where do we need to make changes or updates, or what can we do to incentivize industrial development further.
okay. So as part of that work, the area structures plans approved in the past, you're going to go back and look at whether we are seeing the projected development.
That could be one of the outcomes or recommendations of the strategy,
Okay.
but we'll definitely be looking at conducting engagement with stakeholders to see what are the options and opportunities to incentivize industrial development.
Good. Well, look forward to that conversation. Thank you. I will I'll move the second round.
Second.
Please vote.
We're just loading the vote. Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes, and that's carried. I'll return the chair to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I'll go to Councillor Wright for questions.
I'm sorry, I should have asked this with the remaining time that I had left last round. But I'm just wondering what percentage of industrial land currently is undeveloped?
I don't have that figure in front of us right now. Are we talking the whole city or just in this area?
I'm talking, the whole city. I'm just wondering, what the need is to move to rezone this right now from the agricultural.
So the applicant is moving forward and developing these areas. As mentioned, they own some land to the south, which is currently under development. And so this would be the next step in terms of unlocking some of this additional industrial land as per the area structure plan that's in place, which has guided that growth and authorized that through that statutory process as well.
Okay, I was just wondering sort of what the market is for use of this land. So.
That question may be better posed to the applicant. They'll have a better idea of what the plans are.
And is the applicant available?
Yep, they're here to answer questions. Yep.
So can
Ben, did you want to just, Ben, from...
No, just hold on. There's a process we need to follow, Scott. Just hold on. We'll conclude questions to administration first, and then I'll go to council members to ask questions if they have any questions to the applicant. Just hold on for a minute. Okay. Councillor Wright,
nothing else for administration.
So no more questions to administration. Councillor Rutherford, questions to administration?
Yeah, sorry, I was just processing the last round of questions, and one further question came up in my mind. So with that land that we're changing the boundary of the structure plan, who owned that? Was it the government of Alberta that owned that land? And then they released, like, who is the property owner of that extended land to near the Henday now?
It would have been under the ownership of the province of Alberta, and I don't know if it's already been transferred prior to the rezoning, but.
Okay, so it was, like, it is or was up for sale?
Yes.
So it, yeah, okay. No, I just was curious about that, if there was a city ownership piece there. Thank you, that was my only last question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So that concludes questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to the administration or to the proponent, any new information arising out of the previous discussion. And I'll go to Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright, please.
Hi, thank you then. I guess to Mr. Cole, my question is in regards to, I guess, the need to rezone. What's the market for industrial land in the area or across the city?
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I'm going to pass it over to Ben Milligan from Panatone, as they are the developer of the lands.
Hi, Councillor Wright. Thanks for your question. As previously mentioned, the land directly to the south was our first phase of our development. We call it Apex Business Park. It was very successful. It's fully leased out. And so that brings us to this site, which is the natural next step for development. The key in industrial development is to have land available and ready for a user to come and take it. There's very little land with that definition in Northwest Edmonton, which is one of Edmonton's largest nodes for industrial buildings and users. So it's a natural next step for development.
Okay, thank you very much. And then just going back to, I think there was a question raised in regards to ownership of the land. Is that AIMCO as well? As what's...
We purchased this land from the province of Alberta in June of last year, June 2022.
And sorry, just to caution and remind council that ownership is not a relevant land use consideration in the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the caution. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes questions to administration and to the proponent on new information. At this time, we are ready to close the public hearing. So Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'll move closure of the public hearing on items 3.5 and 3.6.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Principe. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading of items 3.5 and 3.6.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have a first reading on the floor. At this time, I ask if any council members wish to speak. Seeing none, I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to, thank the applicant for bringing this forward. It's actually very exciting to see movement in the Mistatum area. I know there's been a lot of decisions that we've made on council, including, the off-ramp at Anthony Henday and 137th, which hopefully will help this area to grow even further. And I also know through previous conversations about how we grow our industrial base in the city, the need for large areas of land is huge. So having the space for bigger warehouses, bigger things to be able to take that space is an exciting opportunity, and I welcome that in the ward and in the helping with making Edmonton a thriving community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second readings of items 3.5 and 3.6.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote for the second reading.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.5 and 3.6.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move third reading of Bylaw 20379 and Charter Bylaw 20380.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Please vote for the final reading.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes. That is carried. Okay. So that concludes 3.5 and 3.6. Carrying on to 3.7, Charter Bylaw 20381 to allow for small-scale infill housing, High Park, selected by Councillor Knack. We have Marcelo Figueroa to answer questions only. And Councillor Knack, you need a presentation.
I do not. No, I just have questions for administration. Thank
Does
you.
council members, any other council members desire presentation? No. And you have questions to administration, right? Not to the.
That is correct. Not the applicant. Thank
Not
you.
the
Yeah, just
applicants. So no questions to applicant at this time. Any other council members have any questions to applicant? Seeing none, so Councillor Knack, go ahead, please. Questions to administration.
Thanks, Mayor Soviet, and wanted to select this. We had a few people who reached out, sent correspondence, but they weren't able to join today, so I just wanted to ask a few questions on their behalf. This is a little different than maybe a lot of our conventional RF3s, if only likely because of the location of the park, the pocket park. Is that fair? This pocket park is sort of in mid-block compared to at the edge of a block where you might normally see that.
That's correct. I mean, we see it's a larger park. I mean,
Yeah.
it has a full rink there. But
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah,
And so I guess the question that came up, because obviously even as far back as the residential infill guidelines in 2012 had suggested that RF3 zoning would be appropriate across from a school or a park site. The concern that came up to me was around nothing facing 155th Street. So essentially taking a home that is currently facing 155th and then no longer having any frontage on that road and only facing the alley or the park. And I just want to confirm that there are rules in place that would require, even if the row housing development is generally situated towards the playground and park, there would have to be a unit facing 155th Street. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's very specific in the zoning.
Sorry, I missed that. Go ahead.
It's very specific in the RF3 zoning that on corner sites, at least one unit would have to be oriented to the public facing street.
And there's no way around that, right? So essentially it would be like having at least a home facing that street as there currently is right now.
That's correct. I mean, they could apply for a variance, but given the nature of the multi-unit housing, they can have a maximum of 4 units. One is likely that it would, more likely that they would be facing and following the zoning.
And again, RF3 zoning has a slightly further setback from the neighboring property, 3 meters versus the 1.2, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The other question that came up, and it's one I actually was a little surprised at, but I wouldn't mind asking this question on behalf of the folks that raised it, because I haven't seen anything like this, but just wanted to get your take. They had actually expressed concern about having homes facing, and because I guess the unique part is there is actually an alley that separates this lot from the park as well. And so essentially the concern that had been raised was that this would actually decrease safety by having homes facing the alley and the playground. And correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of when the infill guidelines were even started before my time is that part of the assumption of having row housing facing a school or park site is it creates a bit more of that, more eyes on more public spaces, trying to create in fact a greater sense of community. Is that generally why we took that approach with sites like this?
Yes, that's an urban planning principle, active edge housing, where we try to activate those open spaces so that people can see and have direct access to them at all different times, right? And that's almost, it's active, but it's also in that kind of passive sense. People are just coming and going from their homes and yet still having that interaction with open spaces like that.
So generally speaking, it's been meant it's been seen as a way to actually help improve safety adjacent to locations that would often be considered less safe because there weren't people there facing on a regular basis. Is that right?
Exactly.
Okay. I think that is it. So let me just go through my list. Safety, right there. I think I have got all the questions covered. That should be it for me, Mayor Sohi.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any other questions? Or any more questions to administration? Seeing none, at this time I'll ask if council members have any questions to administration or to the proponent on new information arising out of the previous discussion. Seeing none, Councillor Knack.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move closure of the public hearing on item 3.7.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Tang. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Jans?
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
Sorry, I didn't know if you said the votes carried before.
Not yet. We're waiting for it to be.
Did display the vote?
Can you please?
It was on the public display as carried.
Oh, I missed it. So carried. Okay, got it. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I'll move first reading of Charter Bylaw 20381, and I would just briefly want to speak to it, so sorry before the vote goes up.
Just hold on. Councillor Tang, second that.
Second.
Okay, now we have a first reading on the floor. Councillor, anyone to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Knack to close.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. Sorry, and I know this is a relatively common for us application, and there wasn't actually any speakers registered in opposition, but I had received a decent amount of correspondence from residents in the area, so I just wanted to speak to it in case folks are listening in, as I think some might be. So for me, I'll be supporting this for a few reasons, and again, it starts back to this type of location has been something that's been identified for row housing development even before my time on council. It started in the residential infill guidelines as a way to help increase density in mature neighborhoods closer to park and school sites, and this very much does align with that. Just echoing what we heard in the responses to the questions is that, and I appreciate most of the folks who reached out to me expressed concerns about safety with having homes facing the alley, which again is actually quite counter to what we have seen over the years, that having more eyes facing spaces like that normally don't have people facing it is actually a way to help improve safety and add to that. So I'm quite comfortable, and in fact, I think that will help add some additional eyes in an area that's sort of at the corner of the community. We also heard today, and again, just worth reinforcing, that there is a requirement to have one of the units facing 155th Street. And I would have been concerned if there was nothing there, but I know we built up and drawn the rule to make sure that there's always street-facing homes as well. A final thing, which I didn't ask about, but it did come up in a couple of letters, was that there haven't been examples like this across the city. And while this particular lot layout's a little bit different in that there's an alley separating the lot from the park, it's actually not entirely uncommon, even in the West End. We've started to see row housing development in the community of Glenwood, not too far away, that is facing the in some cases an alley followed by the multi-use trail and sort of green spine that runs up 100th Avenue. So it is common, it is even becoming more common in terms of that type of site layout. I know corner lots have been doing this for quite some time. So just wanted to go through the list of things I had heard about, and I'm very supportive of this. I think this is a good way. There's been a lot of new row housing development in this community, and having been meeting with some of the residents in those new homes, we started to see more folks wanting to be active in the space. So I'm comfortable supporting this. I would encourage council to support this. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of Charter Bylaw 20381.
Second.
Yeah, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.7.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mayor Sohi, I'll move third reading of Charter Bylaw 20381.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that concludes 3.7, 3.8, 3.9 were not selected. At this time, I would like to emphasize that all items dealt with up to this point have required a statutory public hearing per the Municipal Government Act because they involved changes to the land use planning. Our last agenda item, Bylaw 20345, to close a portion of road downtown also requires a statutory public hearing, which is why it is before us today. What I would propose, delegation is here, so we probably don't need a break. I was going to propose a 10-minute break, but if delegation is here, we can carry on. Oh, okay. But before, Adam, everyone is here?
Yes, we have folks in person or online, so we should be good to at least deliver the presentation.
No worries, but before you do that, I just want to make sure that the members of the public who have registered to speak, if they are here, and I'll run their names. Lisa Brown, joining remotely. Lisa, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. And Caspian Temuri in person. There you are. And in opposition, Anand Pai. Anand, you're there. Alex Hershu. Alex, we see you there. Are you there? Kent Bitorf. Kent, you're there. And Ken Mugridge? Yeah, thank you. And then Panita McBrien to answer questions only, joining remotely. Panita, are you there? Okay, we'll call out those names when we go to the speakers. At this time, I will ask administration to make a presentation.
Mayor, so we did have one additional registration. It's Chad Helm, opposed to this item in person.
Sorry, can you say the name again, please?
Mr. Chad Helm. We'll double check.
And Chad, I see Chad there. Yep, he is here. Okay, good. All right. Okay, anyone else? Has anyone else registered? That's it, right? Okay, I'll go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Council. We're here today to present and discuss Bylaw 20345. Joining today, Bruce Ferguson, our branch manager of LRT Expansion and Renewal, who will provide the presentation. We're also joined by members of our project and legal teams. Up at the front with me today is Michelle Bond and Bruce, and also Tom Gervin, the Director of Downtown Vibrancy. So I'll turn it over to Bruce to carry on with the rest of the presentation.
Okay, thanks, Adam. In June 2022, administration presented a report assessing opportunities and constraints to pedestrianize 102nd Avenue adjacent to the LRT. As a result of that, City Council directed administration to prepare a road closure bylaw for the full closure of the traffic lane on 102nd Avenue between 99th Street and 103rd Street for a one-year pilot, and that activation projects be considered as part of the Downtown Vibrancy Grant Program, and that administration work with local stakeholders for implementation. This is the bylaw that is before you today. At the same meeting, Council also passed a motion that administration engage with local stakeholders to develop an approach regarding closed, car-free, and shared streets in downtown to enhance vibrancy, active modes, safety, and business activity, and return with a report including a streamlined process for setting up temporary road closures to accommodate pedestrian and active modes. This work is underway, and a report will be presented to you in November 2023. As a result of the motion, administration temporarily closed the vehicle lane on 102nd Avenue between 99th Street and 103rd Street to determine if there is interest from local stakeholders to activate the space, and that vehicle lane remains closed pending the outcome of today's bylaw. Next slide, please. To date, interest from the community stakeholders to activate the space has been limited. We have received feedback regarding the lack of front-facing businesses making activation difficult, the lack of vehicle traffic reducing natural surveillance in the area, and general access issues to businesses adjacent to the corridor. Festivals in Churchill Square were also approached about opportunities to activate this space, and they expressed concerns with the separation from the main Churchill site and the LRT passing through the space, but said they would not oppose the city adding picnic tables or seating along that alignment. Next slide, please. While recent engagement has been limited to that required for the bylaw process, we have received feedback from some stakeholders in the area. We have heard that the closure of 102nd Avenue has made it difficult for vehicles and customers to access businesses or transit the area. We have heard concerns about safety and social disorder resulting from a lack of vehicle activity or natural surveillance along the corridor. There's also been a suggestion that utilizing the space on the north side of 102nd Avenue west of the LRT stop for interim parking might help provide access to businesses in that area. To accomplish this, there would need to be vehicle access to that portion of 102nd Avenue. Next slide, please. We've provided some photos depicting the current layout of the space. The separated bike lanes along the south side of the corridor and the sidewalks on both sides have remained open, and LRT testing is ongoing, as you can see in the second photo. Next slide, please. To summarize, there's been limited interest in activating this corridor over the past 9 months. The physical layout of the space where the bike lane runs between the sidewalk and the vehicle lane limits the ability to create a contiguous pedestrian zone along this corridor. Transed is responsible for operations and maintenance of the 102nd Avenue corridor, and changes that impact the function could have contract implications that would be the responsibility of the city. Road closures may also result in liability on the city under the Municipal Government Act. Finally, there is no funding in place for street furniture or other physical modifications to the corridor at this time. As a result, administration recommends continuing with the development of a broader strategy for pedestrianizing downtown streets prior to making any temporary or permanent changes to the 102nd Avenue corridor. Thank you, and we'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And to City Clerk, we follow the same process, going to folks in favor first, then questions, then to people in opposition, then to questions to them, then back to administration, right?
That is correct.
Got it, okay. I will go, I'll call again. Lisa Brown, are you there? Lisa?
I am, thank
Okay.
you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And then
Okay.
Caspian Timuri. Caspian, if you could please come up, maybe take a seat on this side. Anywhere you want to sit in that and those chairs, right? So, okay.
And to the city clerk, I did email a presentation. Hopefully you're able to bring that up for me, please.
Yeah, just hold on for a second. Okay.
No worries.
Yeah. So each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentations. And once, if you keep your eyes on the, Lisa, you can have your timer on if you wish, please. And for here, folks in the chamber, the green light will start your time. And yellow light means we have 1 minute remaining, and red light means your time is up, right? So we'll start with Lisa Brown. Go ahead, please.
Mayor,
Great,
just hold on for a minute. Lisa, just hold.
Just to confirm, we haven't received Lisa Brown's presentation, but what we could do, if council wishes, is switch the order of the two in favor, and we'll double check our records.
Okay, so Lisa, administration doesn't have a copy of your presentation. If you don't mind, mail it again, and we'll go to, we can go to Caspian first, and we'll come to you second, okay? Is that all right?
That's fine, yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, go ahead. Caspian, go ahead, please.
Thank you for listening and lending me your ears for a little bit. I don't intend to take up the full 5 minutes. I am a resident downtown. I live very close to where we're gathered here today. I use the 102 Ave corridor every single day. I spend most of my time at the Stanley Milner Library, which is just fantastic. I love going to Rice Howard Way, the new Loblaw City Market. It's really made me excited. I apologize if I incite a riot by uttering the phrase, but it's turned my community into a 15-minute community. I can now walk to the Loblaws Center in 15 minutes, and otherwise it would be longer. So it's been a great route for me. I've been following the whole journey with the pedestrianization of the street. I've heard every argument for and against, and I completely understand where people are coming from on every issue. I don't have an idyllic vision of 102nd Avenue. I understand the argument with the streetscapes and everything facing. I understand the limitations with programming the space. The reason I'm here speaking in support is because I think the writing is on the wall when it comes to pedestrianization in general and in urban centers. I want that conversation to continue. Downtown, I love spending time on 104th, 102nd. These corridors are amazing for someone like me. I drove everywhere since I got my license at 16 until I moved downtown. I've barely driven since. And so for someone like me, these routes are just incredible. I will still support the 102nd Ave. I hope that with I read the report. I understand it might not be the best use of the funds. I think there's a conversation there for the downtown vibrancy strategy and the funds there. I think it could be used to program the space. If there's good enough ideas presented, I'd like to see that. I'd like to contribute to that. But I'll end my remarks here because I would like to iterate that it's not for me about 102nd Avenue. It is about this larger conversation. And so I appreciate you listening to me, hearing that. I'd love to be a part of that conversation, and I'm just eager to see what happens next. So thank you so much.
No, thank you so much for joining us, and we often see you in the Chamber Hall, so you pay a lot of interest and attention to the decisions we make here, and we appreciate that. Okay, and we'll go to Lisa Brown next, and then we'll come to questions. Lisa, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you. Sorry about the mistake with the presentation. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak to you. Greatly appreciate keeping the virtual option as well for those of us that work full time. My partner and I are raising our daughter in Oliver, and we live on the 102 Ave bike lane. If you could go to the next slide, please. We bike commute daily, year round, to work and to daycare, but also to get groceries, access recreation, and just for fun. And we do own a car. We are just lucky that we have biking as the quickest and certainly the most affordable way for us to move around. And so we opt to use that most of the time. Next slide, please. We wish that Oliver had a library, especially given that our community has the population of a small city, but we don't. We use Stanley Milner. Biking is by far the best way for us to get there with our daughter. And it has been really lovely riding through this stretch since it opened for bikes, but not for cars. Next slide, please. If 102 Ave east of 103rd Street is open to cars, that won't last long. The bike lane has a rolled curb and it'll turn into a parking lane. Next slide, please. Does anyone here know who this is? This is Lily Shambrook. She is about 2 years old in this photo, the same age as my daughter. She was killed last year in Chicago when her mom, biking with her in a bike seat, was struck by a truck. They had been biking in a bike lane, but were forced into the road because of a parked vehicle in the lane. Lily's parents are suing the city of Chicago and other entities in a wrongful death suit. Gone are the days where a municipality can provide bike lanes that aren't safe. If not legally, then at least morally. Next slide, please. I was disappointed to not see consideration of the safety of bike lane users in the report prepared by administration on this bylaw. In fact, they even mentioned the desire for parking along 102 Ave without any consideration for bike lane users. I ask that council support the bylaw to keep the stretch of 102 closed to cars. If council votes to open 102 Ave for cars, the city must install barriers to actually protect the bike lane and prevent vehicles from entering it. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you for your presentation. And at this time, we do have questions from council members. So I'll, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and thanks for speaking today. Maybe I'll start with Caspian. I wanted to get a sense from you. It feels like this conversation has become bigger for a variety of reasons. And I think you've touched on it a little bit in your remarks, and I think we're going to hear it today. But I think part of what I'm struggling about is it feels like, we've got these big conversations about downtown vibrancy, safety and security, support for businesses, which are very valid and important concerns. And at the same time, what we're actually talking about is a local road. And it feels like these two things have maybe been connected together. And so I guess I wanted to ask you is that, because we're about to hear from primarily folks who represent the business community who feel like this is not beneficial to them. And at the same time, the vast majority of the correspondence I've had from downtown residents has been supportive of this closure. So I wanted to understand from you, have you had a chance, not as the community league, the downtown community league, but have residents and folks been able to come together and talk with businesses about why there appears to be discrepancies between those that actually live in the downtown versus those that work and operate businesses in the downtown?
So I'm not here on behalf of the community league. I know that that link does exist between the people who are here to speak in opposition and the community league. I would say that's about the extent of that link between residents and business interests, for lack of a better term. I don't think the conversation is robust enough. I don't think that there's a strong enough relationship between the two to talk about the grievances from both sides and find a consensus.
Yeah, and I guess that maybe that was going to be my question of, do you think there'd be value in that? Because if I think about when I used to run a business before I was on council, if my customers or the people that live close by were saying one thing and I felt differently, I feel like I'd want to figure out how to bridge that gap, because if the people living downtown primarily are saying we want this, and the businesses that are operating are saying this doesn't help us, I feel like I'm wondering if there would be value in a proper conversation between these groups with the DBA, not just with the community league, because I understand there's maybe different perspectives even on the league itself, but with the broader community of downtown residents.
The value is there. I've been doing a lot of reading on the pedestrianization in other cities. This is the divide that exists pretty much everywhere. So the value is there in having those conversations. I'm not extremely hopeful that this is something happening. Everyone's looking past me. Oh, okay, everything's good. I'm not extremely hopeful that, that the dynamics will change too much. But of course, I'd love to have those conversations for sure.
Okay. I think the other question, maybe to Ms. Brown, is on that safety side of things. And I mean, recognizing the stretch that you live on, as you've stated, you live on 102nd Avenue, you're there. I wouldn't mind your perspective, because you sort of have almost three different segments. There's the segment in Oliver, the bike lane. There's the segment in the downtown before 103rd Street, and then there's the segment from 103rd Street to Milner. And I wouldn't mind your thoughts as somebody that rides that with your family about, I have my own perspective as somebody that rides it too, but I wouldn't mind your perspective as how you feel amongst those different segments.
Yeah, I'd say probably the least safe section right now would be the stretch from like 109 to 103. When I'm biking, and it's exhausting, you have to be hyper aware. I've had so many people, turn right across the bike lane as I'm biking without indicating with their signal or anything, that I've had to do a quick stop. And so when you have, every interaction with a vehicle is a potential, hazard, if you will. So the stretch from 103 through to 99 has been quite nice, especially when, it's well maintained in terms of snow removal, because we haven't had to worry about those interactions with vehicles. And I think, like I said, in my talk, I think the biggest conflict is going to be, it's going to be very easy for people to pull into the bike lane to park for just a minute. Especially once the LRT is up and running, if people are like picking up or dropping off or what have you. And people are going to have to go out into traffic. And, even though this is probably going to be a relatively, low speed space, there's still that chance of something happening. And every time a bike has to go in and out of, moving traffic, there's that potential for a negative interaction. So I'd say this space has been wonderful, absolutely wonderful, since it's been open and there's no vehicles.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Knack. I'll go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tamuri, I'm just wondering, so from the feedback that I've been getting from residents is that it's a pretty safe stretch of road right now. How do you see that changing when the LRT starts intermittently going through that space? Are people going to be less aware, more aware of the dangers that could be caused by the LRT?
And eventually the LRT will just exist, and I think that the people around will adapt to its presence. I'm more so concerned about the barriers with the bike lanes and any possible overlap with vehicular transit. I know here along the library on 99th, I don't think I've ever not seen a car parked in the bike lanes. And so I could very easily see that happening along 102nd. So I understand the desires to have both the active walkways and a road. I worry that by introducing the road, you might lose the active walkways a little bit, at least temporarily.
Okay, but you don't see the introduction of the LRT running through there as an additional safety concern?
I don't think that the introduction of the LRT is the greatest safety concern in the area. The intersection between the Stanley Milner Library and the city center corner entrance is already pretty unsafe, and there's a lot of issues going on there. So I'm not an expert, but no, I don't think that the introduction of the LRT would make it worse.
And Ms. Brown, your thoughts on my question?
I agree. I don't think that, I mean, at the stations, there's very robust barriers between the south side, with what is currently the active corridor of bikes and people on foot. And then in the sections where there's no station, I really don't think that there's going to be an issue. There have been trains running through there as they've been doing testing, and I don't think that there's been a problem. There's cities all over the world where people are able to stay out of the way of a train. Many of us have visited Europe where trains travel through, plazas where pedestrians are walking through all the time. It's a large moving vehicle that you can see. I don't think that there's a safety issue that administration's identifying.
And people haven't sort of become too complacent with it being basically just a giant multi-use path right now?
No, I would say all the cyclists are the ones that, I know that use that space for commuting or what have you, are very respectful and stay within the bike lane. So there shouldn't be any interactions with the LRT. And I don't think that adding vehicles to that space is going to make it any safer for pedestrians.
No, that's my concern. It's adding vehicles, including LRT, is going to make it less safe.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I really appreciate both speakers coming out today. Mr. Timori, your comments really hit home to me, a challenge that I think we have right now in terms of the different perspectives and the challenge of having those conversations in the absence of information and the absence of experience, given that, again, I don't know that, we haven't had the full experience of 102nd Ave with the LRT operating. So just wanted to get your thoughts on that in terms of because again, I think you put that, the dynamic wouldn't necessarily change if we continued those conversations sort of with status quo. So what do you think are some ways to help advance those conversations and lead to an evolution along 102nd Avenue?
I think, quite frankly, continuing the pilot provides the best environment to have those conversations. Once the pilot is closed and it's status quo again, cars are going, I don't really see that being reintroduced and then taken away again in order to continue the conversation. Maybe it does happen. Great power at this table, but that's what I have on that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So what I'm hearing from you is you feel that there's sort of a significant risk that if we open up to vehicles, then it's never going to go back.
That's a concern. I don't know if it's a risk. I'm not fully versed in what council can and can't do, but I do know that this conversation up until now for the past year has existed as a result of this pilot program, has existed as a result of these public hearings and the last vote passing and having those conversations. And so we won't know, and unfortunately with the delays, we won't know until we get the opportunity to have this pilot coexist with the introduction of the LRT. So the delay is really, really unfortunate because ideally we would have had that experience by now. But as a resident, that's my vision, or my goal would be to see the LRT exist with this current pilot project, without the introduction of cars.
Right. Great. Thank you. Maybe just to Ms. Brown, I really appreciate you highlighting those safety concerns. From your experience, you were mentioning vehicles turning right across the bike lane. And sorry, I'm actually having trouble remembering. I think that on the current stretch between 109 and 103, right-hand turns on red are not permitted. Is that correct? Or are they permitted?
Yeah, the issue, your right-hand turns are permitted on red because you wouldn't be interacting with cyclists. So any bike that's traveling on 102 is going to be interacting with a vehicle that is eastbound turning southbound across the bike lane, they also have a green. So essentially, to remove that interaction, you would have to sign it so that right turns were not legal on green for the bike lane. So you'd have to come up with like a signal at each intersection, so bikes move and then cars move so that they're not moving at the same time. So the issue is that if you're in a car driving beside a bike lane on the right, you have to do a shoulder check right and look for a bike that's coming alongside you. And, you know, maybe you don't bike, so you don't know how fast or slow a bike can move. And obviously e-bikes have introduced an ability for people to travel a little bit faster than 10 kilometers an hour. And so if you're turning right, you can hit a bike as they're coming through, or they could be there and you might miss them and you can T-bone them as you're turning across the bike lane. So that's the interaction that I think I have the largest conflict with.
Great.
When I'm cycling through. Yeah.
Great, thank you. No, that really helps clarify. So it's the right on green when it is a concurrent green for cyclists. Okay, well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And thank you again both for being here today.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Caspian, I really appreciate your outlining kind of the more, I think, the holistic conundrum that we're kind of in, and your interest in the broader pedestrianization of downtown. Curious, as a downtown resident, are there other streets that you think could be fun to be permanently close to?
White Ave, Jasper Ave, 104th Street, do them all. I mean, that's my opinion. But for me, the 102 provided, 104 is extremely walkable as it is. In an ideal world, I would like to see that one be pedestrian, especially because in the research that I've seen, the category of restaurant businesses tend to do the best post or pedestrianization, and that's what 104 is all about. Mm-hmm. So to answer your question, 104 I think would be really exciting. And 102 provides a fantastic corridor for people like me to get to 104 and back.
Yeah, and they're both, north, south, east, west kind of connections. And then in your research, I was curious because you said that of maybe other cities. What are some perhaps other kind of elements that you think we should hear about? For example, something that I'm aware of when I was in Montreal last summer, there's a lot of closed streets, but many of them were actually seasonal in nature. They weren't year-round. And many of them also had kind of very much full-time activation and dedicated programming. I'm wondering if you came across anything like that.
The streets that find the most success are the streets that are able to be programmed and are typically restaurants. They find, at least what I've read, is that they find the most economic prosperity from something like this. The only other insights I have there is that since COVID, this conversation's just grown tremendously, and when it comes to, at least I would need to do more on this, but from what I've seen, it's not clear that there is a detriment to economically to having a pedestrianized street such as this. At least that's not conclusive.
Right. Although I think your point about street-facing business storefronts is quite key in many instances.
Which is why I expressed that I don't view 102 as the end of this discussion. I understand the problems there. Yeah. And, ideally, there's $1 billion investment downtown. We completely change city center. Everything's street-facing, and then we can do something really exciting. For right now, I understand that's not the case. So,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, point taken. Thank you very much. And to Lisa, I think that point you made at the end there around that if the city does move ahead with opening, you will want to see physical barriers. So currently it's, there is kind of a demarcation, but not of, I'm thinking bollards or, a concrete barrier, for example. Just wondering if you want to elaborate on that, because I feel like for active transportation, separation is always kind of best practice.
Absolutely.
And the fact that it doesn't have that currently, I think, due to the slower speed that you have mentioned, and but even with those interventions, you still want to see kind of much more physical separation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, all it takes is in rush hour, one person, because I think if this is going to open to traffic, it's essentially going to be a parking lot. I mean, there's not a lot of space for people to queue, and it's mostly going to be people leaving parkades to, you know, exit the downtown in the afternoons. And so you're going to have one vehicle park on the bike lane. There's going to be traffic backed up on the vehicle lane. And where do bikes go? And it is a very active corridor for people cycling. My partner commutes on this stretch every single day by bike. So you have to, you know, physically carve out that space so that bikes can move through. Yeah, and so whether it's Jersey curbs or, like you said, maybe a lower curb with the bollards on top, we're going to need something. And, you know, we know without that physical separation that folks will certainly park in that space. We're seeing that on the new bike lane on 88th Ave west of 109th Street in Garneau, that folks are constantly parking on that bi-directional bike lane.
Yeah, and even with some of the, you know, no turn, no right on red, or anyways, there's a lot of, I see it all the time as well, that people turn anyways. Anyways, thank both of you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Tank. So we're going to take a break here, and we'll be back at 1:30 to carry on with the questions from Council, both to Lisa and Caspian. Okay. I hope you're able to join us back at 1:30. Okay. Until then, we are on recess.
We're live from City Council chambers.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We'd like to call this meeting back to order. Do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Where you are? Okay. Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans. Good afternoon. Good. All right. Okay. We are proceeding with questions to members of the public in favor of the bylaw. Councillor Paquette, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for coming out to speak. I was listening really closely to your submission and your words about safety and about concerns about adding more vehicles to the area because of, turning lanes and parking and things like that. So this is one of the challenges that we have. And I'm just curious about how you feel about 102nd Avenue. The concerns from administration and from the business community is that it's basically a sterilized street so far as front-facing retail and the things that would naturally slow down traffic and encourage more pedestrian activity. So there is no short-term solution to that, barring greatly activating the space. So any thoughts on that?
I do have some thoughts on that, and I share some of those concerns, but I know Lisa was the one who was mostly speaking to safety, so I don't know if that's a question
Okay,
to
yeah,
ask her first.
if she's online. Yeah, there you are. I see you.
Yeah, no, I think that's that's obviously a very fair concern, and that's why I'd said that if this is open to vehicles, that there needs to be some additional infrastructure added to protect the bike lane for safety reasons. So, as has been said, this kind of closure would be ideal in a space like 104th, where you've got active edges and businesses that are easily able to spill it into the street. But I think 102 also has the ability to be sort of an active transportation or like non-personal vehicle corridor, because you've got the LRT, you've got it's the very obvious east-west connector for folks using any kind of mobility vehicles like cars, like bikes or scooters or what have you. So, you know, while making that space be equivalent to like the most active sort of shopping district streets that we think of and want to emulate here from other cities, it's also possible that it could just be a safe space for people to walk and bike and scoot. And, you know, one thing I would have loved to see in the original design, I think maybe when this design was happening, I wasn't as involved in community building type stuff, is that we would see, you know, planters and trees and things to make that space much more inviting and enjoyable to be in. So I think those are some things that could change. I don't see how adding vehicles that are loud, create local air pollution issues is going to make that space any more inviting or better for businesses that could potentially open up to it anyway. So like every other avenue is available for vehicles. I think one thing I would like to say is living on 102 Ave, I have seen the transformation that has happened with the bike lane being here. I think it is now the sort of preferable space for people to walk their dogs. We see people walking with canes and walkers. There's a woman who rides a recumbent bike through, walking her elderly dog. Like, it is a very enjoyable space to be in, and the bike lane is the reason for that, because you don't have cars driving both directions, you know, bringing noise, etc., to the space. It's you know, from 7 in the morning until 11 p.m. at night, it's the place where people walk their dogs, kids walk to school safely. And so it is possible for that place to not necessarily be only about commercial activity and having economic activity. It could also be just about having a safe, active transportation corridor and public transit corridor.
Yeah, okay, so I hear you, and I don't disagree with you. But what we will hear probably is from business owners who are saying it's a nice sentiment that it's not just a business concern, except that that is their concern, and they're concerned about their livelihoods. And their feeling is that maybe it's not been the years of construction and a pandemic that have impacted their business, but the lack of car traffic. So any thoughts on that?
I would say go out and actually measure how many vehicles can fit. I mean, I would guess it's like maybe 15 or 20 cars are going to queue on each block. You know, there's no, aside from people, because we have seen people move barriers and be able to like sneak through that space. It's mostly people leaving parkades, you know, from Rice Hardway or 1 or 2 Street and having an easier and faster way to exit downtown than it is about people having an easier way to come into downtown. Like, I don't truly believe that this is the make or break for businesses downtown. That's not my area of expertise, but that's what I feel.
Thank you, Lisa.
I'm way out of time.
Yeah, you're way out of time. If you go for second round, you only get 4 minutes.
Sure, I'll do that. I'll go for a second round.
Okay. Well, you haven't signed up for the second round, so there's no second round until you sign up.
Just put a one beside my name. There it is.
Okay, all right. So that concludes the questions.
Oh, actually, I do have a second round.
I'll move the
second round.
Second.
Okay, Councillor, Paquette wants the second round. Okay. Second by Councillor Wright. It's only for Councillor Paquette. Okay, please vote.
We're just getting the vote loaded.
Sorry, I'm not quite on yet. I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson, and we're just waiting on one more vote.
I am also yes. It's not.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Okay, let me see, come back here, go Councillor Hamilton, go ahead please.
I just had a question to the speakers today. So much of what you've spoken about is with respect to safety and livability, but this, I guess maybe my question to either you, Ms. Brown, or you, my apologies, I don't have your name on the Google Meet in front of me, is, you know, all things being equal, if you were to look at pedestrianizing a street or avenue in the downtown, would this have been your first choice? Or are there other areas that would be conducive to livability? Ms. Brown, you noted, for instance, 109th to 103rd. So maybe I'll leave that there. Maybe I'll go to you in the room first.
So my first choice personally is 104th, but my second choice is absolutely 102nd. And my second choice is whatever choice gets this conversation moving about pedestrianization, and that's this one. So since there is no conversation about 104th, yes, this is my first choice.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tamuri. See, I found it. How about you, Ms. Brown?
I would agree from a commercial perspective, 104th seems like the obvious choice, but as I said before, from a safe, active corridor and the fact that this is like the premier sort of east-west connector for folks that are using active transportation modes and soon to be public transit, that 102 is a very ideal space for that.
All right, thank you. And do either of you see any challenges or drawbacks in considering that kind of connectivity on a street-by-street basis as opposed to looking at the notion of pedestrianization as a whole?
Could you elaborate, please?
I mean, in the sense, so because I think the point that you made was about livability. So if we're talking about pedestrianizing a segment of 102, but then there isn't sort of further discussion of like where do you go when you reach 103rd and 102nd? From like if you're pedestrianizing that, I want to say it's about a 3-block corridor, and don't have another you're doing it on piecemeal essentially.
Yes, that's not my choice. I would prefer that some larger plan were put forward and we could discuss downtown as a whole when it comes to walkability. But ultimately, it's about this, is 102 Ave going to be safer with cars? The corridor exists, pedestrians are using it, and they'll continue to use it, regardless if the pilot exists or not. I don't think that reopening it to vehicles does anything in terms of, I know that Lisa made the arguments about economic benefits. I don't personally understand that or see that. I don't think it provides any benefits when it comes to safety. So less so are there drawbacks to the streets being open to pedestrians. I think there are more drawbacks to opening it to vehicles and more benefits to pedestrianization.
All right, thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Mr. Tamori, I wanted to ask you one more question because I think one of the things I did hear, I got letters from Downtown Business Association. I imagine we're going to hear some from some of our speakers today. There's a traffic safety piece, which I would agree, I think is clearly safer in its current form than what it could be. But there's a separate conversation around safety around what, I've heard, for example, and I plan to ask administration this as heads up, we've heard that supposedly this is an area where, gangs are congregating, where there's lots of behavior that we don't want to see. And you live downtown, so I wouldn't mind your perspective as someone living downtown about how you feel about that, how you felt being on that space. Any thoughts on that piece? Because I think it's a valid concern that people are raising. And even if it's not backed up on evidence, there's a perception issue right now. So your thoughts?
I agree wholeheartedly with your last comment there. I don't personally feel unsafe downtown. I understand the perception, and that's where I agree the most with the speakers that we're going to hear, because I understand that that's the concern. I understand this is their livelihood, and no one wants property damage. Nobody wants those things. I just will not accept the argument that opening it to vehicles is going to somehow provide any benefit when it comes to safety. The way that the road is laid out now, they would have to park in bike lanes in order to operate within the closed area, which limits the use of those lanes. And I don't see how having people just simply drive through the 102 Ave corridor is really going to do anything. I mean, we see just as much safety issues on Jasper Avenue, 104, any street where there are vehicles. You're going to experience these in transit. So I don't understand it as an argument here. These are bigger questions we've heard about what needs to be talked about at the province and all of that. I think I would subscribe to that kind of perspective.
So maybe that goes back to one of those first questions I asked you, because I think Mr. Helm had registered as well, and I remember he, in a conversation with him, talked about how he has customers from other parts of the city or outside of the city who are saying, I don't want to be there because of this feeling of what they are experiencing. So back to that earlier question around, do you think a conversation, a meaningful conversation, is there a way to have a conversation with people living there and the folks who are dealing with their livelihoods around how to best help build up safety, how to best, look to turning that into a space that's more desirable, how to best do those things. Like, and again, I know you're not here on behalf of the community league, so I'm thinking broadly, not just on the community league perspective, but downtown residents. Is there a way to have downtown residents be a meaningful part of that conversation with the folks who are dealing with that work?
I'm sure there is. I don't think it exists right now. I don't think it's easy when we're talking about community league work or even downtown politics. There's always the issue of the transient population, everyone moving out, and tough to keep track of who sticks around. I think these challenges will persist when you're trying to have this type of dialogue. I worry about the amount of energy and effort it would go into working around those challenges and finding that dialogue, and what the discussion is really about. If the discussion is about closing 102 Ave, or if the discussion is about downtown communication and making sure everyone's aware, and I think there's value to it for sure. I don't know exactly how that can be done.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaker Brown, my question is for you. Now, I did a little bit of research on what pedestrianization means, and in some definitions I see it's removal or only an area for pedestrians, but in reality this is not just an area for pedestrians, because we will have LRT there, and we do have bikes there as well. So it's not just a pedestrian area. And one thing, the tragedy that you spoke of, I can't get that out of my mind, and I think of that, and I also think of a letter that I received from someone in the area that showed a picture of her child laying on the ground playing with a toy in the area where vehicles used to move. Are we giving a false sense of security, saying this is a pedestrian area, where really it's not just a pedestrian area? There is traffic moving there. So could that impact safety of the pedestrians? Do you think, is that a possibility?
I think I don't know, like my sense is, having lived in Europe, that we infantilize people a little too much in North America. I've lived in cities and visited cities where trams and trains move freely through plazas. You can see where the tracks are. People just, they just stay out of the way. They stay off the tracks when they see a train coming. And because, when you're not in a vehicle and you're kind of like shielded by metal, that you don't have full visibility. But when you're on your bike or when you're on feet, you have full visibility. So I think that it's important not to infantilize people on foot and on bike, but also recognize that, vehicles are heavy and you don't have great visibility. And to me, that's where a lot of the risk comes in. Like I said, these people, who are turning right across a bike lane don't have great visibility to see if a bike is coming. And that's where those interactions can happen. I don't know. I personally think it's quite funny, honestly, that there's this idea that having vehicles come through that space is going to make it more safe for people on foot and on bike. I don't get it. I honestly just like do not understand the argument. I think it's like, to me, it is a transportation corridor for public transit and for active transportation. And I think those spaces can be enjoyable to be in, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a space that you were going to like play and linger for hours on end. It could be just a space that is enjoyable to move through on your way from one business to another, or from your place of work to, a restaurant, or, you work on 103rd Street and you're going to take 102F to walk to Churchill Square because it's more enjoyable than walking down Jasper. Like that, to me, that's what it's about. It's about providing a safe and a safe corridor that connects people to where they want to go. Like it doesn't, to me, a city, obviously business is important, but city council's mandate is more than just business. It's also making sure that, we want more people to live downtown. We have to make downtown an enjoyable space to be.
Okay.
And I'll tell you that as somebody who bikes in downtown and Oliver every single day, it's more enjoyable to bike in Oliver because there are trees, there are people on the street, there are people walking their dogs. It's, it's a true community. And that is lacking a little bit in downtown. And we're going to need, Warehouse Park and some of these, buildings come up and people to live downtown to see that change.
And you were saying that you think 104 Avenue is another good option for pedestrianization?
104 Street.
104 Street.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to clarify.
104 Street, like close to traffic, and just have it for, delivery vehicles or what have you, I think makes a lot of sense.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I heard both of you, Mr. Tamori, you as well, saying 104, but I wasn't sure if you were speaking of Avenue or Street, so thank you for clarifying that. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Cartwell.
Thank you. So I'm not quite sure. I too have lost the names. Just a moment. Maybe to Ms. Brown to start with. I'm not sure what you'll think of this, but there was some suggestion this morning that maybe a seasonal shutdown might be something we could look at whether it's this space or another space. And not to speak for anybody else, but I think that was offered from the perspective that it's a lot easier to activate our public spaces in summer, in the 100 days of summer, than it is in the winter. And I don't wonder that if some of the observations that I think we're about to hear about come from, our city being cold and somewhat desolate, at least along 102nd Avenue in those winter months, perhaps coming off of the after effects of the pandemic, and perhaps there's other reasons, but do you see value in that maybe this is, a corridor that has vehicle access in parts of the year, and that vehicle access is taken away with other parts of the year when there is more activity?
I think, one of the things that I think is interesting about seasonal closures is that, especially in a space like this where you don't have, restaurants that aren't necessarily going to be setting up patios. Maybe they will, I don't know. Maybe OEB can have a patio all the way out there. I don't know. But is that traffic patterns, availability for road spaces, I thought one of the things that's critical is for it to be predictable. So if you have a space that, is closed 4 months of the year, 5 months of the year, and then open the other times of the year, that, you remove that predictability. And I think if we want people to come downtown year round to, enjoy a hockey game or whatever, you want that predictability, especially for the folks that maybe aren't doing it, every week, not season ticket holders, whatever. The other thing I'd say is that those of us that actually ride our bikes through there, people who are going to be on the train once the train's up and running, that's going to be year round. And so that space needing to be safe as an active transportation and public transit corridor, that doesn't go away in the winter. And I think, even with things like snow clearing, that adds additional challenges once you've got vehicles. Right now, this, I know it's Transed, but Transed is storing the snow in the vehicle lane, which is, makes sense. It's an easy spot for that to be stored. They don't have to haul it off site. So I think that's another consideration. And I would say that we visit the library far more in the winter than we do in the summer, because that's, our indoor playground space for us to enjoy with our child. So us needing a safe bike lane through that space is actually even more critical in the winter than it is in the summer.
Okay, so traffic patterns in terms of destinations and times of year are important. So I hear you there. So one other consideration then is the current, and I can just imagine the looks I'm going to get from admin on this, but the current geometry is essentially that the LRT's on one edge, the bike lane's on the other edge, and the cars are in the middle. What if the bikes are in the middle? And it seems to me that there's a lot of places that I've observed in Europe and in other places where the bike lanes are in the middle and there's potentially less conflict with right-turning vehicles in front of bikes, that kind of a thing. I mean, it may be that there's a challenge for the bikes to get to the curb, but what would you think of that as a compromise that would see this road essentially operate the way it was originally designed and perhaps evolve from there?
I think if you're going to, if you can figure out the sort of traffic engineering issue of being able to move from that bike lane over to destinations, like the library is the big one, to be able to get from that middle lane over. I don't understand the argument that this is a critical space for vehicles to be. It's such a short stretch, and it's really just, it would essentially function as like an alley for vehicles to leave.
Well, I would,
an additional egress from ingress.
So my question is, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I've only got a few minutes, and
yeah.
We're going to hear from admin on that. But we have not actually had the road operate the way that was originally intended to operate. We have not seen the traffic patterns return to the patterns that were designed into the system. We haven't tested the actual design before we modified it. And I think this first choice came and caught a lot of people by surprise. So, we can try to change the wheels on the bus as the bus is moving as we go forward here. But I think we do need to consider that we actually haven't seen those patterns. And people were told to expect one thing and they didn't get it, and now they're getting something else. We need to respect that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. I promise I won't speak to the item. I'm just kidding. So,
come on, let's go, Councillor Paquette. Keep on, please.
Yeah.
Come on.
So, we've got some competing sort of concerns here. One is, the belief that car traffic is going to drive commerce. The other, that the avenue is sterilized. There's no retail. So already we've got sort of like these sort of disparities. And then this idea that some folks don't want cars because it makes it more safe, and then other folks want cars because it makes it more safe. And then, on top of that...
Question, please.
Yeah, the question's coming. It's this the preamble. So, and then, so first I'll just stop there. Thoughts on that?
It's difficult for me to keep track of really what the goal is with this pilot project. If it is safety, then there's concerns to be talked about safety. If it's for me, I'm a resident, it's the corridor for accessibility, livability, and for me, the way it is works best. I mean, if there are no front-facing street businesses, I'm still using that corridor to get to the city center, to get to the YMCA, to get to the Loblaws. It's getting me out of the house, and it's getting me farther than I would have gone otherwise. I would have never walked over to the Ice District from where I live, but with this corridor, I do. Now, maybe now that that's a pattern for me, I will walk on Jasper if forced to, but we're talking about, I guess that's it. I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know what the goal is. I don't know. We've heard the conversations got so much bigger than just closing a street, and I think that that's a really big problem here.
Yeah. So, and that's the other tension is, do you open or close the street to car traffic? And what is the entire goal here? And is the goal pedestrianization and making it easier for people to access things in the downtown in a safe way? Yeah. So,
That's my goal. I want to be safe. I want to get around and be safe. And I don't think that introducing cars is conducive to that goal. So, but I'm sitting here.
Are we tied to 102nd Avenue as that mechanism? Or does it represent the mechanism that people want, and maybe there's a better way to do that that actually isn't just one avenue, but actually starts to encompass more avenues and streets than originally conceptualized?
So what you're suggesting is my ideal scenario, and I think we should have that conversation. Lisa made great points about the east to west corridor. That is something that I think is critical. As someone who lives tremendously east downtown, I need to get west. So I still think 102 is really critical to that discussion. But I would like to have the discussion that you're suggesting as well.
Yeah, and I can't speak for anyone else, but I would also love to have that discussion because I think that this is an important conversation. And so what I'm hearing, maybe, and maybe Lisa wants to weigh in quickly on this one too, is it 102nd Avenue or is it the concept and the desire for safety and for ease of access? And what if that was more than just one stretch of an avenue?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be like, that's also my ideal is to have, I mean, I can't wait until Warehouse Park is built. I think our family will use it all the time. So for us, it's about being able to move, into and around downtown safely. And, our preferred mode of transportation is a bike. So that's what we're looking for.
Oh, great. Okay, well, I promised I would only take 4 minutes, so I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll direct this to Ms. Brown, and maybe to both speakers. But I definitely hear the desire for that broader conversation and pedestrianization strategy for downtown. And that's why I made the subsequent that directed that work back in, was it June when we had this conversation? And that work is underway. That's my understanding, and I'll clarify that with administration. But right now, I mean, what other viable east-west corridors do you see in the downtown area? And I'll go to Ms. Brown and then our speaker who's in person.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be great if we had a connection from, the funicular straight through to, Victoria Promenade. That's another east-west corridor that I'd love to see connected, but realistically, 102 Ave is the connector because we have that, the path through Railtown Park. It's just the natural way for people using active transportation modes to move east-west. And then when you go further east, you've got connectors north-south to the LRT, multi-use trail, etc. So, I mean, we used to bike to November Project at Commonwealth Stadium, and we biked all the way through 102 and then headed north through the quarters. To me, it's just natural, and I don't know why we wouldn't take advantage of the fact that not for vehicles, but for other transportation modes, that corridor stretches from, Glenora all the way through to the quarters and beyond. So.
Okay, and to Mr. Timori.
I know there's been some questions about is 102 the best street to do this on. I don't know. That downtown, that might not be the case. There's a discussion there. But when it comes to the east-west corridor, I agree. 102 is the best one. If you think about where people who live downtown are actually going, it hits all the right spots. I don't really see a better corridor than that one.
Okay, and then just a follow-up question, also to Mr. Timori. You mentioned just the complexity and frustrations around the timing of and the delays of the Valley Line Southeast, and how that has influenced the pilot overall. I think it's possible we'd be having a very different conversation if there were thousands of people getting on and off at those stations, and inherently activating that space. Can you, is that what you were referencing when you said how the delays have influenced the pilot?
Absolutely. I think that, and that's why I'm here speaking in support of the 102 discussion, is because I would really like to see, I don't know when the delays are at now, when we expect to have this running, but I want to fight to at least get to that point and at least see what it will be like when we have transit running, because we're going to have way more people coming in on the LRT than we ever would with cars, and that's the best sense of what you're going to get when it comes to traffic in this area.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I just want to thank you both, Lisa and Caspian, for your thoughtful presentations. And I just want to come to you, Caspian, earlier on, right at the start of your presentation, you made this comment about not having a kind of comprehensive plan in place or view, but about which segments of which road are the best to be pedestrianized, right? But yes, 102nd Avenue is in front of us today. But and I'm also really concerned about the polarization around these issues. It's really, really concerning, the division that we're seeing in the community. What is, from your perspective, what could be a kind of interim compromise, right? Until we get to that point where we make the best decision based on best information available, whether it's Rice Howard Way to be pedestrianized, whether 104th Street or 107th Street, or part of whatever that might be, right? Whichever roadway that might be. What does that interim compromise look like in your mind, if there is one?
There isn't. I understand that a lot of the concerns are around the consultations that happened years back. People were expecting one thing and they're getting another, and I understand that's where a lot of the contention's coming from. So a compromise could be on 102. That could theoretically be the compromise because we've had those discussions years ago and we're staying true to our word as a city. I don't know, this is just me, that there is division within the community. For me, community is people who live downtown, and I've only heard one real sense there. I understand that downtown is so business heavy, and I understand that they have a very valid stake in downtown. Yeah. But for people who live here, it's very clear cut. I mean,
When you talk about division, I'm not just talking about 102nd Avenue. I'm talking about a broader division. We saw that after the budget on active transportation funding and all that, right? So, but my question is more related to what is the compromise on 102nd Avenue until we get to that point, right? Is having access to, for local traffic, or having access for drop-off pickups at a lower speed with proper barricades between bike lane and the roadway, or other preventative measures that can be taken. Is there a compromise until we get to that point?
I hesitate to suggest compromise for the sake of compromise, and that leads back to we don't really know what the goal is or what the problem is. So I do think, though, it's a very valid point about the consultation, and if 102 Ave can be that olive branch and that compromise between residents and businesses, and everyone's staying true to their word, I think that's fine. As a resident, I would love to see that conversation continue just throughout all of downtown.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you so much. And I will take the chair back.
You have the chair.
All right, once again, both of you, thank you so much for making time and sharing your thoughts and wisdom with us. Really appreciate you spending time with us. So that concludes the questions to both of you. And now we will go to members of the community who are in opposition. And I will call your names again, so please come down. I know I see Anand Pai, he's here. If you could please come, take a seat in the at probably the far end corner. And Alex Hershu, Alex, if you could come down, please. You will be number 2 speaker. And Kent Bitorf, number 3. Kent, you're here in person. And then Ken Mugridge in person. He'll be number 4. And Chad Helms. Chad, if you could please come down, you'll be number 5. And Panita McBrien, I see, I'll check if Panita is online, joining us virtually. Are you there, Panita?
I'm here, yeah.
And you're to answer questions only, right?
That's correct.
Okay, got it. All right, and quickly, each will have 5 minutes to make presentations. Those are the traffic lights for speaking, green, yellow, and red. Green, 5 minutes starts. Yellow, 1 minute remaining, and red means your time is up. And we'll start with Anand. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I think we've, as NAOP, submitted a letter to council previously on this topic. So I just wanted to kind of go through what our experience was of the engagement over the last over the last little while, like over the last year or so, on this, because I think it can inform, in my personal opinion, it's a case study on how not to do this kind of work, and I believe we can kind of improve future consultations to kind of bridge that divide, because I think that we can kind of achieve quite a lot of what we want on 102 Avenue and downtown more broadly, but not this way. So, just when we were approached about this motion, after the motion was made, and administration was looking into whether to what people in the area thought of it, we were approached to have a meeting about a week. Within the next week, the meeting was meant to be 30 minutes. I do this work for a living, and so I suggested to the folks that they might want to talk to people who have invested tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in the area, and then I would bring those folks to a meeting. They said, no, it's not the time for that. We don't need to talk to those folks. We just want to talk to you. I said, so should I talk to them first and then speak? They said no. Some of the useful things that those folks could have brought to that conversation is about access issues and safety issues at a property management level, and then at an investment level, how it might affect leasing and investment decisions more broadly in terms of orienting businesses to the street. When given the option to bring those folks to the meeting or not bring them to the meeting was denied, we chose not to have the meeting, and yet we're referenced in the report as somebody who was consulted. We said we can't make a meeting in a week unless we can bring people who can invest tens of millions of dollars, who actually know what they're talking about in this area. I bike along that lane, but that just makes me one person who bikes along that lane, and so we needed to be able to do that. What I think is a result of that poor engagement is what you see here now, which is a kind of us and them. I hate to be referenced as the business community. I live in that area. I bike along that lane. We can make it so that cars don't park there. That's an enforcement issue. But if the only way that we can deal with enforcement issues and safety issues for the two intersections would be affected by this that aren't already open. If the only way we can deal with those safety issues and enforcement issues is through shutting down lanes, then we need to be warning future people who are along bike lanes and businesses along there that a few people on Twitter can decide rather than the businesses, the business association, the community league, the property owners in that area. All of these folks have expressed like a very clear intention. So this is one issue where it's a singular issue where we've had probably the most engagement on a single issue downtown. And I wish we could talk about the other things that make a great downtown and make a great bike path, because I prefer to bike in Oliver as well, but there's a lane there already. The reason why it's nice to bike in Oliver is because we have trees there. But instead what we're doing, and what I go back to these folks and tell them, the Phipps McKinnon, Commerce Place, Manulife, Edmonton City Centre, Rice Howard Place, Enbridge Centre, who have all written letters in opposition of this. And what I'll have to go back to them and say, what they genuinely ask is, does this council care about what I think and whether or not I invest? And I don't know that I can go back to them honestly and say that, and I worry that this issue has been kind of built up into that. But I genuinely have gotten that question and will continue to get that question. And I worry that if we don't have a plan about how we do these kinds of things, then it does become an us and them. And so I just wanted to bring that up. Our views on this are clear, but I think it's about a bit more than that, and I hope that we can kind of move towards a more comprehensive plan on how we might close roads rather than this sort of piecemeal, rushed, and not, frankly, a good idea.
Okay. Sorry.
So thank you.
Thanks, Nat. Alex, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm Alex Ritzu. I'm the chair of the Downtown Recovery Coalition. The DRC has a long history in Edmonton. It's existed in various forms when our downtown core has needed some love and attention, and past DRC members were strong advocates of bike lanes, wayfinding, and the Rogers Arena. I believe that we're more aligned than we think when it comes to building a downtown community that is vibrant, accessible, and economically prosperous. And thus, I don't think this argument needs to be broken down into pro-bike lane and walkability or against bike lane and walkability, especially because there is a successful bike lane on 102nd Ave. From a downtown vibrancy, mobility, accessibility perspective, we fully support temporary or permanent pedestrian improvements. However, projects like this require robust engagement, transparent goals, and measurable metrics to track progress, and all of this is currently lacking. While we're hopeful that buildings in the street will eventually activate main floors and address the avenue, many cannot do it right now due to the design of the LRT and are not planning to or don't want to for a variety of reasons. Street closures only work when there's sustained efforts on programming at the street level, an activity that includes activations from businesses to be successful. We see this with organized temporary closures such as Al Fresco on 104th Street, where sustained programming efforts and contributions from local businesses justify the street closure. Over the past year, the DRC has been advocating to all orders of government on the state of our downtown, and our group has 3 key areas of focus: cleanliness and infrastructure, safety and security, and transformational projects. Our members and funders represent a cross-section of the community from private, public, and not-for-profit sectors, understanding, experience, and interest in advancing downtown's economic and community recovery. It's really important I emphasize this in particular because this, as Anand pointed out, should not be a business community versus the rest of the community conversation. We support the positions of the following groups: UDI Edmonton, the Edmonton Business Community, the Downtown Edmonton Business Association, and the Downtown Edmonton Community League. And we agree with administration's recommendation and expertise provided in their report and with the concerns broadly shared by the businesses and community organizations operating downtown. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Alex. Next, we go to Kent. Kent
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and councillors. The YMCA of Northern Alberta appreciates this opportunity to participate in this public forum. And we do want to acknowledge and thank City Administration for the consultation in advance and believe that the final report captures our feedback and sentiments related to this very accurately. I think all of you are aware the YMCA of Northern Alberta operates the Don Wheaton on 102 and 102. It's been serving the downtown community since 2007. It's a 70,000 square foot health fitness aquatic center, multipurpose center, a 200 car underground heated garage. And prior to COVID, we were serving about 3,800 members and about 180 parkers per day. I do want to start by saying the YMCA unequivocally supports active transport. We support pedestrian-friendly landscapes completely and fully. And as members of the community downtown and ongoing partners of the City of Edmonton, we are very supportive of initiatives that would engage and revitalize the downtown core. In this case, we believe that the potential benefits are outweighed by the negative impacts on the YMCA and other businesses in the downtown. We've done our own due diligence to kind of review the potential opportunities to the YMCA of Northern Alberta from a program animation perspective, looking at day camps and using the space on 102nd potentially for camps or for fitness activities. But due to the width of the roadway, the sidewalks on either side, and that active bike lane, we just don't feel we can safely and effectively animate the space. It's just quite constrained. We also believe, and this has been stated already, that there's not a sufficient business presence in the area to promote and create a vibrant pedestrian landscape. In the absence of that vibrant pedestrian activity with less eyes on the street, we are facing daily concerns from our members and our parkade customers about their personal safety. And we know this is a complex issue. We're not suggesting that the closure of 102 is the only cause of that, but we do feel in some ways this is contributing. In addition, the closure of 102 does create a bottleneck for entry and egress to the Don Wheaton Y and the parkade. There's one point of entry from Jasper Avenue down 102nd Street, and there's 3 large parking garages on the site. And so during peak hours, we see regular fairly significant delays for egress out onto Jasper Avenue. And that's exacerbated by accidents or construction. And we've already experienced a number of circumstances where there's been closures on 102nd Street or Jasper Avenue that have basically created no access to the Y for a period of time. We're also concerned, in the event of special events like the Edmonton Marathon or parades, that again, access to the Y would be completely cut off. We definitely feel we've experienced member and parkade customer cancellations as a result of these concerns and inconveniences. Like many businesses downtown, we're struggling to recover post-COVID, and we believe that the closure of 102nd Avenue is having negative impacts from a perception of social disruption and safety to convenience issues that are experienced by members and parkade customers. As a charity and a member of the downtown community and an active partner with the City of Edmonton, again, we're open to working with stakeholders and the city on ways to revitalize and engage downtown, and are very supportive of planned and temporary closures of 102nd Avenue for events and activities. But again, we strongly believe the permanent closure or temporary closure negatively impacts the operation of the Y and our ability to financially recover.
Thank you so much. Ken, you're next, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think the basic thing here with closing this road is, first question, we're going to close 3 blocks of all the bike lanes in the city. My understanding, there's 3 phases of bike lanes coming to our city over the next number of years. Are we going to close all the roads that parallel those bike lanes? And I don't think so. I think administration put in hundreds of hours in consultation in advance of the design of what we have right now. And at the last minute, we're moving the goalposts and saying, no, this is not going to work. So for 3 blocks, we're just going to stop and make everyone else who thought this was going to open. We've been closed for 4 years already. And we got word that we were going to open late last spring, I guess. And then council decided to, or maybe I'm mistaken, council or committee decided to stop that. So then we got frozen again for a while. I can tell you I've talked to staff at our building over the summer and the last fall. When downtown started opening up, there's next to no one using that road. Bike lanes, yes. Lots of people are using the bike lanes. There's no doubt about that, especially, traditional rush hours. But people walking along there for whatever reason, there's no reason. To get anywhere along that corridor, there's 2 very wide sidewalks that people can use. Yet when you look outside the front of the YMCA, it's dead. There's just no activity. There's the odd bicycle going by. The trains aren't going by and won't be for a few years yet. But I think we have to look at this rationally, that this doesn't make sense at this point in time to close this avenue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ken. Next, we have Chad Helms.
All right, thanks, guys. I just want to, make it clear, we're not against, I'm a street-level retailer. I've been in business 11 years downtown. First 8.5 years we're on 104th Street. We're not trying to object to the general idea of a pedestrian street. And I think this conversation has become binary for some reason, and we're not against it. I think my biggest issue is it's done without a plan. It's done we feel this is going to be a great idea, and it's going to be amazing. And you slap up road closed signs on a street that was designed for something completely different, and you call it a pedestrian street. It looks terrible. It doesn't function appropriately, right? So I guess my question, what was your vision for it? The gentleman earlier, the first speaker, talked about that. What's the goal? And myself, when I look out on that street, it lacks vision. It's an empty street. Lots of broken windows, lots of drug use. City centers had to hoard off the little sections that dipped into the building because the drug use and windows breaking were so bad, and like, I just don't understand why this is being pushed so aggressively when we could take a step back and we have the opportunity to possibly do this with a plan and a vision that will activate those places. Like, it's a pretty dead street, and it's kind of depressing. My new location looks straight down that corridor, and there's zero bodies on there every day, day in and day out, especially as Councillor Cartmell said, during winter. It's terrible. So, you know, the significance to me is, like, we've been on this in the downtown core. We chose to invest in the downtown core and not leave. A lot of people, that was their number one question, what the heck are you guys doing? Because we believe in this downtown core, and the investment that we made felt like it was a slap in the face. It was insignificant when so little consultation was done around this issue, right? I'm 36 years old. All my chips went in on this. 3 months or 2 months later, that street was closed, and no one seemed to, there was no roundtable discussion, there was no community engagement. It's like, oh, we're going to do this and screw you. And so that's kind of what I look at things. I'm like, okay, well, it's kind of like, it throws me for a loop, and it's quite discouraging. And I'm not alone. I'm just the only one here on a street level retail, with a street level retail lens saying this. Like, all of my peers have the same concern, right? Prominent restaurateurs want to do a redevelopment, reinvestment, and their concern is, like, what's the state of downtown going to be like, right? And when there are knee-jerk decisions like this, and that's what it felt like to me, around really quite crucial infrastructure corridors, turning my store into from a crossroads to a dead end with one quick decision, it's hard for those guys who are not sitting here, but also with the same feelings, to go and say, well, we're going to reinvest. We're going to do this. We're going to pour our heart back into downtown, because what's around the corner, right? So that's my biggest concern, is that it feels unpredictable, it feels unplanned, and we don't know what's around the corner with these decisions. So yeah, I'll leave you with that.
Thank you so much. I know Puneet is for questions only. Really appreciate you waiting through the part of the morning and afternoon, and thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. And we'll go to questions from council members at this time. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
I can defer to Councillor Stevenson. She's on.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'll go. We won't go back and forth. Who should go first? Thank you. So, a few questions. Maybe to Ms. Hurtsu, Mr. Pai. I think the two of you you've all sort of talked about engagement broadly a little bit, and I think the challenge, and right, like, this has become this binary piece, and I think part of the struggle, to Mr. Helm's point, is that, I think about, the city doesn't have the greatest reputation of trying to support other modes of transportation in a meaningful way over our history, right? I mean, realistically, like, there's like I think tens of kilometers of bike lanes in the city, and that took a monumental effort to begin to change. And so there's a bit of a feeling, and maybe to answer the question and lead into a question on engagement, is that every time you take something away, it's really hard to get it back. Like, we're just finally at a point where we're having a conversation about what White Ave could be after decades. So I want to turn it back to you and say, what does that meaningful engagement look like? How do we do that in a way that truly does keep all options on the table, but ensures people who have legitimate issues or are dealing with it can be heard, how residents can have their perspective heard, and then how we can go forward? What does that look like to you, for both of you?
And I didn't want to, my remarks weren't an indictment of just the consultation, but actually just like the process. So I appreciate that question. I think that if we start with the end in mind, we would ask for the outcomes that we want to see, and then have all of the tools on the table to achieve those outcomes. So do we want an active street? There are ways to achieve active streets, right? Do we want a safer street to bike on? Then we should look at those kinds of things. Do we want to ensure business success? That's a laudable goal. We should have a consultation on that. And then we shouldn't, what we were asked instead was, how can we shut this street down? That is a very limited, it's a single tool, and then what we're trying to do is work in, maybe we can work a bit of safety into that, perhaps it won't lead to too much business demise. And I think that the better way to frame a consultation, especially downtown where there are a number of issues, and the reason why this has struck a chord with businesses is to say, what is the outcome that we want to achieve, and then let's really attack those outcomes. Let's really go after those outcomes. And in some cases, it may be that we get a street closure out of it, and in some cases, it won't be.
Anything to add, Ms. Ritsu?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think putting the lens of also allowing businesses to see the potential of a change is really important to get that buy-in. And I think that's what we're missing here, right, is 104th Street businesses want that street closed on Saturdays to run al fresco. Like, there is that demand. They also show up to heed those customers. And so I think that's just where there's a big gap here on activating this street. And it's gotten polarized, and I don't actually think it needs to be, because we're kind of all saying the exact same thing.
Yeah. Thank you. That's helpful. Mr. Pai, I wanted to just ask, just from the NAOP perspective, one thing I don't fully appreciate and understand, I wouldn't mind, you touched a bit on leasing and how that impacts. And again, I think part of my challenge is, I think about what the traffic volume used to be on that road, and I remember it, and we'll confirm it, but it was, hundreds of cars. We're not like, that's a local road in most cases. But you talked about how that impacts leasing, and I wanted to understand from your perspective around why that even that sort of small volume, when it used to be open to full traffic, has such a impact on something like leasing rates, versus a road like Jasper Ave or 104th, which sees tens of thousands of cars a day, as an example. So that's just something I couldn't fully understand.
Yeah, maybe kind of two answers to that quickly. The one is that sometimes you just have it on the brochure that how many cars go past it in each direction, and so that's like limited to leasing. But I think then the other side of this is about the just the design of the street broadly. If what we want to do is increase leasing, like how much leasing is happening in that area in Manulife and City Centre, we would focus on safety first. That's the main thing, and then we would focus on how many people are coming to the area, and that's much more affected by how many people are in the offices around there. Safety, again, is interplayed, as well as how many new residents are in the area. Then that's much more affected by those things than whether or not the sidewalk is larger or smaller.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'm out of time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Maybe I'll just pick up with that, because I think there's a really important question, just in terms of what it is we want to achieve, and I think that for me I think the big concern is that if the road is opened up, then the opportunity is lost. It will never be closed again. And so what would be really important for me today with yourselves is to understand what you think success would look like if it were open to vehicles. How do we measure that success? Mr. Pai?
How would we measure success if it was open to vehicles? I think it just goes back to what I was saying earlier, that success downtown is about a vibrant, activated, engaged downtown with people walking around in trees, and those and so I would just start with that. Like I guess I don't I just feel pigeonholed by the question. How can we? The reason why it would, if it's opened, the reason why it won't get shut again is because it's not a very good idea to shut it down.
So it seems like there's nothing that could happen on that street that would convince you that it would make sense to leave it closed to vehicle traffic? So what I'm thinking, let's say it were to reopen, and we found that actually there were only a few dozen cars using it every day, that actually pedestrian and cyclist traffic was much higher than vehicle traffic. And maybe we find that there are greater conflicts, that there have been more near misses with vehicle traffic in the area. Would those be indicators to you that true that it's just one piece of overall downtown vibrancy, but that maybe wasn't the right piece of the puzzle for our downtown.
I think if the only goal is to shut down that street, that you can then gerrymander the outcomes that you want to see, because we have a lot of bikes there right now. We don't have pedestrian counters anywhere downtown. If we were having a conversation about how to increase pedestrian activity downtown, we would have created pedestrian counters, and I would love to see the same vigor and zeal drive to an outcome on those activations. Then how can we make this idea work? Personally, maybe not as a member of NAOP.
Yeah, I mean, I think the intent. I hear from you that you feel that the only intent is to keep it closed. I think I hear from you that the only intent is to keep it open. So maybe turning to others. So maybe Mr. Helm, you mentioned sort of right now you don't see people using that space. Again, what would it say to you if we found very low traffic counts using that corridor?
I think it comes down to what is it currently being used for? Like, you look down the street at any given hour, and it's not like people are relaxing and enjoying the space at all. I find it interesting that automobile safety is an issue, but there's no 25-year-old single mother that would walk their kid down that corridor right now. It's not a safe and relaxing space. And so you look at the broken windows and the disorder, and it comes and goes. It's not all the time, but it's not really being used for the, from what I feel the impression I'm getting from you guys is your ultimate vision to essentially turn that into a vibrant strip. And so what does success look like? I think, to me, success looks like that street being activated the way it was designed, and unfortunately it goes against the hopes of just over half of you guys from the last vote, and we rethink what a pedestrian street looks like, and maybe it can be 104th Street. I was there for 9 years. A seasonal closure, this and that, it does lean in the direction of restaurants versus other types of retail as far as being favorable, but I know all those people, and they're all for it. They like that idea, right? And so, I think when you talk about success, I would say that stuff like that would equal success to me. Things that bring groups of people downtown, regular programming, not vacant, dead streets in the middle of November, December, January, February, March.
Yeah, and so I think my question is, how would we assess that opening it up to vehicles has prevented it from being a dead street, in your words?
Well, at least it'll be used for something productive.
Maybe second round.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so it's really interesting because it's not like we closed the street. It's been closed due to construction. And there's no LRT running. And so obviously the street is not being activated in any way, really, except for people who are, walking or biking on there. So I guess my question is, are we not making a lot of assumptions with a massive absence of data because the LRT isn't even open? Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Say that again, sorry.
Are we not making a lot of assumptions with a massive absence of data because the LRT is not functioning? So we actually don't have an operating street where people are actually, taking the train, getting off, going shopping, that sort of thing.
I would question what they are going to do once they are there with the lack of street level retail is my first instinct.
Well, it's a good question, but we have stops there, so we don't know. None of us know the answer to that. That's sort of the point, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I just want to. I just think maybe I'll go to an end.
Yeah, I think maybe one of the things to measure there then is safety and perception of safety in the area.
Yeah.
So the previous question was about how could it be successful. I think it would be more successful on another street is the short answer. But the perception of safety is about a lot of different things, and
I agree.
The fact
So
that
can I just
trees
hop
and
in
things
because
like
I've got
that,
limited time.
Yeah.
And so there are some issues here. There's the feelings and perceptions section, important, but there's also the data and the facts section, also important, yeah? And should we not sort of separate those and sort of address those so we can actually have a better conversation than sort of dismissing people's opinions and perceptions?
I'm just saying don't dismiss the opinions of the folks who might shop there, but would feel more comfortable if there was more eyes on the street. That would be one measurement. It's just an answer to the question.
Yeah. Okay. So what we heard from our previous speakers was a willingness to sort of engage in conversation in a broad way. What they've heard, unfortunately, maybe, is that their concerns are dismissed because it's a knee-jerk decision or it's just a few folks on Twitter. I'm just wondering, is there a way that we can change our language in order to facilitate a better conversation?
My concern was how much time you guys gave it. Like, I feel that from the time that it was announced to the time that it happened, and Anne, you can probably speak to this, it was...
So, wait a minute, I would just interrupt and say that the street was never actually closed by council because it never opened, because the LRT never opened. We haven't actually had a pilot.
You guys were supposed to open it last June, right?
My understanding was that while construction was occurring, we couldn't open it.
But construction was wrapped. It was a decision you guys made. You guys voted on it.
I'll tell you this. None of the things that council asked for ever happened. We'll put it that way. But my next question is the same question that I put to the previous speakers, and that is, maybe 102nd Avenue isn't the thing. Maybe there's other alternatives and different ways that we can look at it. Rather than focusing on 102nd Avenue as a point of contention, can we not look at it as a point of possibility, a springboard off of this discussion into something better and more constructive and maybe more collaborative? And rather than dismissing each other's point of views, we sort of bring it all together. Is that possible?
I think so, yeah.
So maybe that's the way the tenor of our conversation, maybe that would be more productive if we move forward that way. Is what I would submit. Does anyone have any objections to that?
No, I would just suggest that we're all here because of a previous council vote and decision. So yeah, I think there's eagerness for it, but council holds the power in convening that.
And I would agree with that completely. I think there's an opportunity here for a much better way to proceed, and I hope we take it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cardmell.
Thank you. So there's a couple of notions that have been put forward I just want to maybe test a little further. And the first is that, and I don't mean to pick on anybody, but the first was that, you know, if the road opens, it's going to be really hard to close it again. And so we'll start with you, Mr. Pye. I'm not sure how far you go back, but do you remember when 102nd A Avenue was open in front of City Hall? And there's angle parking on that avenue, right, that effectively bisects Churchill Square. Do you go back that far?
No, I don't think so.
I do. Yeah, you do. You and just you and me. All right. Do you go back as far as 103rd Street in front of the old Greyhound bus station being a street that was closed for the Ice District?
Yeah, yeah.
Rice Howard Way is not car-free, but it's more friendly. It's friendlier than your average intersection. Is that fair to say? You would know better than I.
Yeah, for sure.
So I guess, so looking at this corridor, and I believe that one of my colleagues has asked this offline, but it's my understanding that, you know, the broader community would be more amenable to leaving the road closed in front of the library and along that stretch. Yes?
Yeah, we haven't heard any concerns with that.
Has there been any sort of discussion around that? And I don't mean to preempt anybody, but is that the case?
I think we've discussed it, and there was, in front of the library doesn't seem an issue because it's not doesn't affect the access of any of the folks, you know, any of the businesses.
I'll just jump in here really quickly. The Arts District and businesses in the quarters did express some concern about a closure on that east stretch, cutting off vehicle access to the east part of downtown.
Okay, so that might be a little bit up in the air. So I guess, to my mind, in each of those situations, maybe including 81st Avenue in front of the old Strathcona Farmers Market, in places around town where there has been activation, a street narrowing or a street closure or a street calming has followed. Would you share that observation, any of you?
Yep, that's 83rd Street. I have a business on 81st, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
83rd
sorry.
Avenue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
before we go and shut another one down.
So would there be, in general terms, there are those streets. 102nd Avenue is an example. There's other streets that aren't particularly active, perhaps primarily because they don't have street-level access into the shops. You go in through the mall, you don't go in through the outside door. Is there something we can talk about, or is there something afoot that would, first of all, activate those places, and then perhaps as a secondary consequence, cause different streetscapes or result in narrowing or calming or closure of certain streets? Is there have you thought about that? And are there streets that you're thinking about as a community? Or should that be the conversation?
Yeah, no, we would welcome that conversation, kind of a broader conversation about the requisites that would lead to, business success when a street is calmed.
I'm going to switch to just another one. Mr. Helm, I think you described earlier in your comments that this closure effectively turned the street that your business is on into a dead-end street. And that made it less convenient for people to stop at your establishment. Do I have that right?
I went into the move and the investment with the idea that there will be through access going east, and retail's quite. It's a little bit funny. It can be quite fickle, and the smallest things can deter people to not come. Right? It can be, and unfortunately. Could be a product of what I sell, but I think, for the most part, most businesses, whether you're a restaurant, whatever, I would say 95% of the people that come to see me show up in an automobile. And so my concern was that, and whether or not, I don't know if it will be better than it is now. I have no idea because it's been closed since I've moved in, but any small barrier that's put up for access for people in and out, especially during busy times. We've seen how congested those four-way crosswalks have made 104th Street, et cetera, right? So I just didn't, my concern was it essentially was designed for one thing and it ended up being something else. And
so I'm sorry, I just got 10 seconds. So the metric for you is not necessarily how many cars end up going down 102nd Avenue. The metric is how many stop and shop at your store.
True, and I just don't want to see any barriers put up in that sense, right?
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great. My question is for Panita, since we have you here. DBA, Downtown Business Association, came up a lot last June as a key stakeholder in terms of someone who could animate it or program 102 Avenue, and but we haven't really seen much. And I know in the administration presentation they mentioned there was very little interest. I'm just wondering if you can comment on, I guess, the DBA experience, any kind of conversation on your end with your team around street animation. I mean, I think you've done an excellent job, during the Winter Festival, and, not all animation has to be, super costly, and, but just, I guess I just want to hear a bit of perspective from you.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Because we did have a lot of interest, and we, coming out of that conversation, wanted to try and make the best of a not ideal situation. But one of the biggest challenges is that we can't go back in time and redesign how that road was built. Like, the layout is really not conducive to activation. Like, you've got a train, a very narrow roadway, a two-way bike lane, and then the sidewalk. And so anything we kind of tried to imagine just simply did not make sense. And that width, even from market, we talked to a market organizer that was sort of interested. It's not enough space to set up market stalls. And even if you did, there's not enough room for people to walk by. Like, the whole thing does not really make sense from an activation standpoint. The only area that was sort of viable, and that I think there were a couple groups who were sort of interested in, is the part on the west end of this closure. So right before you hit 103rd Street. But then the wall we ran into there was simply how unappealing it was. Like, with the bay closed in City Center Mall, just the feeling in that area, even though you did have this sort of big stretch of concrete, nobody really, like of all the options you have to do stuff downtown and all the different partners you could work with and businesses who could benefit, like we all have to prioritize our resources as community groups. And that one just, even that open space just did not make sense as a priority.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. And I think Paths for People was another group that came up as a potential, I guess, activator. But I'm wondering if for example, your organization had much interaction or conversation on that front.
We hadn't heard anything from Paths for People at any point over the last year.
Yeah, and earlier we heard from Kent that, you know, that your group has considered some kind of activation. It wasn't for a lack of trying, and with the current design, it just makes it that much harder, so I can appreciate that. You know, I think, Mr. Helm, you mentioned that, you know, the street seems to lack vision or that there was no plan. But are you aware of the broader pedestrianization strategy that's currently in the works? And have you been kind of, I guess, had any conversation whether within, you know, the business community or with administration on that broader, not this particular one, but the broader downtown pedestrian strategy?
The overall strategy, not as it pertains to just 102nd?
That's right.
No.
Okay. Putting it on your flag, flagging for you now. And I guess, Anand, similar question for you. I feel like, you know, you and I have had offline conversation about potentially other candidates downtown. And I just wanted to make sure that, you know, that folks are aware of that broader strategy that is happening, that is underway right now. And I'm sure it will come up during questions to administration.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they might be doing like the preliminary research before the consultation with the community.
Yeah.
I don't think we've been engaged on it yet.
Yeah, I think that is an important backdrop to this whole conversation. So, most of my questions are for administration. So thank you very much. I mean, I guess just my last. I will, you know, I know there's a lot of questions around metrics, and I think that's a really important one. I know there's more questions about that. I hope to hear more concrete measurements about what success looks like. And I'm out of time, so I'm not going to go into that. But if it does come up, please be specific.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Just a couple quick questions. Ms. McBride, I'm just wondering, you'd mentioned the businesses to the east being cut off. Would they be agreeable or to consider maybe just temporary closures for festivals and that in the area?
I think that was probably what everyone was more interested in. Whether, you know, especially if there's anything happening in Churchill Square and then if EPL is interested, like you could theoretically have things happening between those two venues. But in general, I just think the Arts District in particular has been through a lot in terms of their access being impeded by construction and other things. So I think there's a lot of nervousness there about prolonged cutoff of access point. And I just echo what Chad said earlier really well, which is that convenience is such a major factor that drives consumer behavior. Like people will do anything to avoid being inconvenienced. And unfortunately, blocking vehicle access, it makes things very inconvenient.
So allowing everybody through every mode of transportation to get there conveniently, okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll leave my rest of my questions for admin. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yep. Thank you. You know, I go for a walk from City Hall along Jasper Avenue, then come back 105th Street, 202nd Avenue, back to City Hall. So when we made this decision in June and reflecting on that decision and thinking about what I expected on 102nd Avenue hasn't happened. Various reasons, could be that road wasn't open yet, or we'll ask that question why, right? And why, and I hear some of the concern that Puneet identified and about lack of space and not potential for activation on the street, right? So I hear that, right? I want to get a sense from, maybe I'll start with folks from YMCA, some of the safety issues that has been identified the interaction of cyclists with vehicular traffic and people illegal parking. I think that can be dealt with enforcement. That's an enforcement issue, right? So what are your thoughts on what you heard from the folks earlier on who were in favor? Like, how do you reduce that conflict? Because your folks use that, or you used to use that, right? So any ideas how we can make it more kind of amicable for all modes of transportation?
Yeah, I understand the question. I'm not a road safety expert. I wouldn't want to diminish the concerns. I definitely heard the concerns about the potential for individuals to ignore the bike lane and to park in the lane, for individuals to drive without care and make right-hand turns without paying attention. I hear those concerns and they're real. I definitely wouldn't want to diminish them. I think as a partner, as a business owner, we can help support the city. Like, we do this with our other facilities in terms of inappropriate vehicle access in front of buildings. We have buildings across the city and we deal with that, and we work with drivers that choose to make bad decisions in front of our buildings, and so we could support in that regard.
Okay.
But in terms of, overall safety.
So would you be open to, say, having a reduced speed on that area, right?
Yeah,
whether
by
it's
all
20
means,
kilometers or 30 kilometers, whatever, I don't know, right? So
yeah, by all means. For us, in a way, it's just a matter of sort of breaking the backlog of traffic exiting from the parkade and creating another option. Speed's not the concern. It's just providing another option should Jasper be congested or there be an accident on Jasper, or another way for somebody to kind of find their way to the YMCA.
Okay.
But speed's not a concern.
Yeah, okay. And would you be open in the future for discussions if once administration undertakes the comprehensive analysis about pedestrianization of certain streets, if in that conversation 102nd Avenue is the road to be pedestrianized, you'll be open. Like if it opens to traffic now, you're not making assumption that conversation is shut. You're still open to that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'd be open to the conversation down the road. I think it was Councillor Paquette's suggestion that we would need to see some data, and if there's some data that supports that we should reopen that conversation, then I think we feel more comfortable in going into that conversation based on some metrics and some data. Right now, we're all making assumptions. And
yes, of course.
We're on either side of a polarity making assumptions.
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
I just wanted to interject to say we've also heard from folks on the other side of the street that they don't have enough, like that city center side of the street, that they don't have enough room to flow outwards. And so while I'm also not a traffic engineer, there is the possibility of if there was the possibility of moving the lane into the center, the bike lane there, then you'd have more. You folks would have more room. You'd have more room in front of the YMCA, and you'd also not have the issue of the cars turning. Now I don't know if that's possible, but it's just in terms of business success, you would want more room in front of the business.
Yeah, and in that engagement will allow you to have those conversations with the administration, right? Because those are conversations with them than with us, right? Maybe I'm running out of time. Okay, I'm going to stop here. Actually, I'll move the second round.
Second.
Please call the vote. Please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried, and I'll pass the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead. You're next.
Thank you. No, thank you so much, Mr. Bidorf. I think that, I really appreciate your openness to looking at some of the ways that the different users can coexist more safely together so they reduce speeds. And I think your point about metrics and assumptions is very, very spot on. I really appreciate that. Could you, again, maybe not to put you on the spot, but again, just some of those metrics that would be meaningful to you in terms of if we came back and we were able to show, like, what are the metrics that you would look to?
Well, I think others have raised this already. I mean, safety is probably one of our number one metrics, and I guess there's two sides to that coin. On one side, from a perspective of a business that's operating on the site, how do our members feel? How do our parkade customers feel from a safety perspective? But also in terms of those using the avenue for active transport, like, how safe do they feel? And so both sides of that coin. We expressed from a business owner perspective, one of our concerns is loss of business. So loss of members, loss of parkade customers. Convenience trumps everything in this environment. And so that would be one of our metrics is a reduction in that, if we could track and look at that.
Yeah, no, I think that's really interesting. And is that, for me, it seems like there would potentially be two points in time that would be of interest, would sort of be if the road were to reopen and then prior to the LRT opening. So again, just trying to isolate how much the vehicle lane makes an impact versus, again, when the LRT opens, how that impacts usership as well. Is that something that the business community is interested in collecting and sharing with the city? Not to put you on the spot, but perhaps to one of the industry representatives as well?
Yeah, I'd say the DRC members and in that area would be happy to collect that data and share it back.
Great, that's excellent. That's really exciting. And maybe Ms. Hertz, while I have you at the microphone, just wondering, again, just the opportunities that you potentially see for evolution of the corridor in time. So again, recognizing that a more holistic strategy is coming back. Again, how do you think there's opportunity for evolution over time?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think especially just, a lot of our concerns also stem from there being very few vibrancy dollars to go around, and the fact that no retailers along that strip or corridor right now would actually benefit from the investment of vibrancy in funding. And so we'd rather have that funding go towards streets like Rice Howard Way, and we saw the DBA do that with the holiday light up, where those retailers are actually getting the spin-off effects of attraction to the space. And so I think having a very clear retail attraction strategy, especially for the mall and the broader downtown community, layering on vibrancy and active transportation on top of that is really critical. It's just horse before the cart, or cart before the horse in that sense. But making sure that kind of every dollar spent right now in these times goes as far as it actually can is going to be huge.
Great. Well, thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. I don't know if you even have this data or at all, but do we know if the folks who would potentially or in the past have frequented your shops or businesses, was it destination parking and destination, or was it incidental people going by? And do we know what that ratio might be at all, or is it we just don't keep track of that?
I can try to answer that.
Yeah.
So we don't, we definitely don't have good data about that. Part of the challenge is that a lot of the businesses that are street front in that area are actually brand new, and they opened during COVID and during this period. And a lot of them, like Chad mentioned, did so based on the assumption and the knowledge that would soon be an access road. So we definitely have a data problem. We do know that the parkade users, especially Commerce Place, Manulife Place, Bryce Howard Place, Fifth McKinnon, that's office workers we're talking about. And so that's a whole other part of this conversation that we're not really talking about, which is that office workers coming back is an essential part of downtown recovery right now. And I've learned firsthand over the last 3 years that office workers are highly motivated or demotivated by convenience as well. So having it be really annoying and frustrating to get in and out of their parkades is a reason that people are choosing to come into the office. So that's another consideration. We don't necessarily have data, first of all, about customers, but that those office users, and I'm sure those buildings could share parking usage data from pre-closure of that road to now, and where it should be and where it's not yet.
Yeah, thank you. That's really helpful, because I'm trying to wrap my head around this idea that this
there's no retail, the street's dead, no one's going there, but we need to open the traffic because people want to be there. You know, I'm trying to wrap my head around that. So I guess the next thing is, so if there was a scenario where we sort of took a bigger look at pedestrianization and mobility for the entire downtown, connecting all of these wonderful things that are happening in the downtown. And maybe 102nd Avenue is part of that, maybe it's not as far as that concept. But let's say 102nd Avenue was, you know, to the mayor's suggestion, if it opened to traffic, the traffic would be slow. Is there a scenario where we can sort of manage all of this in a way that we transition folks to safer pathways, not as an afterthought, but as part of this this process? And it might take a little bit of time to figure it out, but it would result in sort of the things that you're asking for 102nd Avenue. Are we willing to have that patience in order to make this work in a way that satisfies everyone?
Yeah, I think so. I think that if we invested in the greenery on that street, some of the safety concerns, the potential for sustainable activation, like so that, you know, people could have patios out there, or even just that there's a few street front businesses, it might take a little while, but those would be the prerequisites then for success over time, and I think we'd be really interested in working on those prerequisites. But it would be challenging to do them. It'd be challenging to do them. You'd be in a real rush to try to do them like in the next few months, and then keep the road closed. But yeah, over time, it would take some time.
My concern is that all these efforts seem to be in isolation. We really have to bring it together, it would seem to me. Any thoughts on that? Maybe Alex?
Yeah, I think this also speaks to the investor confidence, and Nad was getting at too. It's when things happen in isolation that investors do look at this place and think, you know, is it worth kind of rolling the dice here? I think we really need that higher level conversation on what the plans look like. I mean, even McDougall Hill comes to mind when I think about safe pathways. That one seems much more urgent in my view because of people literally running across a major thoroughfare than 102nd Ave right now. And so I just think we don't have even a way of prioritizing where we look next in terms of vibrancy downtown.
Yeah, I would agree. So I'm hopeful that a motion is coming that sort of addresses all of those concerns and moves us forward in a good way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So that concludes the questions from council members. Thank you so much for your presentation and your thoughtful engagement. Look forward to engaging further on all these important issues with you. And once again, thank you so much for waiting throughout the afternoon. Okay, if you could step back, and we're going to proceed to the next step of the conversation. What I would suggest that there's two ways we can move forward. One is, and this is on the advice, both are on the advice of the city clerk. One is that the first reading can be moved before we close the public hearing. That would allow us to have questions and ask questions, and also make amendments or motions, whatever we need to do. Or we don't move any readings of the bylaw, and there's a referral motion from Councillor Stevenson that we can consider, right? So both will get that. Even if we move the first reading, Councillor Stevenson can still move the referral, right? So it doesn't matter which path we take. We'll get to the same outcome. The same discussion can take place, right? So maybe what I would suggest is that let's have the referral motion, and if that's okay, then defeat it or pass it, or then we can come to the bylaw, right? So is that okay, colleagues? Or yeah, okay, okay. All right, Councillor Stevenson, I'll come to you to make your motion, please. I think you shared that with the colleagues, but it's important that we share that publicly. And can you read it into the record, please, as well as make an introduction?
Thank you. So the motion is that bylaw 20345 to close a portion of road downtown be referred back to administration to prepare a report that evaluates the operations of 102nd Avenue, including usage by all modes, accidents, near misses, and user and stakeholder feedback for the first 6 months after the LRT enters service. And that includes a review of the design of the 102nd Avenue corridor between 99th Street and 107th Street to determine options for delivering a more adaptive street design, including but not limited to switching the bike lane and vehicle lane. And return to City Council public hearing with a revised road closure bylaw that incorporates recommendations from this report's findings into the bylaw. Do I have a seconder?
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Salvador, right? I don't know, did you hear anyone else? Or was Councillor Paquette? Okay, Councillor Paquette seconded that, okay. All right, Councillor Paquette seconded it. Okay, please make the introduction.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I really appreciate this discussion today from all of our speakers and my colleagues as well. You know, I think the fact that we are currently operating on a lot of assumptions on both sides, in both directions, has made this really a challenging conversation. So the intent of this motion would be that the street would open up for vehicle use until 6 months after the LRT commences operations. The reason for that is, you know, I was really excited to test out the pedestrianization of 102nd Street, and it was always the intent to view it as a pilot, as a trying things out over the past 6 months or so. Unfortunately, with the LRT being delayed in opening, we weren't really able to get that sense and get that understanding of how that corridor could operate without vehicles. I think maintaining the corridor as it is now without any vehicle access doesn't help us learn anything that we don't already know. We've seen how it works as it currently stands without LRT operations. And I think what's important to be able to have a productive conversation moving forward is to actually test it out. You know, I think that our Street Labs program has been really effective at demonstrating to us that we can all make assumptions about what things will look like, but actually testing it out is usually the best way to move forward. So as outlined in the motion, this comes with a lot of data collection in terms of really understanding how the corridor works. We've heard commitment from the business community in terms of collecting some of their specific user data as well, which I think will enrich the discussion. I've lost my timer, but I think I can wrap it up then. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Okay, questions. We can ask questions to the mover. We can ask questions to administration. So go ahead, please, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Wanted to just start around this idea of activation and space there, and wanted to get a sense of how we tried to activate it over the last couple of months.
Yeah, so we're prepared to engage with stakeholders interested in activating, including the Downtown Business Association, other stakeholders like the Downtown Edmonton Community League. We received zero formal interest. From a fund perspective overall, we funded 61 projects for $6.5 million, received over 70 applications, and none of them were for this space specifically.
Councillor Knack, just to add, when this was first at council, administration was never going to lead an activation of 102 Avenue because that would not be, at the time, the reason we told council is that we couldn't really afford to do that for us to lead it because it would cost millions of dollars. And so we did take an approach where we would work with anybody who had an interest in activating it and make sure that we helped bring those projects to life.
Did we go to groups like the Arts Council as an example and say, we got a road, if you have some artists who want to go on it, play some music, do we go to food truck provider, and just say, hey, it's there?
Yeah, we explored every opportunity to engage with interested stakeholders through, through our relationships with stakeholders downtown, and we feel like it was broad enough to reach a large number of groups.
Okay, but maybe we didn't. So just to clarify, we didn't specifically go to Arts Council as an example and say, hey, do you want to?
We had multiple conversations with groups specifically about this space, so I can't speak to the Arts Council specifically.
I'm thinking arts organizations, people that have that. Do we think some of the challenge was the fact that, construction vehicles are still in that road typically 2 to 3 times a day, and so
there might not be the impression that it could have been activated. I mean, I regularly saw construction vehicles in that space multiple times a day.
Yeah, just to reiterate the feedback we received from the business community in particular, the natural infrastructure didn't lend itself, it wasn't very conducive to activation. And the efforts to align activation with businesses is really strong, and to have that that knock-on benefit, but also support the businesses, especially those that have made a brick and mortar investment in downtown, is really important. So we saw more of the efforts there, and the capacity is limited.
Do we, and this is the question I'm struggling with too, is that this notion of pedestrianization, that everything needs to be fully active, right? And it's interesting because in my mind, we don't do the same thing with every roadway, right? There's thousands of local roads that we don't require activation on because they're meant to just safely move people to and from. Do we have an expectation that any space that we would even consider not having a vehicle on has to be activated to be functional, or could, do we have examples of roads that don't actually have vehicle traffic that we have just to allow people to safely move?
Yeah, I think there are two different conversations. The one that was before us from a vibrancy perspective was activation through the community partners noted in the motion. So from an activation perspective, it would entail some sort of activity that would be, attractive to those maybe from away coming to experience downtown. I think an active transportation discussion is a different one, but
is that part of the future conversation? And I mean, full bias on the table as somebody that bikes that twice a day, and I appreciate Mr. Pye's point. I don't want to use my anecdotal experience to inform this, other than I do get to use it. And so, is there a need to have that conversation around, should there just be safe corridors for all modes of transportations in different areas? Does every area
want to
need
clarify.
Yeah.
The tone of questioning feels like that this was designed as an unsafe corridor, and I just want to strongly
I agree.
Disagree on the tone of that, because considerable effort went into designing this corridor to ensure it was safe for all modes. So
Fair
just
point,
want to clarify that point. As it relates to activation and configuration, I think going back to when we first had this conversation, if there was a contemplation of closure, administration identified that the gap in the middle of the corridor doesn't set up well for activation.
Yeah.
And we heard that from the speakers. So if there is a consideration of closure for pedestrianization activation, I'll go back to what we said earlier, which is administration feels this needs the work to look at what's the best way to configure the corridor to promote that.
Makes sense. And sorry, and appreciate that. I'll just use my final
Apologies.
comments. No, you're right to call that. I wanted to make sure. I don't believe it's unsafe. As somebody that uses it, it's safe. Could it be safer? That's part of the debate. But no, your team did a great job of that. And so any tone that I had on that, thank you for clarifying that's not the case at all.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just actually going to pick up right where you left off there, Mr. Laughlin. In the motion in front of us here, it references adaptive street design. Just wondering how administration would interpret that.
I think the way we would interpret that is looking at, on the basis of performance, basis of the factors that are included in the motion, and the conversations that have been happening related to this corridor, and quite frankly, love to try and figure out a way to make it less divisive, is to look at what are sort of the options that could be available and tweaked and adjusted. Just answering the previous question, I think if there's a desire for closure, the current configuration isn't set up the best way to do that. So how can you look at different ways to adapt that if that is something that council would like to pursue? If not, then what are ways to ensure that we address some of the things we heard from the speakers today related to the interaction of bike lane and vehicle lane?
Okay, that's helpful and provides some additional clarity for me. And then maybe just a few questions on the Valley Line and the LRT stops in particular. So, when I first envisioned this pilot, I think I mentioned this earlier, I envisioned, thousands of people getting on and off the LRT in this area. And to Councillor Paquette's earlier point around, is it fair to say that the pilot as initially envisioned hasn't really come to fruition in terms of that natural activation through LRT connectivity? Like, how does administration interpret that piece?
Well, it's interesting because the actual discussion that this is intended to be today is the pilot. Recall back when we were originally discussing this was a temporary closure to come back with a road closure bylaw for a temporary closure to basically assess. But it has not had the full complement of, it has not had the complement of full operations to assess it even during the temporary or whatever state we're at right now.
So the pilot hasn't started?
Going back, it was intended to be a temporary leading to this road closure, which would be a pilot on the basis of.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you for that. And then just getting into a few numbers, when we look at the projections for the number of cars that are supposed to drive down this roadway, do you have any of that available today? I recall it was around 300 maybe an hour.
Yeah,
I could be
Councillor
wrong.
Salvador, yeah, that's my recollection as well, as 200 to 300 vehicles. A fairly low volume road, really meant just to access businesses in the area.
Okay, and then any estimates for how many trips we're expecting to start and end at these stops for the LRT?
Sorry.
So peak hourly average boardings for the LRT. I'm wondering what that looks like for these two particular stops along 102 Ave.
I'd have to get back to you with that information.
Yeah, just interested to see what the future potential might hold. Okay, and then really quickly in my last minute and a half here, the broader conversation around pedestrianization in downtown has been referenced multiple times. Just need to understand how much work have we done on that particular motion so far? Is that a longer term conversation? I know it's not coming back until November, but if you could just elaborate on what that body of work entails, I think that would be really helpful.
The work is still preliminary at this point. We haven't engaged with the community, but it is looking at the downtown as a whole and understanding where we would recommend where streets are closed, perhaps temporarily, perhaps some permanent, and I would really root that in like why we're closing the street. We would close the street to create vibrancy in our downtown, to attract more businesses downtown, to attract more people to our downtown, to be able to support businesses so that they could spill out onto the street. And to make sure that people are safe in movement in our downtown. So that larger body of work is underway, and November is when we intend to return to Urban Planning Committee. And it would have a longer term implementation on it as well.
Okay, and as part of that, I know you obviously haven't started the engagement piece. What types of stakeholders do you anticipate you'd be reaching out to?
Downtown Business Association, the Downtown Community League, the DRC, businesses and Edmontonians as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. This has changed a bit from what was shared earlier, so I guess my question to the mover, first of all, that second part about this includes a review of the design of the corridor to determine options for delivering adaptive design, not limited to switching bike lane and vehicle lane. Can you speak more to your intent of that?
Yeah, thank you. So the intent here was really to be looking at the portions that are west of 103rd Street, which are not yet constructed. I think that this conversation has really highlighted some of the challenges that the design as it's been built presents, and just wanting to sort of anticipate that for this next phase of Valley Line West. It was administration's recommendation to consider the full corridor, so they may have more insights there. But again, just sort of looking to make sure that we don't end up in this same spot down the line.
Okay, so I guess to Mr. Laughlin, for the portion that we're debating today, and that's pertinent to this refer back motion, how much have we spent? How much was spent on design? To the current constructed, how much do we spend on design?
Millions, tens of millions.
That's okay. That gives a scope.
Yeah.
That gives a scope. Okay. tens of millions for that area. And what would we anticipate if we were to do something
Tens of
like?
millions for the design of the entire LRT configuration.
Yes,
for
but
Valley Line.
for that area.
We'd have to splice it
But there
up.
would, it's not inconsequential to the millions.
Nope.
Okay, so what would we anticipate if we did want to play with the idea of switching the lanes, the car traffic and the bike lane? That would be a whole redesign. Would that process be starting at checkpoint 1 again in the PDDM model, and going through and redesigning that road?
I wouldn't consider it a checkpoint 1 because we've got the bones.
Okay, so like checkpoint 3?
Yeah, it would be coming back to a preliminary design stage
Okay.
to reassess grades, configuration.
Okay.
Transitions, because there are roadways outside of the corridor or
Yeah.
on either side of the corridor. But again, I just go back to if there is a contemplation of closure of the vehicle lane, I think we'd want to be in the best position to come back with the best recommendation to accommodate that.
So the question still is like, so this is where I come to, because the referral motion essentially just kicks the decision down the road. This doesn't remove the bylaw from debate today. It brings it back again in whatever amount of time. And so I guess the question I have for Ms. McCabe is, from what you've been hearing from business community downtown, I always think of clear is kind, unclear is unkind. Is there a risk in doing a referral motion in terms of, rather than just making the definitive decision today so that everybody has an understanding of what direction we're going in?
Council would be better to assess that risk, but this to me has been a very key issue for a number of downtown businesses, and 102 Avenue being open to vehicles we've heard very loud and clear. And what I can say in the work that we're bringing forward in Q4 around closed streets, 102 Avenue will not be a recommended closed street.
Okay, that's good information. Okay, that's it for my questions for right now. I'll listen to my colleagues' questions. Yep.
Okay. All right, Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'm going to pick up on a similar tangent, although I think Councillor Rutherford asked many of my questions. A big part of the conversation in the late spring, early summer around this closure was the unintended impacts on the LRT operations on that corridor. Do you have further insight, Mr. Laughlin, into what those unintended, or what the impacts in terms of either maintenance access or I guess some of the access issues around the LRT would be on the existing LRT line? Because I do have a question relating to future construction as well.
So for the existing LRT line, Transit is responsible for the entire corridor when it comes to cleanliness, maintenance, as well as snow clearing. So we do know that any change to that configuration would result in impacts to Transit. We haven't quantified those because we don't know what the final impact is going to be.
Okay, so given that, does that represent a risk and exposure for the city in terms of limiting that access?
It could definitely.
Given our conversation in the late spring, would you say it's greater or less than the risk that we talked about at that time? Or the same?
I'd consider it the same.
Okay.
I probably, as many of you, I'd love to see the train running so that we actually have a practical experience of what that impact really is.
Yeah, and I wasn't planning on getting into that, but I guess the motion before us asks for a review of the design between 99th Street to 107th Avenue, but the corridor past 101st Street is not yet constructed. It is, however, designed, and I'm guessing that materials, labor has been procured on the basis of the existing design. If we were to go back and look at redesigning that as construction is happening, would that pose a financial or contractual risk to the city?
Councillor Hamilton, I think if we were to be having that conversation while it was under construction, it would definitely be a risk and it would add cost to the project. Right now, Marigold is focusing on West Edmonton, so that is where their detailed design efforts are focusing right now. There's probably a fairly small window of opportunity for us to take a look at that corridor before they get into the detailed design of it and start construction.
What's the window of opportunity on that, would you say?
I would have to check their design schedule, but I would suggest we have some time this year, but no later.
Okay, thank you. I got an answer on my question with respect to the report coming back from Ms. McCabe's Ms. McCabe's office, but maybe I'll leave my questions there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We are at 3:31, so we're going to take a break for 15 minutes. Be back at 3:46. But I would also suggest, I think we would like to conclude this item today, right? So please be laser focused in your questions on the what is at hand. Just be extra mindful that we only have till 5 o'clock to finish this. Okay, we'll be back at in 15 minutes. Until then, we are on the recess. Okay, we are back. Do a roll call of council members. We'd like to call this meeting back to order. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans will be joining us shortly. Okay, questions. Again, I will remind people, colleagues, laser focus on the questions, please, and don't kind of go in directions that will lead us. We want to be done by 5, hopefully. Okay, go ahead. Councillor Wright.
Okay, I'll talk really quick. Ms. McCabe, you'd mentioned that a broader engagement wasn't done because of costs. I'm just wondering what this would cost, and is it a duplication of the greater body of work that you're doing now?
I'd like to just provide clarity. A broader activation of 102 Avenue was not done because of the cost associated with that. We said we'd work with any group who came to us, which we have done. But it wasn't because of a broader engagement will be done on the report that's coming forward on closed streets in the downtown.
Okay, and if this motion were to pass, what would be the additional costs that we'd have to incur for this?
We'd have to quantify that, but I think it'd probably be in the, I think we estimated last time around $1 million to $1.5 million.
And is that within existing budgets?
We'd have to assess because some of the areas are projects that are hopefully getting into operation soon, and some are mid-design, which are the west and the southeast. So we'd have to assess and see if we have budget to do this.
Okay, thank you. And then there was a comment made, and I'm sorry, I don't know your last name, where you said you explored every opportunity for engagement in that?
Yeah, with groups. So, I mean, multiple conversations with community stakeholders and through our network. There was other conversations led by organizations like the DBA, and there was no formal interest brought forward and no applications for downtown vibrancy funding.
Okay, I sort of wanted to get who exactly and when that those opportunities were explored. Okay, and then I think I have one other question here for Mr. Laughlin. The switching of the bike and vehicle lanes, was that considered in the original design work at all?
No, and the reason it wasn't is we were taking an approach of LRT, auto, bike, pedestrian to minimize risk of or severity of impact as it relates to those different modes of transportation.
Okay, so greater impact if the LRT were to hit a cyclist as opposed to if it hit a car? Or, sorry, a car hit the LRT and...
We were thinking pedestrian.
Okay. And how is it done? I think it was Ms. Brown was talking about, in European cities and that, how it's easier for the floor level, or how common it is for street level LRTs to run, and people are aware of it. How are they designed? Like, are they designed with vehicle traffic as well around it and cyclists around it, or?
Well, the design that we have for the low floor vehicle or the tram style of LRT that we have for Valley Line is modeled after a European style, but it varies. There are some mixed running activities in Europe, but there's also separated corridors. I was remarking back to when I was on this project way back in the planning, it was a challenge to even get to one lane. Folks wanted multiple lanes of traffic, no bike lanes. So this has come a long way, which I think is sort of the adoption of a new system in Edmonton, that this really isn't materially the type of LRT system Edmontonians are used to. This is more of a European style system.
Okay. So it will take time for Edmontonians to get used to it?
It will,
yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Tohi. And some of my questions already asked by my colleagues. I will be very quick. So the first question regarding the stakeholder feedback, is that fair to say the bylaw come back today and in front of us the stakeholder engagement already have done for the past months since June 2022, the last motion passed?
Yeah, it was limited engagement to the corridor, and it was basically from the point when council provided the direction to bring this back, yes.
Okay, so if that is the case, the motion in front of us talk about the first 6 months after the LRT entered the services to, I understand that they try collect additional data, and then do we have a specific time and for the ART entered services?
Not at this time, no.
So if we don't, that means this motion actually cannot certain the time and for the first 6 months. If we're open, like ART entered the services next year or 2025, just come with some data. That means 6 months, we have to wait to that time. Is that correct, my understanding?
The way I read this motion is that it's 6 months following the operation starting.
Okay.
LRT is not going to be in service in 2025. It'll be before that.
Okay. So for the review of street design, and are we able to estimate how much additional funding needed and for that?
Yeah, I think the exercise is $1 to $1.5 million, and we'd have to assess our current budgets on the two projects to see what we could do.
Okay, so additional and to the existing design budgets we already have. So I'm talking about the additional one.
Correct.
Okay. So the two questions to mover, and thank you for bringing this motion. And then, is that fair to say my understanding for ultimate outcome for this motion is to still close the road in the long-term run?
No, honestly, the intent is to understand how the corridor operates and make a data-informed decision.
Okay, and so from the speakers we heard today, and then in this motion, I'm sorry if I missed something. I cannot say if there anything could address the safety concerns and brought up by them.
The safety concerns by the people?
By the speakers, public speakers today.
I think there were two types of safety concerns. There were sort of physical safety concerns around traffic conflicts with cyclists, or sort of general safety vandalism in the downtown. Which one?
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for me, the intent of asking for the information about accidents and near misses is very much to quantify and understand if those fears around vehicle, cyclist conflicts are realized. So again, that may or may not be the case. So the intent would be to understand that, and then I think discussion with user and stakeholder feedback, that would also be the more general perception of safety.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as I understand, there's no parking along this stretch of road?
Nope.
Yeah, okay. So, conceivably, if people were to frequent a place, they would be pulling into a parking, like a parkade, if they were parking as close as possible to the area, or on a side street?
Side street.
Yeah, okay. So,
that's been some of the engagement with some of the stakeholders, is access to their particular facility and this impacting the flow of traffic to access.
Easier access, or more options for access, because there's already access to all of these things. Yeah. Okay, so essentially, it just acts as either a shortcutting or a pass-through sort of corridor.
I think we've long identified this as a corridor from a vehicle perspective that provides access to the cross streets that would have been behaving differently before the LRT construction came in. So I wouldn't consider it shortcutting, I'd consider it access and egress.
Access and egress of parkades?
Either parkades, parking, access to
Okay, so just
businesses.
one more way to access things that we already have access for.
Correct, and I would go back to the original engagement and design that progressed with this project. This was seen as a way to accommodate that
Yeah,
based on
and
the
I wouldn't dispute
significant
that.
change of
It's
corridor.
just, we got to have all the facts on the table here. So, now to the mover, in your motion, there's nothing in it that says that you would say that the road is completely closed for car traffic.
Yeah, no, the intent is that during the referral period, so that's until the time that LRT opens, and then 6 months after that, the road would be open to vehicle traffic
In that time?
in that time period.
Yeah, okay. So really what this does is it gives us an opportunity to take a look at the design based on feedback from the folks in the business community. And it also allows stakeholders to actually have a voice in these decisions rather than it being a top-down sort of, decree.
Yeah, the intent is that everyone's experience can be brought into the conversation to help us make the most informed decision possible.
Okay. And that, okay, and giving voice to the business community, to people who are using the street, just everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right. I'd miss someone if I started making a list. So this pairs in with the work that Ms. McCabe will be doing. So it actually, and I wish she was here to answer this question.
I can take that, Counselor.
Okay, sure. So this isn't going to interrupt that work, and is there a potential that it even augments that work if there's some more voices and more ideas at the table?
I would say that work is going to proceed as is, regardless of
Without stakeholder?
This culture, the engagement with the stakeholders is going to include a holistic view on shared and open streets downtown.
So it doesn't stall that work in any way?
It does not, no.
Okay, but there is the potential that it could inform it. By the fact that more voices maybe generate more ideas.
We have a great deal of engagement in general in terms of open shared streets and opportunities to activate downtown and welcome more people. So I think that from a stakeholder engagement and from a community, partnership approach, we'll continue that work. So
yeah, because there's the thing of it, which is to design these things and to plan them. But there's also the human side, which we've heard very clearly about the fact that people do have perceptions, they do have feelings, and they do want to be engaged in the decisions that impact them.
We agree.
Yeah, I think that's what this motion gets to. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Cartmel. Councilor Carmigel, please.
You're welcome, Mayor Sohi. So, Mr. Lockman, I'm just teasing you, sir. The advice from administration when this was first broached last year was not to close the road.
Correct.
The advice in the report we have today is not to proceed with the road closure.
Correct.
I understood Ms. McCabe to say, and I know she's not here, but I understand that you've conversed. I understood her to say earlier today that they've done at least enough work to know that closure to vehicle traffic of 102nd Avenue will not be recommended in that body of work that's being undertaken.
Correct.
So the advice before, now, and in the future will be do not close this road to vehicle traffic.
Correct. However, if directed by this motion.
Yeah, I'm going to come to that.
Okay.
So in the first part of the motion, it says go and collect a bunch of data. Fantastic. Let's understand how a multimodal corridor works. We don't have one of those yet. When the LRT gets going, we can collect some data. Seems reasonable. Then it says examine flipping the road lanes for the bike lanes. You read that the same way I do.
Correct.
And then it says, and bring back a bylaw to close the vehicle lanes.
A revised road closure bylaw that incorporates recommendations from the reports
But a road
findings
closure
into the bylaw.
nonetheless. Is that the way you read it?
It is, however, the road closure bylaw that's in front of you today, administration didn't recommend. You could very well see the same recommendation from administration when we bring this back. But
there's precise instruction here, so maybe I'll flip to the mover. The thread of logic here is go and do that examination, examine options to flip the road lanes for the bike lanes, and then come back with a bylaw to close the road lanes. That's the way I read this. Is that the intent?
That is the intent for the information coming back, but I don't think that presupposes the decision on the bylaw.
Then maybe that second bullet should not be there.
The second
If the
bullet.
instruction is to bring back a bunch of information, and then off that information, we then decide to proceed to a closure, we could proceed at that point. But this, in my mind, presupposes an outcome.
Yeah, I hear that. I mean, I think the question is, if we defeat the bylaw today, we wouldn't be able to reconsider it for a year. Whereas if we refer it, then that is an option that can be informed by the information that we've asked for.
So I guess it depends on when the LRT begins to operate and the 6-month clock starts ticking. But if we were going to, if the bylaw, if this was defeated and it could not be considered for a year, that's the middle of next February, which means that the LRT would have to be operating by the middle of next September, of this September, in order to allow that before we get into a conflict. And if the LRT starts operating earlier than that, then we're waiting a couple of months for this 12 months to expire. Does that flow for you?
Yeah, I think I think the what you're suggesting is that we're unlikely to run into a conflict within 1 year.
I don't think that, and it's not for me to say because I've already been admonished for speaking, but if it's 10 months or a year, that's a pretty modest difference in timeline.
Yeah, I mean, I take your point. I see if there is a risk, this is just a way to mitigate it. I don't see the harm in preventing us from running into that timing issue.
Well, in the meantime, our community will be wondering for potentially another year whether or not this road is going to ultimately be closed.
So I
because
think that
this bylaw hangs in the balance.
But then I would say, if we assume the outcome in either case, so if the assumption is that regardless of the information coming back, that we would never consider a closure, I think that's equally problematic.
Well, I think that, I guess we'll have to see how that goes. One way that this could proceed is that the bylaw question is voted on, passes or otherwise, and part 1 of this motion proceeds as a subsequent passes or otherwise.
Absolutely.
And that would be cleaner for understanding in my view, and that's all I'll say.
Yep, or we can divide the motion into 2 parts and vote separately. And and then the last part people can vote on whichever way they want, both parts. I think that will probably be more clear set direction. Okay, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cartmel asked most of my questions, but I do have a question for administration. Is there any liability to the city if we proceed with the road closure?
So anytime that we close a road to the public, we do risk liability under the Municipal Government Act. Anybody who owns, occupies, or has an interest in land that sustains damages through the closure of a road may make a claim.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. That was my question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. I guess I wanted to, suppose this first part, you open up the street. I guess to one of the public speaker, Lisa, she had mentioned that if it does open, it'd be nice to see more physical separation between the bike infrastructure and the vehicle lane, because currently there is like demarcation, and I think it's raised, right? But you see cars parked in bike lanes all the time. So I'm just wondering, like, would that be feasible, and would that be part of, would you see that work as part of this first part?
Well, regardless, that's something Bruce and I have talked about taking away to look at and talking with Transat about what could we do. I will clarify that the locations adjacent to intersections do have actual physical separation. There are medians that are in place at intersections between bike lane and travel lane.
Right, yeah, no, that's, I'm glad that you'll kind of focus on that a little bit. And currently, if the road opens, the speed is, I think I read somewhere 30?
30 kilometers an hour.
Right. So it will be fairly low speed traveling there as well.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then I think the other thing, I guess, to the mover, I take your point about we don't want to presuppose an outcome with that second piece. But I think the thing that I recall from back in June, one of the key factor was uncertainty, in particular for investors. Do you feel the second part, though, provides more certainty?
The second part of the first bullet?
No, sorry, the second part of your motion, I feel like that thread of questioning with Councillor Carmel, I think for me is like, I just feel realistically, we open it for a period of time, whatever that modest period of time is, 10 to 12 months, we come back and we discuss closure again. Realistically, it'll be very, very difficult to proceed. That's my assumption. But you feel that it will be a clean slate, we'll be able to have this discussion without.
So I think the intent is to keep all options on the table. And I appreciate that is not certainty. I think that if we say that a decision today, let's say the referral fails, we vote on the closure bylaw, and we say this is certainty, then we don't have the conversation. That doesn't create an openness to have the conversation, to understanding how the corridor actually works.
Okay. I have a couple minutes. I have a question about the broader strategy. So in this past year, what are some of the closed streets activation have we done? Not talking about 102 Ave, but like other parts.
Yeah, 104th Street was closed temporarily throughout the summer for the El Fresco event, led
It was
by
like every weekend, right?
Yeah, every weekend. That was the largest one. We closed portions of downtown for the Street Hockey Festival in September. We're playing on Edmonton, including 104th Ave and multiple streets there. So those are two larger examples, and we continue to explore road closures.
Regardless of this discussion.
Correct, and regardless of the work in November. So the November work looks at it more holistically. We're not waiting to activate opportunities in the meantime.
Good, I'm glad to hear that.
And have had significant interest in other areas, places like Rice Howard Way, which this current closure makes difficult to activate from an egress perspective.
Sorry, can you say that last part again? The Rice Howard will be difficult if this road is closed.
Well, given the current state and the
Right.
current closure, activating the entirety of Rice Howard Way as an example is more difficult given given the egress challenges.
And so some of those al fresco activities that you still have plans or there's conversations happening for this year as well.
That's correct.
Would there be ever consideration for kind of not just on weekends, but like longer, like during the week, or is that just kind of a broader?
Yeah, those possibilities are being explored. I can't say specifically about al fresco, but we're investigating any opportunity to welcome more people downtown. It's really community-led in terms of activation. From a capacity and resource perspective, you know, there's limitations, but we're working with our community stakeholders as needed.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
I cannot.
Oh, yeah, you moved the motion. Who is next up? Who is next?
Councillor Knack would be the next on the list.
Councillor Knack, can you
Look
take
at
the chair,
that.
please? Here
Yeah,
we
I'd
go.
love to take the chair. I'm so
All
excited.
right, very quick, a few quick questions. Is the road ready to open? Like if decision is made to open it, is it ready? Or would it, well, you might have to do a little bit of cleaning up and cosmetic work, whatever, but
Yes, it was ready when we opened the bike lane, so
Okay.
Since it's been closed for the duration that we're talking about here, we'd need a week to 2 weeks to just take the bags off, barriers, clear the road, et cetera.
Okay. And in order to have better barricades between the traffic and the vehicular traffic and the bike traffic, do you need direction to do that additional work, or you will do that after because you heard some of the concerns?
Yeah, I think that's something we would just do based on what we've heard.
Okay.
You know, the exact treatment or installation is something we'd have to figure out because we have a third-party TransEd that we need to confirm exactly the best way to do that.
Okay. How would you deal with one of the concerns around vehicles turning right, and then bike crossing straight forward, right? So that was a safety issue that was identified.
Yeah, I think it's, first off, it's ongoing communication and awareness for folks. If council decides to reopen, making sure that everybody's aware of the different movements that happen on the corridor, but also Bruce mentioned looking at traffic signal timings to see if there's something that we could adjust related to those movements. Of course, any adjustments on the traffic signal timings could impact other movements, so we'd have to do some analysis.
Yeah, but you're aware of that issue and you'll work on that issue if the road opens to vehicular traffic. My last question is related to the speed. If the speed were to be lower than 30, what is the process?
You'd have to make an amendment to the speeds bylaw.
Okay, so that's a completely different, separate process, right?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, good, thank you. I will move the second round.
Second.
Thank you. I have a seconder. Please vote on the second round.
Councillor Jans, can you confirm that you're online? Okay, we have all the votes.
And display the votes. And that is carried. I'll turn the floor back over to Mayor Sohi.
Okay, Councillor Knack, you're next.
It's me anyway. Here we go. Just a few more questions. So I heard the sort of future plan work, and 102nd Ave wasn't likely to be, or isn't going to be considered for that. Maybe the first question, just for me to better understand, is the why on that, and then subsequently, what east-west corridors are we considering?
So in terms of opportunities for activation for downtown, based on feedback and our understanding of where those opportunities exist, that doesn't rank high on the list.
And what other east-west corridors beside, I know there's that small stretch of Rice Howard Way. I'm talking beyond Rice Howard Way in terms of actual corridors. What east-west corridors are sort of on the table in that body of work?
Well, in terms of, a corridor from a vibrancy perspective, we're more concerned about activation for,
if we're talking about this idea of pedestrianizing,
yeah.
What east-west corridors would be on the table for that?
I think it's too early to tell based on where we're at in the development of the report, so I can't comment specifically.
The reason I ask and where I'm struggling, and then I'll go to you, Mr. Laughlin, is that, I'm sort of playing out the roads in my head. We've already rebuilt Jasper Ave, that's done, we know that's there. 104th has a pretty clear indication, and we're gonna keep multiple lanes of traffic on there as part of the LRT. And to me, that leaves two corridors, 103rd and 102nd. And it would feel odd to me to then change 103rd because we've already reduced traffic volume on 102nd. So I guess my question is, if not there, then where would we even consider an east-west corridor?
Well, and I think this sort of goes, the reason there was sort of definitiveness around 102 Ave and likely not being a recommendation is because of the stuff that we've brought to council previously around the design of the corridor, the configuration of the corridor, the fact that part of the corridor is already in place the way it is, and again, you heard from folks around the ability to activate based on the current configuration, is challenging. So for those reasons, I think that was part of the response, that we don't think we would consider 102 Avenue. As it relates to other corridors, I think that just has to be the work that happens between now and when the report comes back in Q4.
So, and I sort of keep prying on this, but I guess I'm just trying to figure out, like, what other corridor do we use for east-west? I mean, because in my mind, it's only the only other untouched corridor right now is 103rd, and it doesn't sound like that's been right now on the consideration list, and I could understand probably why. So maybe that's why I'm hung up a little bit on this, because I'm not seeing what other even considerations we've had.
Yeah, and I think part of it is assessing the entire network. Does it need to be a closure all the time, or does it need to be a closure to accommodate certain activities at the right point in time based on the different activation types? And I think Tom could speak to this better than I can related to the opportunities that presents. But to me, that would be the work that this group, that Tom and team would undertake over the next series of months to bring back the report and the recommendations.
Did any of the work we've done, and I don't think so, because the warehouse park was approved long after LRT design was approved, so I'm just curious how that may or may not fit within that. Because I think, back to that question I had earlier about vision, part of why I keep thinking about 102 Ave is that, well, it's going to connect to one of our single biggest park amenities, which will have numerous high-rise developments around it, something that didn't exist when we first were talking about all of this work. I'm not talking about pedestrianizing, I'm just talking about the downtown revitalization. And so we didn't factor that in, correct? Like, that wasn't part of the original body of work. The warehouse park wasn't on the table until the budget approval in 2018? Or after that?
There was a green space in that area identified.
Yeah.
And actually informed some of the decision-making related to the LRT configuration.
Yeah.
In terms of multimodal opportunities to get to that destination. It certainly has evolved over the years.
For sure.
And pedestrianization includes, from my perspective, but the ability to provide good public realm. I believe the LRT corridor as designed does that. So the hang up on closed versus good pedestrian realm to get people to locations, I think is built with the design that we have for the Valley Line.
Okay. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Not many questions. So just for absolute clarity, so if the referral were to pass, the road will open in short order. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. So that's really responding to some of the feedback we've heard from stakeholders who do want to see vehicles there. And then I heard very clearly too that in terms of responding to some of the concerns from other users, that there is an opportunity to revisit signaling and potential physical barriers. Is that something that would be done, during sort of the next 1 to 2 weeks in terms of that preparation of the corridor, or would that be sort of on a, as the need arises?
I think it'd be evaluating it as it gets into operation, so I don't think it would be an immediate. Again, there's an element of discussion that has to happen with TransEd. They are responsible for operations and maintenance of that corridor, so that certainly influences to what degree we could do that, but I think we'd monitor and assess opportunities to address that. I think we are starting to get into that space where we are looking at traffic signal timings as we're getting closer to operations of the Valley Line Southeast, so that would be something that would be active in short order.
Great. Then just in terms of some of the data collection, just in terms of users experiencing challenges with the corridor, what sort of feedback mechanisms? Would this be through 311 or is there a Google form? What does administration have in mind for that?
I think 311 is the right place. It's sort of the common collector for that. And then we'd work with, in the back with our 311 group to make sure that that's filtered to the right location in Bruce's shop, so that it's a quick identification of issues.
Great, great. And maybe just because I have a bit of time left, you know, for me, it's really thinking about the opportunity to get ahead of some potential future challenges. And so again, my interest in looking at the design is really that 103 to 107, which hasn't been finalized yet. Again, you've spoken a bit about some of the costs to that redesign. Again, how does that compare in terms of, post-construction adaptation?
Yeah, and I should clarify, we've already received designs from MIP related to the stretch that you're talking about. And I think where we wanted to go with this, again, is if council considers a closure, the vehicle lane being converted to something else, that we should look at it holistically, not just at one piece. Much easier to catch it on the Valley Line West side than it is on the Valley Line Southeast side.
Yeah, because I think that's sort of the key piece, just in terms of, again, avoiding retrofitting physical infrastructure after it's been built.
Certainly easier on the Valley Line West side, but there's still an impact because we've received the designs for a corridor. But you're correct. Changing designs versus changing physical infrastructure is certainly easier.
Right.
Not easy, less challenging.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Those are all the questions.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions to administration. Okay, from process-wise, public then administration. I don't have to go back to asking questions to administration and public, because this is not a zoning bylaw, right?
At this point, you could proceed with dealing with the
Got it.
referral motion on the floor.
Got it. Okay. Okay, so I would suggest that we divide this into two parts. Part one, which is the bigger part, and we separate the second part, return to City Council public hearing with the revised road closure bylaw. So we can support both separately. You want to delete the second point? Is that friendly to everyone? Deleting the second point, which is revised bylaw? Okay.
Mayor, sorry, might I advise if we do that, the motion on the floor be withdrawn, because it would be stated that it's being referred, but only a report's being requested. So if it was being withdrawn, you could move a subsequent later to request that information.
Yeah, then that, right, then coming to Councillor Cartmell's point, right, if second part is withdrawn, then it's not a referral, it's more of a subsequent. Are you prepared to make a subsequent, Councillor? Sorry, just hold on. Councillor Paquette, you have questions on process?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
On the deletion there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's not a process, it's on opinion. So I'll just hold on.
So you don't want to see the last part, second part?
I do not, and I've got good reasons for it.
Okay, well then we have to vote separately. There's no consensus to, it's not friendly. Huh?
You can't vote separately, because it makes the second point, makes the.
Yes, it does, yeah.
So you can't vote separately.
So we can't vote separately on, right?
That's
We have
correct.
to vote.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Well, that's what we have now, okay. Okay, it is what it is then, okay. Okay, well, here we go. Are you done, Councillor Paquette?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, we have a referral on the floor.
I will speak to it, though.
Yeah, just hold on, I'm coming to that.
Yep.
To speak. And we have 30 minutes. And I would say that.
Point of order.
Sorry, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead. Point of
I
order.
just want to clarify the process, that if this fails, then the point one cannot be a subsequent. Can it?
I can comment on that. The motion on the floor is related to referral broadly, although it includes a request for information. If the referral fails, it would be valid to request further information as a subsequent.
Even if it's the same information?
Correct.
Okay, that's, I knew
Okay,
that,
good.
30, okay, thank you.
All right. to speak. Councillor Hamilton.
So I appreciate that the mover is trying to, I think, speak to two constituencies on this. This would reopen 102nd Avenue today, but it would look to address the concerns of some of the active transportation users on that corridor, as well as address street design. However, with the clause that it returns to public hearing with a revised road closure bylaw, I think it drives at the heart of the concern here, which is that we're not giving stakeholders some certainty. What we've been asked for here today is certainty, but also partnership. And I respectfully would say that we probably started this process on the wrong foot. And I think, unfortunately, that might drag through the entire conversation around this. I think there's really important things to be done in terms of revitalizing the downtown, including making a better public realm, not just along 102nd Avenue, which I actually already think is a pretty darn good public realm, but along other streets as well. And we need the buy-in of not just residents and commuters, but of our business community who we're going to rely on to activate and invest in those corridors so that the folks have a place to go. You know, a year ago, or just under a year ago when we debated this, I didn't support it at that time. I can't support this today for different reasons. Though not dissimilar, though I would be inclined to support subsequent on this. But I think it is time to really look at the big question. As I think Ms. McKay pointed out, this has become a bit of a hot button issue. And I don't think that's entirely fair to anyone involved. Because I think what we all want is a more vibrant, thriving downtown, and I think that conversation's getting lost on decisions like this. So what I heard today from the speakers is that we have their support in terms of pursuing some of those really big overarching issues with respect to downtown revitalization, with respect to enhanced public realms, and we, I think, might be coming back to those same stakeholders at a different time and asking for their investment in those spaces. But I think when we make decisions that have limited consultation, when the relationship isn't there, we struggle to get that buy-in, and we just came out of a process, a fairly substantial budget process where we understand, I think, very well the limitations of our own financial means. So we're going to need everyone at the table to accomplish what we need to do here. So maybe I'll leave it there, but I can't support this at this time, but I would support a subsequent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a little bit of a different take, not too far off, but I would say that the second bullet is actually quite instrumental to this conversation. And the reason is because if we don't pass the referral motion as is, we're saying that we're not interested in keeping options open. But instead in repeating the action that was criticized previously for the same action, but in reverse. There's a lot more to learn, and for a period of a few months, there's no harm in keeping the discussion and our options open and understanding that we all want to get to the right and balanced strategy. And how we get to a decision point is sometimes even more important than the decision point itself. And in this case, it's about allowing some of that very slight tension to exist and persist for a short amount of time in order to facilitate a discussion. And why is that important? Because without any stakes, even though they're very minor stakes, without any stakes, engagement tends to be less energetic, less creative. And we've heard from our speakers that there is a willingness to exercise that patience for a little while in order to have this conversation. And by allowing this, we also show respect to all of our stakeholders. We're not just closing the door on people one time and then a few months later closing the door again. What we're doing is saying, maybe none of us alone have all the answers, but maybe together something new and better emerges. And what a shame it would be to not take that chance and to not take that opportunity to have these incredible, potentially incredible conversations. And it may be that we end up following administration's advice 100%. But that's not the point. The point is that everyone had a voice and everyone came along for the journey, understanding that the door wasn't closed, that it's not a fruitless effort, that it's not just speaking against the void. It's the difference, I think, between, and that tension, a good tension between certainty and patience, knowing that you were going to get to a better place, and about being reactive versus responsive. I don't want to follow one reactive decision with another reactive decision. I want to follow that reactive decision with a responsive decision. I think that we owe it to all our partner groups to keep that potential open, because otherwise we are kind of closing by removing, well, I think it's funny, by removing that second bullet that allows for a potentially revised a road closure bylaw, we also, by removing that, or by voting against this because that exists, we remove the opportunity for all of our partner organizations to bring their best to the table in the city building effort. Because part of city building is building trusting relationships. And taking the opportunity to have these vibrant conversations is essential. And I can go out on a limb here and say that these relationships need to be strengthened. And if there are stakes, then you've got a good conversation. If there are none, what do you got? I'll liken it to my first date with my wife. There was some stakes. And as a result, we had a great conversation. As a result, we were engaged 2 weeks later. And the reason I raise that as a little bit of an illustration is that if there was no risk, there probably wouldn't have been any of that frisson that's necessary to create a better relationship. And that's what I'm hoping for, that we can marry all of our different ideas and visions for the city together through these conversations. I really think that Councillor Stevenson put a lot of thought and time and effort into what she did here, and it wasn't by accident.
Okay.
And I want to support. Hey, I've got seconds left, Mr. Mayor, and I want to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to start by thanking Councillor Stevenson for bringing this forward. Really appreciate your efforts to try to find a good way forward in what is a very challenging conversation. And also want to thank all the speakers that came out to join us today, and not just for your presence here in chambers or online, but for your continued advocacy and partnership as we strive to build a better downtown together. Yeah, and I think we've heard today that there actually is a lot of common ground when it comes to our collective desire to revitalize and improve our downtown. It's just a matter of how we get there. And like a lot of the folks who spoke today and that we've heard from in the past, I'm also a big proponent of opportunities related to pedestrianizing downtown streets in our downtown core. It is a well-established that safe, separated spaces for active modes are key components to vibrant districts, and I would say critical to the success of city centers. And when I look at 102 Ave, I continue to believe that when the Valley Line LRT is operational and delivering thousands of visitors a day, it's going to be a game changer as it relates to liveliness and vibrancy. And I do have to say that from my perspective, it does feel like we're being asked to make a judgment call on the performance of a pilot before it has truly happened because of the Valley Line Southeast delays. So with that being said, I think that if this were put to a yes or no vote today, I worry that it would fail. And I don't want to see that happen because I don't want to see our conversation around closed streets and pedestrianized streets stop here. So I see this referral as an opportunity to continue to reflect together, to collect data, to root this conversation in metrics and facts, and to contemplate broader pedestrianization opportunities in our downtown as part of the body of work and report that's coming forward in November. And again, I see this referral as an opportunity to help bridge some of the gaps that exist between what we're hearing from folks who might live downtown, folks who work downtown, businesses in the downtown community. So again, I think this is a really smart way to move this forward, and would encourage colleagues to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you so much. You know, full transparency, I did not support this back in June. And all of the reasons I wrote a blog about this, all of the reasons that I had to not support it back in June are still stand. So nothing that this conversation has brought up has changed those factors. But I have learned a lot more today about how we as a council need to move forward with our stakeholders in the downtown in a good way. Listen to them, heed their advice, make sure that we're being prudent with our limited capital dollars. This road has just recently been designed. Redesigning roads that are recently designed is not good fiscal management. I agree. I agree with Councillor Salvador that this conversation is an important one to have. I think we do need to look at where the opportunities are in Edmonton and downtown to pedestrianize spaces and to really work on that. I disagree, though, that if the bylaw was to fail today, that would close the conversation. I think it would actually start the conversation off on a new foot and a better foot. That's what I heard today. So for that reason, I will continue I cannot support this refer back motion today. I can't support the redesign of any component and the cost that will incur when we just did our capital budget, and this was not factored into that. And I just know that already we have a bylaw coming back tomorrow for increasing an amount to a current project because we have inflationary pressures. So I just can't entertain that. I can absolutely appreciate the first part in terms of, as Councillor Cartmel mentioned, getting more information, learning about how this designed road functions with all of those different modes, LRT, cars, bikes, scooters, and pedestrians. And getting that information, I think, is going to be really enlightening and very insightful. And maybe we'll learn and we'll shift. Maybe we will realize we need to have more trees on that corridor. Maybe there's other things that we'll learn. So I absolutely welcome that as a subsequent and look forward to that if this does not pass. But I think that, in many of the conversations I've had, even at executive committee, I've heard so much from industry. Certainty is key to economic development. And we know that right now, downtown needs every ounce of support it can get. And we have to stop looking at decisions in isolation. Again, I go back to budget. We made the decision to increase parking fees. So now we're closing roads, we're increasing parking fees. We're not making it from what we're hearing from some of the stakeholders downtown, we're not, as individual decisions, it's not that bad. When we look at these decisions as a collective, we're not actually helping the way we should to make this downtown the best it can be. That's how I'm feeling after this conversation. I hope that going forward, we can have better conversations with everyone about how we can, because I heard also that we all have the same vision for downtown. We truly, absolutely do. We want it to be thriving. We want it to be vibrant. We want lots of people in these spaces in multiple forms and multiple modes. So let's work on that and let's get there together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So I just checked with City Manager, and we would have to extend the order of the day in order to finish this item. I think administration will be fine if we extend it for half an hour, right? So till 5:30. Can someone move that? Yeah, thank you, Councillor.
Second.
Okay, Councillor Knack moved. Councillor Tang second. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Okay, all right, Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. Just a few minutes here. I just feel because I voted, as Councillor Hamilton did back in June, in favor of the closure, and that was in anticipation of, or that was because of the delays in the LRT. I think I've become a little more optimistic now that we're getting closer to the LRT coming online. And I guess didn't see any results or evidence of activation during the time of the continued closure of the line. So, but I think as we get closer to the point where it is going to be operational, I think we just need to move on with the recommendations too that administration has provided, that this might not be the proper corridor to have that pedestrian friendly feel to add to the vibrancy of the downtown. So that's all I have to say. I'm not in support of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So downtown is a wonderful aspect of life in Edmonton. Pedestrianization and can strengthen the downtown core as a fantastic place to visit, explore, and stay. So that is why I appreciate the effort of this motion and its intent. And however, it does not seem the best use of city resources at this time. I think it's the timing. And plus, Edmonton downtown public safety, in particularly the current safety concerns from many Edmontonians are experiencing, and in our downtown core area, and then also on our public transit system. Just happened, I just heard on a long weekend, and then somebody leaving my words and experience horrible, the public safety incident. Those public safety concerns needs to be resolved first prior to implement our pedestrianization strategy. I did not support the growth of the road back to the June last year. I think I'm still stand up on those factors why I did not support. In addition, if the city administration already stated in the past, present, and the future will not recommend the closure of the portion of the road in downtown core area. I'm concerned with this motion and also the subsequent motion. And for part one, if it's the best use of the city resources at this time, and specifically give the consideration of fiscal responsibility, and we don't want to redesign, spend millions of dollars to redesign something city administration already not recommended. And also for the public engagement. And then what I heard is a confirmation from city administration. And for millions of dollars to do more. And then for the information and the reports in front of us today for this bylaw already have some effort already put there. And plus we have other priorities in our city right now is moving with spending of our resources for the public engagement. And then I didn't see the repeatedly effort or get to the outcome what we want to achieve. I would like to see pedestrianization strategy, and then yes, at the same time point is very good strategy for our city. And then even I personally grew up in this type of area in my home country. But right now, to me, this is time issue. It is the best time for us to do this. And with all the safety concerns and also other technical review results and from city administration. So I appreciate my colleague, Councillor Stevenson. You did lots of work behind the motion. So I can imagine like, how much conversation, how much pieces happened at this point, and I cannot support, so I will continue stand for the decision made last year. Not supporting the motion, also will not support the additional cost for the data collection. And because we are not, if the purpose is not going to use that data and for certain options. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I feel like today we've had a lot of conversation about creating people-centered spaces. And I think what I'm getting from that, listening to the various public speakers, that there isn't always one way of getting there. And that's what those feedback has highlighted, that everyone who has spoken has been supportive of people-centered streets, just with different ideas of how to do it. You know, back in June when this bylaw first came up, there were lots of voices and ideas about reimagining 102 Avenue, and unfortunately none of that transpired. And even now I feel this conversation is a bit premature. I think, you know, really appreciate, there's been lots of, you know, conversations this weekend. There's been lots of work put into crafting the motions. I really appreciate the mover for bringing this forward. Ultimately, I like to see the street open at this point. I like to give the street design a chance. And that's why I am very supportive of part one of this motion. I think collecting data and learning about how people use the streets in whatever way, shape, and form they come to the streets on, I think is always important for the city to know. And I think there were legitimate concerns raised today about safety for various road users, particular cyclists and vehicles. And based on the answers from administration, I believe provisions will be made to strengthen road safety for different user groups should the road open. I think I am more concerned about the second part, much of which have been touched on by my other colleagues. You know, I get the intent is to put all options on the table. And I think the stake is in fact quite high, but I worry that the second piece for bringing back the closure again at some point doesn't do anything for certainty or investment confidence, nor does it do anything for relationship building. Instead, it poses the potential to continue to divide and polarize, which I don't think is necessarily the kind of conversation we want to continue when it comes to that broader pedestrianization, which one of the speakers mentioned earlier. I think the other thing that gives me assurance throughout this whole conversations is all the street activation and temporary closure work that is happening right now, regardless of this conversation. with Rice Howard, with 104th Street, and which I think has broad consensus from many stakeholders. Maybe at this point, I'll just kind of, what's on my wish list? What I would love to see at some point as we proceed with experimenting with road closures and pedestrian-only streets is for some of these roads to be closed for a longer period. I don't know, 3 months, 2-3 months, with activations supported by community partners on a rotating basis or funded through the vibrancy funds, opening up some of additional opportunities rather than just relying on weekends for bars and restaurants to bring out their patios, which is absolutely important, and I look forward to Alfresco this year as well. But I think this will give families and residents in the downtown core more opportunity to enjoy the streets fully. And I think that sense of safety, freedom, and openness that we've heard a lot about from the correspondences from downtown residents into our inboxes is that it's not exclusive to this one particular stretch on 102 Avenue, but it really can be found if we can focus our energy and efforts on broadening pedestrianization across downtown.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, this has been challenging because I think when we've had it brought up many different times that this feels like this application in my mind has become symbolic with a much bigger picture, even though I actually think that does a disservice to sort of the broader conversation we want to have about creating more vibrant downtowns and safe spaces. So I think a referral would actually allow us to have some of those meaningful conversations that I think we need to have to help, because, I heard speakers in opposition, I heard the speakers in support. I think a lot of folks said the same thing. We're all wanting the same thing, but, or generally the same thing, but how we accomplish that needs some nuance. And I think you need to have a conversation to do that. And so I'll support this, but I actually don't really like this motion because I think it reopens the road in the short term. And I actually don't think reopening the road accomplishes any type of vision for the city right now. I haven't heard that vision of what reopening this road does. It feels like we've been putting the pressure on, prove to me by closing this road that there's vision, but I haven't heard the reverse either yet. And I think that's important because, again, I mean, the majority of the correspondence I got from downtown residents, as I'm sure everyone else did, was actually in support of keeping the road closed. And I appreciate that that's not the case for the organizations who came here to speak today, including some folks who live in the downtown, and so I know there's different perspectives even amongst downtown residents. But I think that difference of opinions needs to be properly addressed, and because by opening it or closing it, we're going to be disregarding those perspectives on either side of whoever's the unsuccessful side, which I get is sort of what we do in every single public hearing. But this one is a little more nuanced, right? This one has become this bigger signal, and so that's why I'm interested in that. I still can't see how introducing a couple hundred cars a day is going to make a meaningful impact on vibrancy because, just to the west of 103rd Street, there's cars that drive on that road today, and it's not necessarily the most vibrant stretch in our downtown either. So I'm not sure how suddenly doing this is going to change that dynamic. And similarly, I'm still struggling with the suggestion around this is going to make it safer overall because, if vehicle traffic created safety, Jasper Ave would be a very safe road today. And it's generally safe, but there are issues, there are struggles. And so I can't make those connections in my head. And from a traffic safety perspective, I think we're actually going to be introducing more challenges. Something we didn't get to chat about today, but I mean, that stretch, this 4-block stretch, everyone jaywalks now, all the time, every time. and they do it because it's a pretty easy road, even with LRT testing and operating, and it's operating quite regularly now as that. People are jaywalking, and I think once that opens up and you have thousands of people coming off, I don't think folks are going to stop jaywalking. No matter how much we don't want them to, and I know administration will hate it because we don't want folks jaywalking, they're going to, right? It's the path of least resistance. People always find a way. So I actually worry about how this will impact traffic safety. And I recognize my bias in this conversation, right? I get that we all have our own common routes that we use to get to City Hall, and similar to pretty much everyone else, we take a bit of ownership of those routes that we use. And what I found was that my personal experience is not unlike the residents who spoke in support and who have reached out in support. This is actually that 4-block stretch is the safest I feel every day, and it's the most pleasant part of my commute every day. And where there are conflicts as you go further west, that's where I do run into safety issues. Cars don't always stop, all of that. And so that's a challenge that exists. And again, I'm not sure how reopening is going to sort this out. And my challenge is that I think we're sort of kidding ourselves if we think there's going to be any type of vehicle-free east-west corridor that's identified in the report later this year. Because if not here, then where? Truly, it's not going to be 104th, it's not going to be Jasper. Why would it be 103rd at this point when we've already reduced lanes of traffic on 102nd? So if it's not here, we're not going to do it anywhere else. And I think I just want to be upfront with that. And I also think we overthink a little bit about what's needed to create a different experience. I know it would be great to spend a lot of money to do things. Sometimes I think, it's as simple as just putting signs and say the vehicle lane is the new bike lane. The bike lane is now for people, and you put in food trucks and other things, and you just go. So I've been trying to find a way, and I appreciate the concerns that have been raised about keeping it closed, but I just haven't found a reason to, so I'm going to support the referral.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. It's, so again, sort of drawing on past experiences, it's interesting that we talk about activating and energizing and bringing more life and energy to downtown is sort of at the heart of this conversation. Well, it was at the heart of the conversation 20, 25 years ago when West Edmonton Mall was built, and where we had all that, the conversation of the day, all that retail, all that free parking, all of that activity being drawn out of the core. And, there was other factors at work. It was, there was an economic question then. We were in the bust part of the boom bust cycle. All those factors were at work. But there's a lot of conversation about what to do to bring people back downtown. I believe that's what resulted in the $5,000 a door subsidy to energize and activate the more residential development downtown. And maybe my timing's off, but this is not the first time we've had this conversation about what does it take to add activity and energy and make downtown a more interesting place to be, a more interesting place to stay, a more interesting place to spend your time, whether you live down here or not. And this is part and parcel of that conversation. The argument has been made that, what's the value in adding 200 cars to that street, 200 cars a day? And we've heard from some that it's not necessarily 200 cars a day, it's the number of cars that stop and actually patronize their businesses. That's their metric. But beyond that, I guess the flip side of that is, what is the merits in leaving that realm the way it is right now? And it might change when the LRT gets going if there's enough people getting off at that particular station. Not sure of that. I guess we'll find out. We'll wait and see. That's the value of the first part of the motion. But right now today, walking in that corridor is not pleasant. It is not a pleasant experience. I can understand if you're riding through that corridor at 15 to 20 kilometers an hour and you zip past stuff and you don't have cars to conflict with. I can understand how that from a bike riding perspective is safer. From a walking perspective, it's not. It's not. There's not eyes, there's not energy, there's not storefronts, there's not doors in the exterior walls of those buildings. It is not an energetic place. And not having cars there is not going to change that, not in the short term. So we need to have that conversation around what does energy and activation look like and where is our first best chance to actually do it. I don't think that this is, if we don't hold on to the opportunity to close this road to traffic, then we lose it forever. I listed off a number of examples where there is no way in the world we would have closed those roads, and we closed those roads. And I think actually there's a few more that we're going to talk about that have a much different paradigm to them. We're going to talk about White Ave at some point here in the near future. That's a place that's active. That's a place that has energy. That's a place that, a wider sidewalk with the opportunity to add those patios or, to enhance the park experience or to, make it easier for pedestrians and bicycles to move around is going to, be value added to the energy and the activation that is already there. On this avenue, sorry to say, there's nothing to add value to. it is a pretty barren place. And so, perhaps we can circle back to that in the future. Perhaps there are programs and incentives and things that we can do to activate and pedestrianize and de-vehicleize in the downtown realm, but not necessarily this place first, and not necessarily this place now. I think we need to give our colleagues that certainty as well. So, absolutely interested in hearing the first part of the motion and having that information come back to inform future decisions, but cannot support kicking this decision down the road yet another 6 months or a year and not knowing what this is going to look like in the short term. So we'll not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair?
Happy to.
Thank you. I've been reflecting on my past decision on this quite a bit over the last number of days, and I said earlier I have gone for a walk often in that area, and what I envisioned in June has not materialized what I thought would happen on 102nd Avenue. There are various reasons for that. There's no one reason for not happening on 102nd Avenue, but it does provide safety to cyclists. I think we need to acknowledge that, and not having vehicles along cyclists does give that sense of safety. I hope that as we move forward, reduction in speed will be looked at it, and as well as the proper barricade to separate cyclists from vehicular traffic and people not parking in bike lanes. I'm also looking forward to the comprehensive conversation that we're going to have around pedestrianization of streets and spaces in downtown and other parts of the city. I think the decision, at least reflecting on it, I think the decision that we made in June was done in isolation from that conversation. It was kind of one-off decision because we're all excited about having those places. We all want to have those places, and in that enthusiasm, I supported that decision. But I carry on that enthusiasm. I firmly believe that downtown business districts need places where people can just go hang out and mingle with friends, mingle with community, and not worry about their safety and interactions with the vehicles. And I think we'll end up creating those places, whether it's Rice Howard Way, whether it's 104th Street, whether it's 107th Street, or maybe if this works with the opening of the LRT, I hope that administration will keep that open mind in the conversation as they engage with Edmontonians. I am really passionate about our downtown. Yes, we have issues around safety, and those issues are not caused by closing of 102nd Avenue. Those are caused by social disorder that we see because of mental health issues, addictions crisis, and the houseless crisis that we are seeing. And when I look at how much money we are investing in our downtown compared to other cities, our tally is close to $300 million. I'm very proud of that. Every single cent that we invested in downtown, I'm very proud of that. And we need to do more, and we will do more. And we need to listen to our stakeholders. And today we heard from a number of stakeholders that we need to have that holistic approach. And so look forward to that. But in the meantime, I hope that administration will take seriously some of the concerns that they heard from around safety, and I have every confidence that they will make sure that those concerns are dealt with, and look forward to ongoing collaboration with residences of downtown, businesses of downtown to really reimagine and revitalize and bring that energy back that downtown deserves, because downtowns are the hearts of the city. And in our case, our downtown is such a huge economic driver in every aspect, from jobs to business growth, but also taxes for our city, right? So look forward to that. I can't support this as it is because I don't want to have this again 6 months, 1 year from now. I'd rather see the holistic approach that administration will bring forward. But I'll support the subsequent if Councillor Stevenson is considering to make that. Okay. All right. With that, I will.
The chair.
Thank you, and I will go to Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you all so much. I know the day is wearing on, but really appreciate the conversation today. I enjoyed hearing from all of our speakers, from all of the perspectives that were shared. And truly, I didn't hear a polarized conversation. I heard a lot of common ground, common goals, and desires for our downtown. And that's really encouraging. The intent of this referral motion was to keep that conversation going, was to create a table for that discussion to happen about how we come together and make decisions that best meet our shared vision. I appreciate the wording and the technicality of it makes it seem like there's a foregone conclusion that this motion was intended to keep the road closed, but absolutely not. It was intended to create a space where we could make evidence-based decisions. And the best evidence I think we have is when we can actually experience a space. So the hope was we could, see how it works with vehicle traffic and then come back to have that conversation. But I'm pleased to hear the openness from my colleagues about collecting that further information, whether that's within the context of a referral or a subsequent motion. And I do truly hope that, again, whether the referral passes or fails, the road closure fails, we will be seeing vehicles on the road in short order. And I truly hope that we do see the positive change that's anticipated by many of the speakers that spoke today. I think, as we think about downtown, providing unique experiences that bring people to the area is, I think, ultimately what helps revitalize our core. And continuing the conversation on 102nd Ave and across the downtown, I think, is a great opportunity to do that. I know that all of my colleagues share very strong support for the business community and all stakeholders in the downtown. So with that, I do encourage you to support referral, but look forward to further conversations.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote. Councillor Jones, are you still online? Okay, we have all the votes.
I got all the votes. Please display the votes. That is defeated. And now we need to deal with the bylaw itself, right?
At this point, yes, we do need to deal with the bylaw, starting with closing of the public hearing.
Yeah, can someone move that we close the public hearing on the bylaw, please?
So moved.
So moved? Oh, no, I guess I shouldn't. But sorry, do we need to do further information?
No, we need to close the public hearing first, and it's subsequent, if you have to make it, we'll come back to that, right? So I can't remember who moved the, Councillor Cartmel, did you move the? So,
Yep.
Councillor Cartmel moved the closing of the public hearing on this bylaw, and need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Rice, second that. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now, first reading.
No, I'll move first reading.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson moved the first reading, and Councillor.
I feel good about the second. I'll second it.
Okay.
It's got a good chance, I think.
All right. Councillor Knack seconded it. I hope we won't speak to it again. Okay. Okay. All right, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. What?
Yeah, that's good. That means the road is going to open.
Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait.
Did you vote wrong?
Yeah, I voted just. Yeah, I would like to recall the vote. So it's just it's too late. Yeah. Can we recall the vote, please?
We're just reloading the vote.
We have first reading on the floor. Now please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote.
Okay, waiting on one vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Here we go. It is defeated. Okay, the reading fails, cannot proceed, new bylaw. Got it. We're done. We don't have to do more readings on this, right? Okay. Now we go to subsequent motions. Who has subsequent motions? Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move that administration provide a report to committee that evaluates the operations of 102nd Avenue, including usage by all modes, accidents, near misses, and user and stakeholder feedback on the first 6 months after the LRT enters service. Due date to be determined at Urban Planning Committee.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette, right? Yep. Okay. All right. So any questions on the subsequent? Seeing none. Oops, Councillor Wright.
Again, just, is this duplication of work cost that will be incurred for it? Is it within the budget?
We need to assess that and go back, so we will carry out this work, and if we identify that we have a budget pressure, we'll come back to council.
But there's budget to do the assessment, the initial. You'll let us know?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Everything will be seen through Andre's OP12 lens.
Yes, Mayor, thank you for that.
Okay. All right, so any more questions? Seeing none, anyone to speak? To close? No? Please wait, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, any notices, motions, or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 5:20.